a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, there's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway. Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it could.
What's going on, everyone? Meteorologist Mike Linden coming at you live here on April 20th, just short of 2 o'clock Eastern Time. It is Easter Sunday. Hope you are all doing well and having a great holiday weekend. But of course, Mother Nature has other plans. There is severe weather out there today. Yet again, an enhanced risk of severe weather in effect for parts of the South and the Midwest. We actually have active tornado warnings right now. We are going to be live streaming until the end of this tornado watch, which is set to take us up to, I believe, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So let me brighten it up a little bit here. And the evil avocado is back once again here. You can see this orange color here that affects parts of Arkansas and Missouri. Man, Arkansas has just not had a break from severe weather whatsoever over these past couple of months, huh? Of course, we are streaming live across all of our social media platforms. We are on TikTok, on X, YouTube, in the app as well. I see the TikTok folks in front of me here. Let me know that you that the chat is functioning. The TikTok studio has been a little wonky, so I'm hoping I'm able to see you guys typing things to me. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, let's jump right in here. So you can see this orange color, that is the enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5 on the SPC Center scale. And of course, that is, again, a 3 out of 5, meaning that we are likely to see some significant weather. That does include Jefferson City, Joplin, Springfield, Fayetteville, Little Rock, Arkansas is pretty much on the borderline there. And Jack, if we jump over to the, I got to full screen it, stand by. There it is. If you jump over to the live streaming computer, perfect, thank you. You can see that the SPC has highlighted this hatched area here. Now, the yellow color means a 10% likelihood of a tornado occurring, right? 10 to 14%, I should say. But then that hatched area represents an equal to or greater than 10% probability chance of a significant tornado. That would be EF2 and above. And you can see that that does encompass nearly the entire area there. That includes Columbia, Jefferson City, Lebanon, Rolla, Springfield, Branson, West Plains, Joplin. And if we go back here, you can see that Missouri is part of that as well. Mountain Home, Harrison, Fayetteville, Russellville, Batesville, Conway. So we're going to be with you here as this continues. Let's jump back to the MyRadar app here, Jack. I'm just going to bring this down for a moment, the outlook that is. And I'll just turn it off here momentarily. So we've got these yellow boxes. These represent tornado watches. And you can see that we are just now entering the western edge of the tornado watches. Hey, it looks like the join from your post. Shoot, I cannot tell whether this TikTok chat is functioning properly or not. I see that there's people in here, and I should have the chat turned on. So let me know if you guys, if it's working. Let me know in the chat here so I can see you guys talking to me. Looks, I've got allow comments turned on. Oh, I see Violet. Hello, it's working. All right. Good for TikTok, finally fixing their live studio. That's great. Anywho, we got these tornado watches. These are these yellow boxes, and these are effectively areas in which we might see tornadic development today. Now, down here into Texarkana and even into Shreveport, Louisiana, that's not part of that hatched area from the SPC, but I think it's a matter here where we'll have to walk through some modeling, but I can show you guys here that CAPE, or the convective available potential energy, effectively it's the storm fuel, it's the buoyancy to help the warm, moist air rise vertically in the, oh, there's Cappucci, oh, good God. Can we get a bus? Oh, man. I thought he was napping, but he'll be joining us a little bit later this afternoon here. He's been driving all over parts of the South, storm chasing here these past couple of days. But that being said, the Cape is down here near Texarkana and Shreveport, a little higher than what we may see up here into Springfield and Jefferson City and into Little Rock. We can look through some modeling here. And again, all of these are until 8 o'clock Eastern time. But let's take a look at this tornado warning. We have 2 of them here. Now, there's one on the back end here that you can see it is going to expire. So it's pretty much this guy here for Jefferson City. Now, this is just a tornado warning. It's just radar indicated rotation. It's nothing beyond that. And if we look here at the velocity scan, effectively, again, this is showing us our winds. Red representative of winds going away from the radar, green representative of winds going toward it. And you can see right here at the far southern and southwestern edge of the storm that we are seeing a little bit of that. We're going to switch over to the St. Louis radar, and this is giving us a much clearer picture of that embedded spin. You can see that here just south of I-50 west of Jefferson City. For the folks in Jefferson City, you need to be in your safe place right now. Let me pull up some mapping here so I can get you guys some local landmarks. Of course, Jefferson City, Missouri here is home to roughly 43,000 people from the last census there in 2020. But this is, again, just south of Interstate 50 and west of Highway 179. Looks like right here where 50 meets 179 is the Sam's Club. It's just to the west of Sam's Club near West Edgewood Drive. We're going to take a few more looks here to see if there's anything on the ground necessarily. The correlation coefficient would give us an indication of whether or not there's objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. The way that this product works is largely what you're seeing with the red there. Raindrops are very consistent in terms of what their shape looks like generally and where they sit within the atmosphere. But if we are to see any bluer splotches coming into like the middle of the red there, that would give us an indication that there's something being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. Again, the product doesn't necessarily discern whether that's what the objects are. It's just objects that don't belong there. Now, you can see that this storm is discrete. It's off on its own. Whereas the main line off to the west there, I've got to switch to another radar so you can see it. This whole line off to the west, very likely to be what we call a QLCS, or quasi-convective linear system. Quasi-linear convective system, sorry. It's been a long weekend. I was up last night watching night 1 of WrestleMania with my daughter. But either way, what you're going to see here is effectively a big line, a big wall of wind. There could be some embedded spin within that line, but it's this storm right now that's off on its own that's kind of the only star in town here. It right now is, again, just radar indicated. We're going to keep a close eye on it here, but for folks that live in Jefferson City, you need to be in your safe place. Let's switch back to velocity. We'll take a look at things. In fact, Jack, let's pull up Jordan Hall's live streaming camera here. It looks like he's getting a shot of it here from his drone. So TikTok, I can't show this to you because, you know what? We might be able to take this, Jack. It's not like he's driving. TikTok's super weird about showing driving shots there. I think his location is inaccurate, though, Jack. It might need to be updated. So there you go, TikTok. You guys can see this here. So this is Jordan looking toward that tornado-warned storm. Looks like we might have a bit of a wall cloud there at the bottom. Again, a wall cloud is the sudden kind of lowering at the cloud base there. Somewhat hard to tell, being that he's kind of zoomed out, and I'm looking at a monitor here, you know, maybe four feet away from my face. But you can see at the base of the cloud there what we'd call scud, or scattered cumulus under deck. Scud is often confused for spin, and really it looks worse than it actually is. It's kind of like frilly little clouds off of the bottom of the cloud base there. It's very possible it might be trying to put a funnel down there. Remember, big difference between a tornado and a funnel cloud. A funnel cloud, it looks like a tornado, but it's got to touch the ground. And in some signs, in some situations, I should say, there could very well be a tornado on the ground, but it hasn't fully condensed to have that look necessarily. So it really comes down to that vortex coming off of the cloud base and reaching the surface. That's the big difference there. Now, we can see that the rotation is tightening up a little bit here. Jack, if you can pull on the picture-in-picture, we definitely want to show the radar as best we can here. I see folks that are watching on Twitch. What up? I can't pronounce the name correctly. He says, Happy Easter. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well, all things considered, with you and yours. Margaret watching on Facebook. What's going on? We got a lot of folks watching here on TikTok as well. Janet, Happy Easter. Hey, right back at you here. Steamboy says, I can see. Wonderful. Okay, so we're watching the radar indicated rotation. You guys can't see it on TikTok, but you guys can at least see the drone shot here. I wonder if Jordan is going to be able to zoom in a little bit here. And I don't know if he's going to be able to join our call. Robin, this is in Jefferson City, Missouri. So we're keeping a close eye on things here. Jordan is, of course, MyRadar storm chaser. We're going to be joined by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci a little bit later this afternoon. I know that he has been putting in he's been the road warrior here these past couple of days, driving from Iowa and Nebraska to Oklahoma to Texas. I believe that he is, I can't recall where he is. Jack, do you remember where he is? Is he in Wichita? Wichita Falls? I can't recall where Cappucci is. But either way, he will be joining us a little bit later this afternoon. That tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock tonight Eastern time, so we will likely be with you right up into the start of night 2 of WrestleMania. Who do you think is going to win, Cody Rhodes or John Cena? Let me know in the comments. Robin says, hope everyone stays safe. Of course. The good news is right now there's nothing on the ground, although this rotation is tightening up. Remember, this storm is off by itself. It's discrete. It doesn't have to share the energy with anything else. Now, we can see that it's largely socked in by the clouds. It's mostly cloudy here, which is good, all things considered, where, what time is it right now? It's 2 o'clock Eastern time. In Missouri, it's 1 o'clock, right? So, whoa, big lightning strike. So if it, being that we still haven't really hit the prime heating of the day here, that, of course, gives the cloud base more room to grow there. So it looks like Jordan is switching off of the drone. We'll stay here on his camera. Why'd you take it off TikTok? Oh, I hear you. Thank you, Jack. So Jack is he's directing the live stream here in TikTok. We're really concerned about showing you any shots of a dash cam. He's not driving though, Jack. But keep a close eye on it there. We've dealt with issues in the past from hurricane season last year where we had storm chasers that are, of course, experts at doing this, following all traffic laws. They're not driving unsafely. But I think TikTok's AI monitoring for live streams is very, very strict. So it saw the lines of the road, and I don't think liked that at all. which I guess I understand. Yeah, to Jack's point, it probably thought that we were driving and live streaming at the same time, like holding a phone up out the windshield of the car, which of course is not the case. All right, so we're still watching this one storm here. You can see that the rotation in that latest radar scan here that just came in a minute ago is, we're losing it a little bit here. If I jog it back just 5 minutes, you can see that it's struggling in its current environment here. Oh my gosh, people have been sending us a bunch of gifts. Someone just sent a hat not too long ago here. Thank you very much for that. Steam Boy, is that Matt? Oh, it's moving on me. Who is that? Malachi, thank you very much for sending that hat. Steam Boy sending the squirrels and all that all that stuff. Remember, if you guys haven't already, to download the MyRadar app, it's completely free to do so. Of course, we are streaming live on YouTube and on Twitch as well, completely ad-free, being that we are, of course, talking about severe weather, so we will be uninterrupted and ad-free through the duration of this live stream. So wherever that you are happening to watch us, be sure to follow us. We would really appreciate it. What's going on with this shot there, Jack? It's black. Oh, there we go. All right, so Jordan's on the move there. Man, beautiful out there. I've been to Missouri? I don't think I've been to Missouri. Airports don't count. I'm fairly certain I've been to the St. Louis airport before, but in my opinion, airports don't count. You gotta spend some time in there. I know Cappucci, he says that you have to be out of your vehicle and eat a meal there to count as visiting there. Hey, Conan on Twitch, sending the MyRadar icon emoji. That's awesome. Thank you very much. All right. Robin says sirens going off in Cole County, Missouri. So remember, is that where this is? Yeah. So tornado sirens are good in the sense that it gets people into the mindset of a possible tornado, but if you lose power, they're not going to do much good. But you need to be prepared. This thing is lifting to the north and east. So again, for folks that are in Jefferson City, you still need to be in your safe place. We're keeping a close eye on this storm here. I'm using that St. Louis radar. You can see it's off by itself, which of course would be a sign of it could potentially getting worse before it gets better, being that it doesn't have to share. I'm not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient that would suggest there's anything on the ground. Perhaps actually right here earlier in its life, you can see right here the blues kind of in with the reds. That would give some indication that there was maybe something on the ground for a moment there. But as of right now, not too much going on. All right. Thank you very much for taking the time to hang out with us this afternoon. It looks like they're on the southern side of the line, all the way down here. We've got some severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up here. Do I have those turned on? Hang on. I might have had them turned off. No, I turned it on. There we go. All right, so we've got a severe thunderstorm warning down here, northeast of Muskogee. So that's going to give us an indication that here over the next maybe hour or so, that this line is going to start getting cooking here. Interestingly enough as well, you're kind of getting this occluding on itself, where you're seeing the line kind of stretching farther to the east while you still have that main line up here that's still oriented southwest to the northeast. So it's possible that we start seeing that low-level jet coming in from the south here that begins to give some spin to these storms down here near Fayetteville. But we'll keep a close eye on things as it develops. You can see that little bit of a kink here in that Jefferson City tornado warned storm. But using that radar, not giving us much indication of any kind of rotation. I got to switch back to St. Louis here. So we're going to keep an eye on things. Jordan is out there. The tornado watch is in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. And we will likely be with you here for the next several hours. All right. Cappucci will be joining us at some point. Oh, there's Jordan. Looks like Jordan just got out of the car to do a little brief update. He just posted on the MyRadar X account. Jack, if you take it in the web browser and I have audio, will it come through the broadcast? Let's give it a rip. All right, switch over to the web browser here. I'll jog Jordan back to the start. Just let me know when you got it. No worries. All right. It looks like TikTok said no sound detected. That was weird. All right, so here we go. Let's see if you guys let me know in the chat if you guys can hear the audio here. This is Storm Chaser Jordan Hall from Jefferson, Missouri. What'd you say, Jack? Oh, audio's not coming through? Can't hear anything? Okay, no worries. Now we know. We definitely want to get that resolved if we can, but no worries. All right, let's switch back. Jack, if you want to switch back to the app, take that in full. Cool. So we've got another 16 minutes to go on this tornado warning. We'll see whether or not it puts anything down. Jordan is on it right now. You can see his camera there if you are watching in the app on YouTube. Anywhere but TikTok, because we're not going to show you the driving shot. It makes us very concerned. That's our only active tornado warning right now. But I think here over the next couple of hours, we're just now kind of coming into the part of the day where you're going to see things cooking. So this is lifting northward toward Holt Summit and Lake Mikeytown. What a name. Kind of running parallel to Interstate 63 and 54 there. Actually, the 63 and 54 interchange kind of splitting the gap there. So we'll see if this is going to get extended rather quickly here by the National Weather Service. So we'll see what we got here. All right. Steamboy, thank you very much for that gift on TikTok. Kayla, what's going on? James, how are you? Watching on Facebook. We got people joining us from all platforms here on this Easter Sunday. Let me know what you guys are, what your Easter plans are with your families. What's on the dinner table tonight? I'll say, growing up as a Jewish person in New York, Easter not a holiday that I often celebrated with my family. Although on my mom's side, some folks did. So we didn't really have necessarily like an Easter dinner. But now my two kids, I think they're doing an Easter egg hunt with their mom right now. All right, so the tornado warning just got kind of condensed down. Someone says if it's Easter, no tornadoes for 3 days. Listen, going back to 2020, we had a pretty wild tornado outbreak Easter weekend. That was, again, 5 years ago now. I remember our studio was different. I was seated over there near the window in our old studio, and we were streaming for hours. That was a crazy tornado outbreak. I believe earlier this week, Will Cano posted something on our YouTube page and on our TikTok account and Instagram, I believe, just a vertical video talking about that Easter outbreak. Perhaps you can show it a little later. It's really, really well done. But that was kind of our last big severe weather outbreak on Easter. But again, now a 10% hatched risk for these strong tornadoes. Again, that's EF2 and above today. We're kind of now just getting started right now. All right, so this tornado warning, still 13 minutes to go. It looks like they dropped the southern side of it off. Jefferson City, no longer in that tornado risk. But we've got, it looks like just west of downtown, so Cedar City, which is right over here across the river, not in it as well. This is the Missouri River, as you guys can see here, Grays Creek, Cedar Creek here. So it remains to be seen whether or not they're going to take it over the Missouri River toward Holt Summit there. An Iron Wing Ranch, that's kind of right here along Interstate 63. We shall see what they do. But as of right now, just radar indicated rotation. And, last I saw, well, it's tightening up now, jumping over the river. You guys can definitely see it here. If I had to guess, you're going to see this extended momentarily here. But this is a telltale sign that we are seeing things strengthening. This was the last scan there about 7 minutes ago. And then, boom, there's the newest one, right? Red, representative of winds going away from the radar site. In this case, it's this radar over here near St. Louis. And then green is representative of winds going toward it. So when you start to see that kind of coming together in the midst of whether it's the green or the red, it's indicative of tightening up, some spin, right? This is what the National Weather Service would deem as radar indicated rotation. You can see the source here in the language of the warning. They also have, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. This did indeed produce a tornado earlier this afternoon. And for that, I'm going to pull up on our X account here, Jack. Stand by. Let me pin that at the top of the profile. And then, Jack, if you want to switch over to the web browser here just for a moment, you can see this post from Cappucci on X about an hour ago. This was from Jordan Hall's feed in the app, which I'll show you guys how to see that. I can't really zoom in here. But it's right here. Can you guys see my mouse cursor? You should be able to. I know it's really small on TikTok, but it's right there in the center of the screen. You guys can see that, right? Condensed right down. That is the tornado. That's this same storm here. So it's lifted back up, but that's why that language says that it has a history of producing tornadoes. So it looks like the spin has now just about to jump the Missouri River. I would have to imagine that we're going to see this tornado warning extended up here toward Clifton and Cedar Creek here. Let me get the locators there. Looks like it's about to enter some a rural part of Missouri here, just west of Holt's Summit here. We shall see. Looks like there's some businesses there, and then Claysville is up here to the west. It's way over here to the west. So we'll see what they do here momentarily. I'm trying to get you some locators here. Roy Wayne Road, it looks like that's what that is right here. County Road 397. Yeah. Weathercraft, the Lubering Oil Company Incorporated, right there. I mean, there's spin all up this thing. It's very broad, though. You can see that the spin, while this is the area we're concerned about, you can see that broadly speaking, and the overshooting top of the storm, you are seeing some of that spin west of New Bloomfield. But it's down here where we are keeping a keen eye on here. On the correlation coefficient, not necessarily showing me anything that would indicate that there's something on the ground, but we will keep a keen eye locked into this storm. We've got another 9 minutes to go. We shall see whether or not they extend this to go over the Missouri River here momentarily. April on TikTok just got here. Can you tell me what it might look like for... I can't pronounce that. Arkansas. Yeah, well, once this tornado warning has expired, I think we'll talk more about the greater pattern at large, okay? So just hang out. What's my take on Springfield, Missouri? Yeah, just stand by, and we'll kind of talk about everything at large. Oh, it says Drewski just joined. Is it the Drewski? That would be awesome. Doubt it. But for all you folks that are asking in chat, Amy on YouTube, hello and happy Easter. Likewise, right back at you. Conan on Twitch says it's dying out. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's trying, and this does have a history of producing a storm here. Jack, you want to go back to Jordan here? I see him in the bottom right here. Let's take Jordan in full. It looks like he's trying to get under it. Perfect. There we go. I mean, listen, it's kind of messy out there right now. But conditions are right for some kind of development. Further development, I should say. You guys are saying no audio? I see audio levels on my side. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Give me a thumbs up or a yes, or let me know in all the chats. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Should be able to. I'm seeing levels on my end. And it should be of a good volume. Yeah, Gam can hear me. Yuri can hear me. Cool. All right. Just making sure. So we've got another 8 minutes to go here on this warning. Man, there's Jordan's shot of the drone. See if we can see some lightning here. He's zooming in. Jack, you can take this on TikTok too. Let's show it to those folks. So this is what's really cool about when Jordan Hall live storm chases for us. With his encoder, he's able to switch between his dash cam and then his drone camera. So this is a live look at that storm here over Jefferson County. Oh, is Jordan landing? Jordan very well might be landing there. Yep, I think Jordan is landing. So he's trying to be on the move. Well, you saw it there for a minute. Oh, and there goes the tornado warning. It has expired. So we shall see whether or not they are going to reissue one, because I can see that there is some rotation in there, but I don't think that we have any others. We've got this severe thunderstorm warning down here near Arkansas. But we'll kind of talk about the pattern at large here in just a moment. And I will... TikTok does have audio. Cool. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. Yeah, I see people in the chat saying yes, which is good. But either way. So we will keep rolling on here. We've got roughly 6 hours to go on this tornado watch. All right. So let's bring it back to the top, folks, of Jack. We're showing him driving now on TikTok. So let's switch off of that, please. Thank you. All right. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I hope you are doing well here on this Easter Sunday, April 20th, 4/20. It is 2:23 Eastern Standard Time. We are tracking severe weather today. There's an enhanced risk for it. If I go into the app here, and I'm going to go to the weather outlooks and toggle that on, I'm just going to have to brighten it up for you here. The evil avocado is back once again. The pit of the avocado, if you will, right here. The orange color here, that is a level 3 out of 5, an enhanced risk for severe weather today. The biggest threat out of this severe threat is going to be the possibility of strong tornadoes. Jack, let's take it over to the web browser computer here for a moment. And I will show folks some effectively of what that means and how it breaks down. So you can see here, if I go out, this is the SPC, and there's that we were just looking at it, the enhanced risk area that is for most of Missouri, in fact, and a good chunk of northern Arkansas. But if I go in deeper here, you can see the different threats. So we have tornado, severe wind, hail, okay? But if we go to the tornado here, you can see the yellow color, which is representative of a 10 to 14% risk of a tornado within 25 miles of a single point. But then these little dashed lines, or a hatched area, is effectively adding a little asterisk to the risk area. And what that's showing us is a 10% or greater probability of a stronger tornado, that being an EF2 or above, okay? Now, that goes into northern Arkansas as well. So if I go back here, I just have to go to Arkansas, and I'll show you here. So that includes Mountain Home, Fayetteville, Harrison, Russellville, Batesville, Conway. And if I go back to Missouri, you can see that it includes almost the entire state, which includes Columbia, Jefferson City, Lebanon, Rolla, Springfield, Joplin, Branson, West Plains. Okay? It does not, the hatched area, include St. Louis, nor Memphis. Memphis is real close to it, though. Okay. Looks like Doc on YouTube saying the storm just rolled over his parents' house near Jefferson City. Everything okay? No damage. I'm glad to hear. Just heavy rain. Great. So again, we're taking the time while things are calm right now to kind of walk you through the general forecast here. So Jack, switch back to the app for a moment. I just want to sign in on our graphics here. You know what? It's all good. You can go back and show it. So this is courtesy of our good buddies over there at Weather Bell. We're going to take a look here at the HRRR. That's the High Resolution Rapid Refresh model. So this is available to us at a 3-kilometer resolution, meaning it looks at data in 3-kilometer chunks, which is very high resolution, especially when you compare that to something like the GFS, right, which can give us we can look farther out into the future, but it's not as high resolution. So let's go back to the HRRR. We are going to select the Deep South here. No, actually, we're not going to pick the Deep South. We're going to do South Central. Shenandoah, that's going to be way too far. Yeah, no. What am I doing? See, we're in a weird spot here where if I click a particular state, I guess I could pick Missouri. And that kind of puts Arkansas in there too. So now we're going to look at this is the latest run here, almost complete, and we can take this into 1-hour chunks. This is effectively just a model. Remember, this is not a forecast, not a guarantee of what's going to happen. This is just giving us kind of an idea of what is possible. You can see as we expand things out, so this is kind of like where we're at now-ish, and you can see that over the next couple of hours, you start to see this kind of come together into a line, right? One thing that's important to note, if I jog it out a little bit more, and I know Cappucci spoke about this in his forecast video that we sent out earlier today, that when you have it kind of, I guess that would be a forward-facing slash, right? That's indicative of things being a little bit stronger down here, right? As it swings outward like that. Now, one thing that's important to recognize here as well is that when you're starting to see this bend here, that is what we call a bow echo, like when you pull back on a bow and it bends. This is showing us that the winds are likely going to be very strong and potent within this line here. Within that line, we could get some embedded spin, but it's these little guys out ahead of the main line, these little supercells here, that could give us our strong tornadoes today. We're still not really even in the heart of that tornado watch just yet. I mean, we've got another 5-ish hours to go on that tornado watch. But you can see that the threat really diminishes as we get into the overnight hours, where it's still a decent little line there. But the biggest impacts will come here over the next couple of hours. If we're going to see our tornado on the ground, it will likely come here in the next couple of hours, just based on the forecast at large. Now, if I go here and we'll take a look at the, let's do helicity tracks. So helicity is effectively showing us the propensity of the spin in the lower levels of the atmosphere, right? And you can see that the helicity tracks do give us some indication that here across central Missouri, that helicity values are high enough that we, again, might see that spin in the lower levels of the atmosphere to give us tornadic development. But one of the more important ingredients is this. This is CAPE. We spoke about this earlier. Excuse me. Now, CAPE stands for Convective Available Potential Energy, effectively giving us that buoyancy, what we need to lift storms. And anything above 1 to 2,000 is quite high. Anything above that is very high, right? But you can see those readings here, particularly where kind of along the border of Arkansas and Missouri, we've got CAPE readings up and above 12 to 1,300 there. And that does go all the way up here toward Jefferson City, upwards and above about 1,000 joules per kilogram, right? You can see that as we advance into the afternoon hours, we start to see some of our bigger readings popping up, 1712, 1646, 1372 there. And if I go out again, you can see 1428, 1451, 1450, again, giving us that indication that the buoyancy, that the moist air, the storm fuel is present, okay? Now, if we look at the STP, or the Significant Tornado Parameter, this is looking at wind shear, it's looking at the CAPE, it's looking at a bunch. This is effectively an index that's taking a lot of factors into account and scoring it from 0 to 10, 10 being a slam dunk for a significant tornado, that being an EF3 and above. Anything above a 4 to 5, if not a 6 there, is a good indication. You can see kind of the purples there. It's not a guarantee, of course. It's just showing you whether or not the ingredients are present. And you can see that as I advance things out into the afternoon hours, you start to see some of that getting highlighted there over west central Missouri, down toward Fayetteville and Arkansas. And then it begins to lift into central Missouri as we head into these next couple of hours. Here at 22Z, so that's going to be roughly 6 o'clock-ish Eastern, so that would be 5 o'clock-ish Central, if somewhere around that window of time, that you're going to see some of our higher readings. There's a 7 there, if not up closer to 8 on the STP. And then here on the back end, flashing upward to 10, although I don't necessarily buy that all that much. Right here. So that would be what part of the world? That would be just west of St. Louis. Yeah, that's kind of Springfield, Jefferson City, right in there. So it's where we saw that storm go through earlier today. Okay? So for any folks that are watching here in the chat, by the way, if you're watching on TikTok, thank you very much. It's a platform that we have really tried to grow here over the past couple of months. Please follow us here on the platform. We'd really appreciate it. It's completely free to do so. It's somewhere above my head. That way you know whenever we drop a new TikTok, or of course whenever we go live. Tap on the screen as well. Show your support that way. We're over 2,000 likes. We appreciate it very, very much. And all the folks that have been sending all the gifts, Steamboy, Malachi, Astro Chaser, thank you very much for your continued support. We really, really appreciate it. If, of course, you're watching on Twitch, we'd appreciate it if you are to follow us. You don't have to subscribe if you don't want to, but again, you can show your support that way as well. Again, we really appreciate it. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, follow us here as well. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. It really helps us break through the algorithm. But anywho, as I yammer on about our social media platforms, we have got another tornado warning. Jack, let's jump back to it. It is that same storm that did produce a tornado earlier today. It's the storm that Jordan is chasing right now. So it is just north and west of Jefferson City. If you've been watching here for the past 20 minutes or so, you're not surprised that this is here. I would have to imagine it's going to be quick. 41 minutes. Okay. So this is for northwestern Callaway County in central Missouri. That includes Fulton, Kingdom City, and Auvasse. Let me know if you live here and help me with the pronunciation. Auxvasse. Auvasse? Try my best here. New Bloomfield as well. You need to be in your safe place. This is east of the Columbia Regional Airport. Let's take a look at the velocity scan, see what we can find. So I've got to switch back to the St. Louis radar. And there we go. Our spin is right here to the west of New Bloomfield. Again, using the per station radar functionality in the MyRadar app, which you can download for free across all major mobile platforms. If you want to do what I'm doing here and you want to kind of dive deeper, if you want to dive deeper into all of the pro functionality that's in MyRadar, you can activate a free trial right now in the app by going to the settings menu. It looks like the gear icon on the toolbar. Here I'm using Windows, and then you can see premium subscription. I have the little check because I have it unlocked here, but whatever platform you are on, if you go there and then click on premium features, you can activate a free trial for 72 hours. So give it a whirl. Let us know. There's so many awesome features that you unlock in there beyond just the per station radar. Anyway, we've got a real tightening here occurring just to the west of Interstate 54. So for folks that live here along County Road 328, you need to be in your safe place. Let me get a location here. You see if I zoom out here, you can really get a good idea as to what's going on here. This is approaching what looks to be Guthrie. That is up here, west of the Columbia Regional Airport. So that's northwest of New Bloomfield there. So you need to be in your safe place if you live anywhere here in this polygon. That does include downrange here at this airport as well. This looks to be a teeny little airport. Again, lowest floor of your home, a basement is best. If you don't have a basement, it's going to be the first floor of your home. Really tightening up on us here. Let's see if on the correlation coefficient we have anything. Not quite just yet, but this storm does have a history of producing. This does have a history of producing tornadoes. Hey, whatever social media platform you're watching on, we really appreciate it if you are to share the live stream as well. We want to make sure that folks that live in this part of the world are aware of what's happening. You never know if you know someone that knows someone that lives here near the Columbia Regional Airport or near Jefferson County, Missouri. Let them know what's going on here. I see all you folks watching on TikTok. Appreciate it very much. Your continued support. Let me toggle the follow off. All right. So there's our spin. It's going over some very rural airports or areas here. Where did it go? There we go. So this is on its way to Fulton. That's this airport right here is the Fulton Municipal Airport. So it's just to your southwest. Okay. So for folks at 519, it's a wedding venue there. Right here, you need to be in your safe place. I can't imagine many folks are getting married on Easter, but hey, I mean, there's only 365 days to get married, right? So this is one of them. The Vandalect Stabbin' Cabin. What a name. Holy cow, that's right down here. You need to be in your safe place as well. And of course, there's so many area churches here. The Shepherdsville Community Church up near the airport. Of course, it is Easter Sunday. People are going to be at church, I would imagine. The good news is it looks like we are losing that rotation. I mean, look at this radar scan just previously west of New Bloomfield, and this is kind of where we're at now. So that rotation becoming a lot more broad. Marcus asking, any spin on storms northeastern Oklahoma? Not necessarily, not yet. And that's going to be more of a threat for Arkansas than it is for Oklahoma today. Violet, where is this? This is in Missouri, near Fulton, Missouri. This is the Columbia Regional Airport right here. So we're losing the spin. We have a little BWER in there? No, that's just a... So interesting what's happening here. You can see out ahead of it, there's some condensation occurring, right? And as we advance, you're seeing that this is kind of merging together here. Now, that is kind of acting to take away from the storm's upper bound limitations here. Remember, these discrete storms that are off on their own, that being discrete as opposed to the more linear storm mode, they want to be on their own. Let's take Jordan's camera there, Jack. Jefferson City, he's looking at this particular storm. We have absolutely got a wall cloud there. That's what you're seeing there on the kind of the left center of the screen. Take it in full there, Jack, and switch it with the app. So there's our wall cloud. You can kind of see it at the base, kind of now coming off to the right. I wish I had a like a John Madden style telestrator here, but that's our wall cloud. This is the sudden lowering from the cloud. That is where, if we are going to see a tornado, is where it's going to come from. Jordan, of course, is one of the best in the business, so he is at a safe distance. Jordan has been following this storm through its entire journey here through Missouri. Cappucci posted on X before that Jordan seemingly teleported to it, and he's not wrong. So you can kind of see the little beaver tail there on the right-hand side of the wall cloud there. Again, imagine it, if you will, because I can't draw on it here. You've got that kind of V shape coming down, at the front side of the cloud. But then, do you see that little like thumb kind of little cloud that's come out of the bottom of it? That's the wall cloud. That sudden lowering coming off of the base of the cloud deck, I should say. So it looks like Jordan is repositioning. Jack, let's get out of this on TikTok while he does so. We'll return. We'll return once we see what it is we're looking at here. So Jordan is on it. That rotation is still present. It's right here as we look at the app. Jack, take it in picture there so folks can see. TikTok can see it here. All right. And if you guys have any questions for me at any point, I will try my best to answer as many as we can. The good news is right now there's not too many folks clogging up the chat. So I'm here for you guys. If I zoom on out here, you can see we have these yellow boxes. These are tornado watches that are in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. That includes Shreveport, Texarkana, Little Rock, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Springfield, Joplin, Jefferson City, Columbia. Okay? So we've got some spin tightened up here west of the Fulton Municipal Airport here, north of New Bloomfield. That being said, it's becoming a bit more broad now. And this is the radar site here. We're kind of splitting the gap between multiple ones. What if I switch to this radar? No. Looks like the St. Louis one is going to give us our best. Violet is asking, where is this? This is in Missouri, west of Fulton, Missouri, east of the Columbia Regional Airport. What's up, Javier? We've got another 32 minutes to go on this. This is a confirmed tornado. So this is now a confirmed tornado. I didn't see. Oh, there it is. Okay. There it is. We've got a tornado on the ground right here. So the correlation coefficient product, right? This is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, okay? So normally the red, right, would show you the rain, which is rather consistent in shape, and that's what this radar product is designed to be able to detect. But when you start to see the blues coming in here, that is showing us that there's objects that are being lofted vertically that don't necessarily belong there, that aren't rain. So that could really be anything. This is indicative of a tornado being on the ground, okay? So for folks, again, that live here southwest of Fulton, you need to be in your safe place. This is approaching the Fulton Municipal Airport. The Shepherdsville Community Church and Shepherd's Company is west of this airport here. You need to be in your safe place. It is Easter Sunday. I would have to imagine that people are at church services. If you guys are there and you are listening to me, be in a safe place. That is a basement. Of course, a storm shelter is going to be the safest place if you live in or rather, if you're at church and they do not have a basement. You want to be not necessarily, I guess, in the chapel. You've got big windows there. You need to be in a central location. It could be a hallway, perhaps the ministry's main offices. If you're in a room with windows, you are in the wrong room. You need to be centrally located. Put as much of the outside between you and the outside as possible here. Okay, so we are lifting west of the airport here. This is very rural out here, but Cedar Oaks Drive is right here. County Road 325 and 315. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground west of the Fulton Municipal Airport. Jordan is chasing that storm. We'll see if we can get a look at it here. But again, on the correlation coefficient product, right there, the blue color, that is the tornado on the ground. We've got a new tornado warning to the southwest. Is that Arkansas? Oh, it's in Oklahoma, southeastern Oklahoma. Someone, Marcus, was asking about that. It's just radar indicated. We'll look at that momentarily, but we've got a tornado on the ground here. I don't want to go away from it. All right. Well, you've got me. I'm not going anywhere, folks. I am here, walking you through what we got going on right now. This is what I expected this part of the day for things to get cooking here. All right, so thank you very much for joining us. Again, wherever you're watching from, we'd really appreciate it if you guys were to share the live stream. We want to make sure as many people are made aware of the active weather as possible. Okay. So here's Fulton. And the airport it's just to the west of the airport. So we're coming up on Highway 304 County 304 and County Road 305. It's a very rural interchange here in Missouri. This is the tornado. It's wrapped up in rain. Jordan is trying to show it to us here. And what you're seeing right here could very well be some of that debris that has started to fall. Yeah, someone's saying outside of Oklahoma. Yeah, we do have another tornado warning there. We'll take a look. We got two of them actually now. We're just going to stay here a little bit longer, being that there's a tornado confirmed on the ground. I can show you, zooming out here momentarily. It's all the way down here, right? So real quick, we'll take a look at these. Okay. We've got a pair of tornado warnings. This one here for the next 42 minutes. This includes southeastern LaFleur County and southeastern Oklahoma. This is for the next 42 minutes, just radar indicated rotation. Then we've got this one here. 27 minutes to go on this one. This is radar indicated as well. McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma. Okay. So this is all part of that line now that's starting to kind of work its way eastward. But we have got a confirmed tornado up here. And look at how this storm is just by itself. All the other storms are part of that larger line. This one is by itself. We're starting to see it weakening a little bit, though, which is good, just to the west of the Fulton Municipal Airport here in the Morgan Soccer Complex, which is good. Good thing. Hey, if you guys are watching on TikTok, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us here. It's free to do so. We'd really, really appreciate it. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video, or of course, whenever we go live. It looks like we're at 115,000 followers. That is awesome. And hey, tap on the screen. Show your support that way, too. We'd really appreciate it. We're at 2.3 thousand likes. See if we can run it up to 3. So we're just west of the airport. Working our way toward Kingdom City there. Okay, so it's lifting north and west away from the airport now and is on its way toward Kingdom City. Looks like that's Missouri, the Central Christian Church. You need to be in your safe place. Of course, that is in Fulton, Missouri. Looks to be a more rural church. We're starting to see that signature go away a little bit, which is good. It's possible that tornado might have lifted. It's wrapped up in rain. I see Jordan shot up here. It's not jumping out to me. At least, I'm seeing it in a small little box. But again, be in your safe place. You do not want to be outside. Pardon me. Those of you that are watching the chat, let me know where you're watching from. At some point here soon, we are going to be joined by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who will be tracking storms along with me. I've got someone watching, it looks like from Wichita Falls, Texas, Oklahoma. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Another Wichita Falls there. Oh, someone said my kids are in Jefferson City. Yeah, I mean, this was tornado warned over Jefferson City not long ago. Southeast coast of North Carolina, watching on X. A little far away from today's action. Someone said, does Springfield, Missouri have to worry tonight? Well, I would say you never want to be worried, right? You always want to be prepared. As the expression goes, if you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail, right? So know where to go to. Know where your safe place is. Let's jump back down here, look at these storms. Again, that could be a storm shelter if you don't have one. It could be a basement. I know that a lot of folks that live in the South, myself included, we're coming to you live from Orlando, Florida. I don't have a basement here. The water table's too high. So for me, my safe place in my home is underneath the stairs. It's a small closet, but there's enough room for my wife and I, our 2 kids, pardon me. Whew. Did not get a lot of sleep last night. Sorry about that. There's enough room for my whole family and my 2 dogs underneath the staircase, right? So that's centrally located in my home. So I would say, Melia, don't be worried. Just know if you are under a tornado warning, where to go in your house to keep yourself the safest. If you are in a mobile home, that is not safe whatsoever. Mobile homes become mobile, let alone to be lofted vertically, but potentially even tip over, right? It's very dangerous. So especially so if you live in a mobile home, you need to know where to go to. Perhaps it is a community storm shelter or, hang on. I'm going to pull up an awesome website for you guys here. We'll show this in a moment, but let's do it right now, Jack. While we got this. This is courtesy of Dr. Craig Ceci, friend of the show. This is his website, findyourtornadoshelter.com. It is a fantastic website that he has built up himself. All you have to do is, let's go up here. Let's go to Missouri. Let's go to Jefferson City. And this is all community driven. He's put all these in the map. You can click on a storm shelter, and it shows you this one in Holt Summit at the Callaway County Tornado Shelter. It even has the address. You can click this little arrow to get directions too. How about this one out near Lynn? This is at the Osage County, Missouri Tornado Shelter at the Lynn State Technical College of Missouri. One Technology Drive, right? So no matter where you live, you are able to get so much amazing information. So for the person there in Springfield, right? If you don't know whether or not you have a storm shelter near you, look at all these ones that are available to you. This is one at the Springfield Sunshine Elementary, generally restricted to students and staff during school hours, but open to the public otherwise, ideally those within short driving distance. So courtesy of our good buddy, Dr. Craig Ceci, findyourtornadoshelter.com. If you're concerned, right, and you live in a mobile home particularly, you need to know where your safe place is, okay? Let's jump back to the app, Jack. Let's go take a look at that storm we've got up near Jefferson City in Columbia. It's still totally isolated, and we can see that it is indeed trying to spin up again. This was a confirmed tornado not long ago. You can see here on the correlation coefficient product that signature has weakened considerably. If I go back a couple of scans, you can see right here, that was our tornado right there. But if I go out 1-2 more scans here, over the past, so that was 41. So 12 minutes ago, you can see that it has begun to lift, right? So it is likely not on the ground anymore, right? Jordan is chasing that. And if you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, you can see Jordan's shot. We're not going to show it on TikTok. We're a little concerned about showing driving footage, but we will keep a keen eye on things as it develops. There you go, Sandy Rose. Thank you very much on YouTube. It's one of our mods, Sandy Rose. Findyourtornadoshelter.com. Fantastic, fantastic website and an excellent resource to keep you and yours safe if you do not know where your storm shelter is. Again, to remind you guys, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar coming at you live here on 4/20, Easter Sunday, just short of 3 o'clock Eastern Time. We are tracking the possibility of strong tornadoes today on this Easter Sunday. I, of course, am joined by Jack, our director in the back. I don't know, Jack, if your camera is working or not, if you can wave to the people. But Jack is joining me here on this holiday, assisting things, making sure that y'all are safe. We will be joined by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci a little bit later on. He is, of course, out and storm chasing this time of year. So if there are hailstones falling where you live, Cappucci is not far away. We've got the trio of tornado warnings here. You can see this yellow outline here on the map. These represent tornado watches. That includes Little Rock, Conway, Russellville, Arkadelphia, Texarkana, Shreveport, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Springfield, Jefferson City, Columbia, all under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. Central Time. At that point, things likely to diminish quite considerably. Just in time for night 2 of WrestleMania. Let me know if you guys watched night 1. My daughter is 7 years old. She is super into it right now. I took her to the Kia Center when they were here in town, in Orlando, and she loves it. She was very excited for Jey Uso to win last night, and for Cody Rhodes to wrestle tonight. We'll see how that goes. All right. Let me know where you guys are watching from in the chat. I will try my best to answer as many of your questions as those that come in. I know, of course, it is a holiday, but Mother Nature doesn't care what day it is, whether it's your birthday, Easter, Christmas, Hanukkah. Mother Nature doesn't care. One thing I'll point out here, this line stretching from Joplin to Springdale, south to Fort Smith, this is, I mean, it's very narrow, but it's very mean. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in there and 2 tornado warnings. So down here, you've got that lower level jet coming in. Let me turn on the winds. We haven't done that yet today. I've got ground-based wind selected. Let me turn it on. So in the MyRadar app, you just go into the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards on the toolbar. I got Fleety asking about Fulton. Yeah, we were just talking about that. I'll jump back to it in a moment. But you can see here at the lower levels of the atmosphere, coming in off of the Gulf, you've got the winds coming in here off of the Gulf from the southeast. You can really see actually right here where that trough is down at the surface. But either way, right, you've got the winds coming in hard from the south, right? And then if I switch to the jet stream, which is the air upstairs, and this is all free in the MyRadar app, you'll see that those jet stream winds coming in from the southwest. So as that jet stream dip is coming in from the southeast, and you can kind of see how that trough is tilting, right? So we are totally, it's a big reason why that negative tilt that you're seeing, it's that like forwards facing slash shape that you are seeing right now that is going to give the oomph necessary to get that tornadic development. But either way, winds coming in from the southwest upstairs, and then at the surface coming in from the south. So that's given us that wind shear necessary to get the spin, right? And that's why down here at the surface, we've got these tornado-warned storms. I'm not seeing anything that's jumping out at me that we've got any embedded rotation, perhaps right here west of Hatfield. So you need to be in your safe place. Let's go back up here to the storm over Fulton. This is in Missouri. So this storm did put down a tornado earlier this afternoon, then put down another one. Right now, again, it did lift, and we saw that here on the correlation coefficient product. If I go back to, what was it, 248? Right here. Just got to go back a little bit. Right there. That was the tornado, right? Just to the southwest, it was a church there. And again, it's Easter. People are probably going to church today, if I had to guess. Right? So that little spot, the little splotch of blue, that was our tornado. You can see that it lifted just west of the Fulton Municipal Airport and a soccer complex, and is now not there. The rotation is fairly broad, although there is some spin here at the south side of the storm over Kingdom City. We'll keep a close eye on it here. John Ross, watching on Facebook. Today is his birthday, 36 years old. Happy birthday. Shout out to 1989. I am also turning 36. Crazy. In June. Shout out to my Geminis watching in the chat. So happy birthday to you, John. I hope your birthday is filled with everything you could ever want today. And what I want is some caffeine. I'm going to have to grab that here momentarily. Unless, Jack, if you could help me out and grab me maybe a Coke Zero from the fridge, that'd be awesome. Or one of those little Dr. Pepper Zeros. That'd be great. Not going to ask you to make coffee. I'll get one of those later. All right. Thank you very much, Jack. I appreciate it. Jack is very camera shy, does not want to be on camera. So I'm sure he'll walk in here like covering up his face. Jumping back, whose birthday is it? The Philly fanatic? So we've got this, is that 3 tornado warnings, or is it that it's crossing the border there? Yeah, 3 tornado warnings, all part of kind of the same storm. And then this one up here near Fulton that's really small. But this has been the most interesting one. It's produced a tornado 2 separate times at the very least. Jordan Hall is chasing that one. And I'll have to wait till Jack comes back. I'll show you guys how you can follow your favorite chasers. Looks like we have a new tornado warning now in effect for Joplin. It just came up as I was looking at it. So here it is, just west of Springfield. So let's take a look at it here. Now, this is a kink in the line, right? We talked about this earlier today. So this very potent line here, you can see how it's fairly straight and then a little kink right here west of Joplin. So that is because, again, of that negative tilt, that low-level jet that's starting to really get going. Remember, it's 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Central. We're just now kind of hitting the prime heating of the day. So this ground that's just being blasted with sun, if of course it is, if it's sunny. Thank you very much, Jack. I appreciate it. There's that kink in the line. Let's take a look at it here. So jumping into velocity, it's right here. Right? This is going to be part of a larger line of storms. It's going to be embedded within it. Hang on 1 second. Woo! Jack would not be happy with me if I got to put this in one of our awesome MyRadar koozies. Isn't that sweet? Oh, I spilled nothing. We're good. We're good. No, we're good. We're good. All right. So Galena, Carl Junction, Morani. Let me know in the chat if you guys live there. Hey, Esther Ruth, thank you for sharing the live. For those of you that are watching in here, share it. We've got an active tornado warning here. Joplin, Missouri, of course, home to the last. So there's been 2 EF5 tornadoes in recent history, going back to 2013. Moore, Oklahoma, and then of course Joplin, Missouri. They are no strangers to strong tornadoes. So if we go and we look here at the line here, this is west of Springfield. I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me right now with the correlation coefficient, right? So there's nothing on the ground. This is just radar indicated, but we will read it. So southeastern Cherokee County in southeastern Kansas, western Jasper County in southwestern Missouri. This is for the next 26 minutes. Radar indicated rotation here as part of that kink in the line there. Ms. Glitterati, what's your YouTube? youtube.com/myradar. Come join us over there. Shout out to Jordan Hall, as Sandy Rose just said. Yeah, we've got Jordan here chasing that storm up in Fulton. But Jack, if you're back now, just to show folks, in the MyRadar app, this is completely free. If you tap on the layers menu, which, by the way, you should download the app. That's what I'm using here on Windows. We've got it on the iPad here next to me. You can download it on your Android device. Mac OS now, you can download the iPad version on a Mac computer. Apple TV, you can take it in the car with CarPlay and Google built in. So MyRadar is everywhere, even on your Amazon devices as well. But here in the layers menu, looks like that stack of cards on the toolbar toward the bottom is the video/storm chasers layer. If you toggle that on, you start to see these little play buttons appearing on the map. Those are storm chasers. And so courtesy of our partners at Severe Studios, you tap on the chaser. This is Matthew Jones here, right? And you can pull it up and we can get a live feed. He's at Buc-ee's. Oh, man, I wish we were with Matthew. Shout out to Buc-ee's. But this is Matthew's feed here. Again, courtesy of our friends over at Severe Studios. And what's really neat here, let's just say you want to keep watching Matthew and you keep storm tracking as well. Right here, up near the expand button is the picture-in-picture button. And you can hit that. And now, all of a sudden, we've got Matthew there. Right? Hit the play. Matthew's video is live. I can resize it. I mean, make it large. We can make it small, medium size, right? Can put it right there. And we can keep tracking storms all while watching the live feed. How cool is that, right? So that's Matthew. TikTok, you're not seeing this. Sorry about that. Of course, there's Jordan Hall. He's on that storm in Fulton. He is relentlessly chasing it. So we can take Jordan in picture, right? You can track the storm just like that. Isn't that sweet? That's totally free to do. Storm Chasers layer. So big shout out to our partners at Sphere Studios. All right. Okay, so let's keep an eye here on this kink in the line. You can see it trying its best here, just to the southwest of Carl Junction and Airport Drive. You need to be in your safe place. Carl Junction, Missouri here, home to 8,100 people from the last census in 2020. What a year that was, huh? So Carl Junction and the Joplin Regional Airport. Stringtown is part of this here. So there's Carl Junction here. The Carl Junction High School is where that radar indicated rotation is, right now. It's part of this larger line. You're definitely going to get some blustery winds coming through here for sure. If we take a look at the VIL, which is the vertically integrated liquid product, and wouldn't you know it, you can see that hail core there. let me give you an idea. I don't think it's in the Windows app yet. Nope, I can't do it yet. But if I go to the... We're going to switch over here in the iPad version of the app. And I'm going to switch to the... Where did it go? There we go. Vertically integrated liquid. And I can tap on the legend and drag side to side. So yeah, it's a fairly medium size hail core there. Putting down quite a bit of rain. This is, again, just west of Joplin, right over top of Galena. Carl Junction, you got a big old honkin' hail core coming to you. It's not as deep as it could be there as part of that larger line. But it is, again, indicative of a pretty potent updraft right here out ahead of this line that's coming in from your southwest. So the spin's starting to tighten up here, right here, just to the west of Carl Junction. So you need to be in your safe place. This is coming into downtown. It just passed over Springtown and coming into downtown Carl Junction over the Carl Junction High School softball field, the Carl Junction Primary K-1 school, Studio Bubbly, and the Carl Junction Police Station. Okay? This is just radar indicated rotation right now. I have yet to see anything that stands out to me that we've got a tornado on the ground, but you need to treat a tornado warning with respect. All right. And hey, wherever you are watching from, we really appreciate you joining us. Jack, when we get Cappucci in here, we'll do the app push, okay? So this storm up here in Fulton here, we've got another 5 minutes to go. We've really lost it there. There's still rotation in there, and given that that storm has a history of producing tornadoes, we'll see if they extend it out toward Benton City and Rush Hill and Mexico there. Mexico, Missouri, that is. But if we go back to Joplin here, this kink in the line here, Joplin, one of our larger population centers at risk right now, the rotation is right here up near Carl Junction, so actually lifting north of Joplin. So Carl Junction, Morani, Oronogo, all need to be in your safe place. We'll keep an eye on the velocity. That's going to give us our best indication of what's going on. But you can see that tightening here. Green is showing us wind going toward the radar site, which in this case is Springfield. And red is indicative of winds going away from the radar site. In this instance, probably winds coming in from the south and the lower levels. And then the green is the southwest, the winds coming in that way. So again, when you get winds operating at different heights, speeds, and intensities, that's wind shear. That's what you need, right? At least one of the major ingredients that you need for a tornado to come down, right? So here in Carl Junction, we'll keep a close eye on that. John Vaccaro on Twitch just asked for a Linux version of the app. I don't know about that just yet, but I will say there are many developers in MyRadar that use Linux. That, I mean, if it were a platform that was more widely used, then perhaps we would support it. But remember, if we add the app to another platform, it's just another platform that we have to support. All right. Kelly just asked, Joplin, is that the town from the Netflix documentary? It is. I have not watched that yet. But that, of course, is talking about the EF5 in Joplin. I have yet to watch that Netflix documentary. I heard it's really good, though. That, of course, was May 22nd, 2011. The two most recent EF5 tornadoes that have occurred in the United States, in the world, I should say. 2011 in Joplin. That was again in May. May 22nd, 2011. But then we had the Moore EF5. That was in 2013. That was May 20th. So almost 2 years to the day, we had two EF5s touch down. One in Missouri, one in Oklahoma. But let me know if you guys have seen that documentary. Kelly says it's very good. Yeah, I need to watch it. I've been so busy with severe weather. And then in my downtime, I'm just trying to spend time with the kiddos as best I can. We watched night 1 of WrestleMania last night. My daughter had a blast. And I know she's super excited for night 2 tonight. Connor said, I'm from Joplin. Everyone hates the documentary. Oh, no. Why is that, Connor? Grack says, is Miami going to be okay? Are you talking about Miami, Florida? Miami, Florida is fine, right? Unless you're talking about the heat. I don't know about their chances. Go Knicks. But we're talking about storms here in the Midwest and the Deep South. No. Oh, Miami, Oklahoma. Okay. I was going to say Miami, Florida. That's a little far away from all the action here. So you are under a flood warning down there. Oh, so it's like down here. Yeah. There's Miami. Yeah, you're good right now. So they just changed, shrunk that tornado warning. Still not seeing anything yet. I see the kink right here. Nothing jumping out at me on the correlation coefficient to suggest that we've got anything beyond what we're seeing. A lot of severe thunderstorms now getting issued out ahead of this line, stretching from Lamar, Missouri there, all the way south to near Fort Smith, Arkansas. So for anyone here that's part of this line, Springdale, Fayetteville, Joplin, Lamar, gusty winds coming through right now, some heavy rain too. Someone says it's pronounced differently than Miami, Florida. How do you pronounce it? Connor says they have a fairly strong PTSD. Still, most people lost family or friends. So, I mean, of course, they just refuse to watch it because it's strong in their minds. I can only imagine, man. I mean, that was 14 years ago, right? But when you have an EF5 tornado like that, that'll change the landscape, quite literally and figuratively. I'm pulling it up right here. I've got it just to the side here. 161 fatalities, over 1,000 injured. Yeah, I mean, bananas. 200-mile-per-hour winds. It was on the ground for 38 minutes, tracking 22 miles. Nuts. I can only imagine. Miami? Oh, hi, Miami. Thank you very much for the phonetics there. I appreciate it. Someone's saying tornado in Kingdom City, Missouri. This is that one that we were looking at here. That was earlier. This tornado warning, I believe, is about to expire. Yeah, 0 minutes will expire. So that was you're joining us a little late for that one. So we're watching this one here, just north of Joplin, which again, if you're just joining us, okay, Morani. Here's the tightening, right? If I broaden it out a little bit, we can see here, right there, just west of Carl Junction. And then again, it's starting to come together, whether or not we get anything. Okay. Might be the start of a little something there near Morani. Still radar indicated. It would be totally wrapped up in rain if we have anything here. But it's very possible right here, north of Morani, west of Neck City and Purcell and Alba, that we could have the beginnings of a tornado here. So we're going to keep a super close eye on this. I'm going to get you guys some local landmarks here near Neck City. Very small community, 228 people as of the last census in 2020. Okay? So this would be coming up on Neck City proper. The New Beginnings Outreach, that's a church. Remember, it's Easter Sunday. I'd imagine that people are attending Mass today. So if you are at a church, there in the chapel, if there's, stained glass windows or what have you, not a safe place to be. Those windows are beautiful, but being in the chapel proper is not the safe place to be. You need to be in a central room in the church, wherever you are. Here in Neck City, this is a very small community. The good news is here that west of Neck City, it's very rural here along State Highway 43 and Nutmeg Road. Valdo says, I was just between Columbia and Kingdom City. Yeah, that tornado warning has expired. Mama Kritia, that says yes, exclamation points. I don't know what it is that you're yesing to. Let me know. I'm trying my best to keep an eye on all of our chats here. All right, so this is lifting north of Neck City. It's right here. If we're going to see anything, let's go look at the correlation coefficient. Nothing quite yet. I mean, this is part of this larger line, but that little bump right there, north of Joplin, southwest of Nashville, Missouri, is our radar indicated rotation. You can see it tightening up right there, west of Next City. Yeah, it could happen here at any moment. It's tightening up pretty considerably here. We're going to keep a close eye on it here. It's really tightening up on us. It could happen at any moment. Next City, Purcell, Alba, you need to be in your safe place. Jasper, Carytown, you are downrange of this. Remember, there's that hatch risk today from the Storm Prediction Center for this part of the world. So that means EF2 tornadoes and above today. That would be a strong tornado. A significant tornado risk would be EF3 and above. Of course, you can still get pretty hurt in an EF2, mind you. Okay. Let me know in the chat where you're watching from. Again, we really appreciate it if you're watching here on YouTube to subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. Really helps us break through all the noise on YouTube. And leave a comment. Let me know if you guys are enjoying our coverage. Hey, if you're watching on TikTok, we'd really appreciate it as well if you were to follow us. I guess it's above my head here. Click that follow button. It's totally free to do so. And hey, share the live stream. We want to make sure that folks that are in range of these tornadoes today are made aware of what's going on around them. That's going to be the best way to do so. Share the stream, get people in here. And hey, while you're at it, we're almost at 4,000 likes here on TikTok. Tap on the screen. Let us know that you are supporting us that way. Michelle Hammond, I should say. Apologies. Malicious, good name. Steamboy, Astro Chaser. Thank you so much for the gifts. We really, really appreciate your support. More than you know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So we're going to keep an eye here. There's a possibility we could see this here happen at any moment. Outside of this, we've got those para-tornado warnings south of here. Oklahoma. Moving into Arkansas, but nothing that, not anything. I mean, it's out ahead of the larger line, which could give us something here. But right now, it's this kink in the line. We're definitely going to see, again, from all of this here. If you've ever been to archery or if you've ever, held a compound bow and you go to pull back and the tops and bottoms of the bow begin to bend in, right? That's what's happening here. As the radar sends its ping out, right? It's going out, hitting the rain, coming back, or hitting the water, coming back over and over and over again. And what's happening here is that it's moving, this line is moving so fast that by the time that return gets to the radar, you start to see that little bump out here, that bending happening. This is indicative of the winds rushing out ahead of the main line and being quite strong. It's what you call a bow echo, right? This is going to be it. If we do get one here, we will keep a close eye on it. Michael on Facebook, happy Easter. Right back at you, watching from Texas. What's up? Michael says, my friend says there's trees everywhere and he can't see out the window. Where are you watching from? Someone's watching from, Emily watching from Perth, Australia? What up? Thanks for joining us. Brittany says, how long before it hits St. Louis? St. Louis isn't in the greater tornado risk today. You're probably going to get some stronger storms into the late afternoon hours, but the tornado risk is to your west. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. Michael says on the YouTube, on Facebook rather, in Texas, bad night last night. Yeah, that threat has subsided for Texas. Now it is pushing east of you. Someone on YouTube watching from Hamburg, Germany. That is awesome. Ashton asks, do you think Northeast Missouri is going to get a tornado extended? What do you mean tornado extended? You talking about the tornado watch? Is that what you're talking about? Let me know. All right. I think we got 50 people in here on TikTok, which is great. We've seen those numbers climb. Ashton says yes. So that tornado watch right now, I would be surprised if it extended beyond the boundaries where it is right now. We'll have to see how the storms develop today. If they do become rather potent, it's possible. But I think given just running out of daylight, that this is going to start to diminish fairly quickly. And I think that the SBC has suggested as such in their discussion from earlier today, that once we get through the afternoon and into the evening hours, that this will diminish rather quickly, especially when you consider the fact that these tornado watches go until 7 o'clock Central Time. So at that point, gusty winds. All right, so they did extend this tornado warning, that being the National Weather Service, to include Lamar, Newport, Golden City, and Jasper. It's a fairly large polygon here, but that's because, again, it's part of this larger line. We may get something up here near Arcadia, but we'll deal with that as it comes. This new tornado watch here in effect for the next 21 minutes. So it's hustling here, right? Moving at 60 miles per hour. They're talking about it. The thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Purcell. It's this guy down here, right? We're watching it. It's right here. I've got a new mesoscale discussion. Take a look here. Okay, so someone that was asking about St. Louis. Interesting. They are considering it. They are considering the tornado watch. They've got it at an issuance of 80%. Interesting. Breaks in cloud cover along with northward lifting surface warm frontal boundary have resulted in continued destabilization. Yep. Mix level capable of 1,000 in the presence of strong wind shear. Tornado threat is expected to increase this afternoon into the evening hours. Ongoing storms, supercells embedded. Any embedded supercells and any within the vicinity of the warm front, that's key, as well as any prefrontal storms will have access to the environment characterized by surface or strong low-level shear. Current VAD wind profiles show nearly double what is shown in the current SBC meso analyses. Given the environmental support for tornadoes, on which may be strong, tornado watch is anticipated within the next hour or two. Okay, so for somebody that was watching in St. Louis, this is, again, rapidly changing situation here. Might even see that get pushed to parts of western Illinois. Interesting. And maybe even southeastern Iowa. We'll see. Very interesting. This is going to give us our best look at it here. So you need to be in your safe place if you are here. Jasper, Lamar. Jasper there, another smaller community, 931 people as of the 2020 census. So it looks like it is possible that we may see that tornado watch extended. Whether or not it happens, of course, not a guarantee. We'll see what happens. Ooh, another mesoscale analysis. And they keep talking about the front. Let me show you guys that. In the layers menu, I'm going to turn on the front. Can you see here, this warm front here? So this right here is showing us where that warm air mass, where the front edge of it is. Now, of course, as you're having this destabilized air coming in off of the Gulf Coast, as it's effectively running into the cooler air that coming in from the west here. It's along this frontal boundary that they are most concerned with right now, where you're going to see potentially that tornadic development. And that verifies with what we are seeing right now. Okay? So let's see what they're talking about here across central Missouri. Storms moving along and near the lifting front. Jack, you can take the web browser while I read this. People, I think, may get a kick out of it here. So on the SPC's website here, right here on the homepage, you can see mesoscale discussion right here, MD. So they're highlighting this area here in Missouri, okay? And storms moving along and lifting near the lifting warm front will have an increased potential to produce a tornado. Yep, that's what we're seeing. Strong surface pressure falls have been noted in central Missouri over the past couple of hours. The surface low is deepening and should continue to track northeastward this afternoon. Low-level winds have begun to respond to the deepening cyclone, further increasing 850. Yeah, I mean, they're basically saying, like, we're hitting it now. We're in the meat of it. Okay. Jack, switch back to the old app if you could. Remember, folks, you can download MyRadar for free and track all of this for yourself as well. It's right here. You guys can see my mouse cursor. That's the rotation. Just east of Nashville, northwest of Jasper. It's wrapped up in rain. But this is it, right here. Remember, red is representative of winds going away from the radar. Green is wind going toward it. Okay? So this is Nashville, Missouri. If you live in Lamar, and if you live in Jasper, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is lifting toward the County Road 126 and Interstate 49 interchange. Going right over the Bethel Prairie Conservation Area and the Rector Dairy Farm on its way toward Lamar. Someone says Paris. What do you mean Paris? Paris where? Someone said, where are we looking at? This is Missouri. That's Lamar, Missouri, right there. Right here is our kink in the line rotation, where we could very well get a tornado here at any moment. I'm not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient that would suggest that there is anything on the ground, but it would be right in here. Okay, so they just dropped the warning to the west. Makes sense. I mean, the threat is well beyond, but it's right here, part of this kink of the line. Oh, Paris, Arkansas, someone is asking. I mean, we're concerned right now with storms where there's something going on that's way south near Fort Smith, right? A lot of folks asking about Carthage, Missouri. So that's, yeah, I mean, we're Carthage. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornado warning has lifted to your north. It's up here, just north of Jasper, south of Lamar, running right to the west of the I-49, of I-49. Lisa in Joplin, thank you for joining us. So if you're just joining us, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. It is 3:30 Eastern Time. We have been with you now for a good hour and a half, and we will continue to stay with you through the expiration of these tornado watches that are in effect for the Midwest and South today. We are tracking a tornado-warned storm right now in Missouri. This is Lamar, Missouri, running parallel here to Interstate 49. If you are wherever you are watching, we really appreciate it, whether it's in the MyRadar app, on TikTok, on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube. We really appreciate it very much. Hey, please show your support, whichever platform you are on. We'd appreciate a like or a follow. Share the stream. Again, we'd really, really appreciate it. It helps get the word out and lets us know that you guys are digging these live streams. We plan on doing considerably more of them as we go through severe season and into hurricane season, of course. So we will be right here with you, and we aim to be your source for all things severe and significant weather as it develops. Of course, we will be joined here soon by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. He and I will be kind of taking you through the rest of the evening here. He should be joining us soon. I haven't spoken to him in a little bit. He was driving as of this morning. We put a forecast video out earlier today, and he, I think, was getting in a little nap and then is refreshing to jump back on the stream with me and take you through the rest of the evening. Just zooming out here. We've got that tornado-warned storm here to the south of Fort Smith. But it's nothing. I'm not convinced of much. It's discrete, right? Meaning that it's by itself. Waldron, you need to be in your safe place, right? But there's nothing that jumps out at me right now that would indicate that there is rotation present there. This one up here, pardon me, near Lamar, is much more concerning. I mean, you can see here that wrap that coming in right here. It's trying its damnedest to put something down. Of course, remember, I'm using this radar here near Springfield, Missouri. Green is representative of winds going toward it. Red is winds going away from it, okay? So it's this kink in the line here, and if I go back, you can see how that's developed. It's been tornado warned for a minute now. Totally wrapped up in rain, if there is anything in there. But yeah, it's right here. If it's anywhere, it's right here. There's storms firing out ahead of it as well. Check it out. These little guys up here, south of Hannibal and Quincy. Could be a little something. We'll pay attention to it, obviously. But this is where we're at right now. Ms. Glitterati watching from Willard, Missouri. What up? Michael says, love your live streams. Make me happy and know what's happening in the world. I love chasing. Hey, thanks for watching, Michael. Appreciate it very much. Sammy, you're welcome as well. Watching from Columbia, Missouri. I hope your Easter Sunday is going well. Of course, all things considered, you know. Mother Nature just doesn't care about what day it is, you know. Hey, we'd really appreciate it as well if you're watching on TikTok to follow us here. It's above my head. That way you always know whenever we post a new video. Of course, whenever we go live, we'd really appreciate your support. It's completely free. Follow us too, right? And share the live stream. Get it out there to as many people as possible. We want to make sure that they are aware of the active weather that is impacting them. All right, so they have now begun to shrink this tornado warning. Jack, where's Jordan? What storm is he on? He's on that one up near Fulton. Where did he go? I see his video there. Mexico. Looks like he's on a supercell there. He's on the storm that was tornado warned, but is no longer. It's this one here that just continues to scream at me to pay attention to it. So that is what we are going to do. You know, again, it's part of this larger line that is severe warned all the way up and down. But this one here, and this is kind of what we expected, things to go pretty linear today. But right there, it's pretty much right over the top of Lamar. You need to be in your safe place. I've been saying that for a while now. Right over the top of Lamar. The Lamar City Park. There's a Tractor Supply Company there just south of 12th Street West. The Good Samaritan Shop, Tractor's Barbecue and Grill, right over the top of you. How much more we got on this? 6 minutes. I've got to imagine that they're going to extend this. Radar indicated, right? But hard to say. It's just super wrapped up in rain. This is, of course, part of this larger risk area today. That is, again, you can see right here, is an enhanced risk for severe weather. We're just now kind of getting into the part of the world where things are going to get, things are going to develop. These yellow boxes, again, are tornado watches that go until 7 o'clock tonight. Central time, I should say. So that's roughly 4 hours to go. Charmaine on X, just watching you for the first time. Great coverage. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, you can watch us pretty much on whatever social media platform you so choose. We're streaming to pretty much all of them. And, of course, right here in the MyRadar app as well. Remember, you can download the app for free on iOS, Android, Windows. If you want to go next level and have access to these level 3 radar products, all you have to do is go into the app, and then on the little settings gear icon on the toolbar there, you click on that, and then premium subscription. You go in there to unlock the premium features. If you don't have them, you can unlock a free 3-day trial to take some of these premium features for a whirl. It eliminates the ads in both the app and in the videos portal. You can get access to the per station radar, historical radar, the CarPlay version of the app, the hurricane tracker, so much. Give it a shot. Hope you're all having a wonderful Easter Sunday as best you can. Jinx says the Lamar area has rotation. Oh yeah, we're watching it. It's right here. You guys can see my mouse cursor, right? That is it, right? Can you see it on TikTok? You'll be able to. Hello. I see it. Cool. Just went right over Lamar. Looks like it's lifting north and west toward Newport. Excuse me. So there's Sheldon. We've got Milford, Missouri. I mean, gosh, that is a small community. 24 people as of the 2020 census. It's right here. Right? So if you are in Milford, the Christian Church of Milford, remember it is Easter, right? So I imagine people are going to Mass today. I don't know where you're getting your information there from, Jinx. I have not seen any storm reports coming in yet. Nothing to me is suggesting that there is anything on the ground. Of course, very strong winds are absolutely capable of producing damage, mind you. And then if we look at the vertically integrated liquid as well, you can see there's some hail in there too. But there's the rotation on its way to Milford, Louisiana, or Missouri. Jeez. Oops. Okay. Curious to see if they're going to extend it. Oh, there's a new tornado warning just to the north of Fort Smith. Let's take a look at this one here. Okay. So this is down here in Arkansas. Madison County, Crawford County, and Washington County. This is in effect for 32 minutes here. Radar indicated rotation. So if you live in Chester, Winslow, Mountainsburg, you need to be in your safe place. Let's see if we can find it here. So again, it's part of this line here. It's going to be down right here near Chester. Nothing to me. Oh, there it is. Yep, as I was expecting, right there near Chester. So you need to be in your safe place right now along Interstate 49. Nothing that suggests that there's anything on the ground to me. But right here is where our rotation is. Just west of Chester. Winslow, you need to be in your safe place as well. This goes for the next 30 minutes. We've got that for. This one to the south, I think, is going to expire soon. 15 minutes. That's for Waldron. That one refuses to go away, but there's nothing, no spin there. All right, so this one up here near Lamar was just extended. Yeah, it's because the spin, or the rotation, I should say, is just so prevalent. It's that kink in the line right there. It is still just radar indicated, meaning that there's nothing on the ground or has been confirmed to be on the ground. But right there, just to the northeast of Lamar, on its way to Milford. Milford is right here. Like here's Newport, right? Milford's right here where my mouse cursor is. Very small community. Trying to get some, oh man. So this is right near Grace Place. It's another church. I mean, again, it's Easter, folks. People are going to church. The Christian Church of Milford, which is right up here as well. You're in the path. Again, for folks that are in the path of the storm, you most definitely do not want to be in the chapel, being that I would imagine there's big windows in the chapel. You need to be in a central location. If the church has a basement, that's going to be your best place to be. If there is no basement, a centrally located room. Jeremiah asks, will St. Louis see any tornadoes? It's possible that you're not under a tornado watch just yet, although I know that the Storm Prediction Center was considering expanding that tornado watch to include St. Louis. They haven't made that decision yet. That would happen within the next hour or so. Pardon me? Yeah, Jinx, just going off of what they're saying on TV. Doesn't mean that it's confirmed, you know? That's fake news, right? Until it's been confirmed by at least 2 sources, right? Of course, depending on where you got that information from, whether or not they are trusted. So again, it's that kink in the line, just refuses to go away in Lamar. We're going to keep an eye on it. That went through Lamar earlier today. But now Milford, Missouri is in the path there. That goes up to Montevallo, El Dorado Springs. For the next 43 minutes, that's been extended there. Hang on one second. I'm just going to chuck this hoodie on here. Studio is a little chilly. Every time I think I'm prepared, but I'm just like, again, I live in Florida now, folks. So like, I've lost that edge that I had growing up in the Northeast. All right. Daisy asking, here we go again. Is this an unusually active year? Not necessarily, right? It's just that time of year. Someone asked, please tell me you're staying on for a while, probably in the path. Yeah, we're staying here through the end of the watch, right? Which would be 7 o'clock Central Time. We'll be here. Going to be joined soon by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci as well. Jeremiah said, I'd rather deal with a hurricane than tornadoes. Hell, a hurricane can produce tornadoes. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Or a catch-22, if you will. So west of Jericho Springs, south of Mount Devalo, this continues to be the spot we keep an eye on. It's pretty much right over the top of Milford. Milford's right here. The Milford Christian Church, it's going right over the top of you. You can see on the screen as well, we've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall there. And he's up on that storm near Fulton, which is not tornado warned. But we can see a pretty distinct lowering there on his shot there. Whether or not it's going to put anything down. That was the storm up near Fulton, Missouri, near Jefferson City. He's been following it the whole time. Daisy says, damage to my house. Where do you live, Daisy? I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, Cha-Cha, I'm going to have to put you in timeout there. We're not soliciting, okay? Please, nothing. I just finished getting it all fixed. So you had damage to your house previously, or did it occur tonight? Oh, new mesoscale discussion. Let's take a look here. Where did it go? All right. So they're talking about the tornado watches here. Storms moving into north central Arkansas and southern Missouri will pose a risk of tornadoes, some strong and damaging winds. There's a sign of discrete storms within the line. Yep. Would bring the greatest tornado risk. KSRX radar imagery shows a few discrete. Yeah, we know all this. Perpendicular, polar front, discrete storms. Yeah. Additionally, the more linear convective elements, which is kind of what we're looking at here, will pose a threat of wind damage. Yeah. So they're on it, that being the Storm Prediction Center. Woo! A couple more tornado warnings down here. Let's take a look at this. Boonville. So 1, 2. This one near Waldron. They refuse to ignore this one. Waldron, Arkansas here. I-71 here. Right here is our embedded rotation. Radar indicated rotation next 39 minutes. This is Logan County, Scott County, and Yell County. And then this one up here near Winslow and Chester. Again, this is radar indicated. It's not confirmed on the ground. This is part of that larger line, right? It's just one big line. Some of these guys down here that are more discrete-ish, right? That are not part of the line as it is right now, that are kind of semi-discrete. That's what they're talking about in the discussion. Same with these storms popping here near Texarkana. Notice how if I jog the radar back, you can see that they start to pop up, right? Little storms. It's these ones that are by themselves for now that could become bigger and more potent as time goes on. And as of right now, St. Louis not in the tornado watch. Milford, dealing with this right now. Still just radar indicated, nothing confirmed. It looked a lot worse a couple scans ago right here as it was approaching Milford. But as of now, kind of losing it a little bit. Kelly on Facebook is the Clinton area in its path. Clinton where? Got to be specific. Belinda on TikTok, where are the storms headed? So they're moving through Missouri and Arkansas right now. You can see these yellow boxes right here from Jefferson City down through Springfield, down through Little Rock, down through Texarkana, and even Shreveport, Louisiana, are all under a tornado watch through 7 o'clock Central Time. I'm sorry, folks. I am struggling here. The caffeine is not helping me. I was up late last night watching night one of WrestleMania with my children and did not sleep well last night. Clinton, Missouri, in Henry County. So for all you folks that are calling out where you're watching from, I appreciate it very much. But keep in mind, I'm going to focus on areas largely that are being impacted, and right now Clinton is not part of that. Yeah, you're out ahead of it for now. Mount Vernon, Stott City. Another 35 minutes to go on this one. Down here. Not seeing too much. It's just continues to be that guy. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, nothing, it's just super linear. These guys are semi-discrete that are, again, linear, meaning part of a line, and then discrete, or in this case, semi-discrete, separated from the line, kind of individual. It's these individual ones that are going to be rather problematic, and that's what the SBC was referring to in their mesoscale discussions. This one here, northwest of Jericho Springs, southeast of Montevallo, refuses to go away. All right. Kelly, you're welcome. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it very much. Belinda watching from North Carolina, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Jasper and Newton just got our warning updated to 337. I mean, that's going to continue. Jasper and Newton, that's down. No, that's Waldron. It's got to be this one. Ooh. I hear stirring.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just trying to adjust my camera.
All good. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci has awoken from his slumber and will be joining us momentarily. I'm unclear whether or not you guys can hear him on the stream. Oh, they can.
Unfortunately,
Fantastic.
there was no slumber. I had to stay in the parking lot for a while and get some work done just because the hotel was not ready for me yet.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you're here with us, coming through us through the magic of Starlink. So we should be we should have him momentarily. Is he on the screen, Jack? I don't see him. I see him here. Take him whenever we're ready. Cappucci, I hope things are going well for you. Of course,
Yeah, it's good to see you. Happy Easter.
Yes, likewise, likewise. Lyric on YouTube, thank you for your coverage. I watch you from my... All right, found you on YouTube. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it very much. Oh, you were in south of Joplin. Well, I hope you're okay. Thank you for watching, and glad that you're staying safe there. Puppy Prodigy, is there a warning in Georgia? Like, Georgia? No. Anywho, so we'll rack it from the top here, and then we'll bring Cappucci in. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. It is just short of 4 o'clock Eastern Time. It is April 20th, Easter Sunday, where we are tracking strong tornadoes, or at least the possibility of them, an enhanced risk. You can see it here, the evil avocado pit for parts of Arkansas, which just will not get a break from severe weather, and Missouri. There is a tornado watch in effect. That is these yellow boxes that go all the way up here to Centralia, Missouri, Jefferson City, Lake Ozark, Missouri, Rolla, Salem, West Plains, and then down into parts of Arkansas and even Louisiana, Texarkana, Shreveport, Arkadelphia, Camden, Conway, Russellville, even Little Rock. That is until 7 o'clock Central Time. We've had a couple of tornadoes today. When I say a couple, I quite literally mean a couple. I believe there's been 2 confirmed tornadoes thus far. Storm Chaser Jordan Hall showed you one earlier when we started the stream about 2 hours ago. And now we are tracking several tornado warnings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them to be exact. All are just radar indicated, and it's part of this larger line, which right now is mainly just, again, bringing the radar indicated rotation, packing with it some really gusty winds, some smaller hail. But it's these discrete storms that are firing up thanks to this low-level jet coming in off of the Gulf right near Boonville, Arkansas, west of Hot Springs and Little Rock, that are the more semi-discrete storms. Therefore, they could take off on their own. Before we bring Cappucci in here, I want to show folks from the SPC here, Jack, if we pull up the graphic here on the computer. So there's, again, that enhanced risk area here that does encompass almost the entire state of Missouri. But if we look a little deeper at it, when you can look at the categories of the severe risk, they're split into 3: tornado, severe wind, and severe hail. Okay? So in this instance, do you see these hatched lines here on the tornado? Now, the yellow color generally means a 10 to 14% likelihood of a tornado occurring within 25 miles of a single location. But when you see these hatched lines, that means that the forecast and the environment calls for kind of not necessarily upping the probability of the tornado, but it's adding the probability that if we do see a tornado within that yellow outline, that it could be a significant one. That is an EF2 or above. So that's that hatched line, which means a 10% or greater probability of an EF2 tornado occurring there. Now, that is not only for all of the enhanced area in Missouri. Again, that includes Columbia, Jefferson City, Lebanon, Rolla, Springfield, Branson, West Plains, Joplin. But if I go back and we look at Arkansas, Mountain Home, Harrison, Fayetteville, Batesville, Russellville, Conway, all part of that. Little Rock, not part of that, but just outside of that. One thing I will mention as well, if I go back to Missouri here, that if we look at the mesoscale, when we looked rather at the mesoscale discussion earlier today from the Storm Prediction Center, there's the possibility that where my mouse cursor is right here, including St. Louis, Hannibal, even Memphis, and parts of southeastern Iowa and western Illinois, that could be added to that tornado watch later this evening. That tornado watch set to expire at 7 o'clock Central Time. But when we pull in Cappucci, we'll kind of talk to him about his thoughts of the development of the storm system at large. It looked to me when we looked at the models earlier today, and then when I looked before I came in, that once we get past kind of that 7, 8 o'clock window of time, local time that is, that this kind of begins to fall apart quite rapidly. And when I say fall apart, you're still going to be getting gusty winds coming through overnight tonight and heavy rain too. But that tornado threat seems to rapidly diminish. It's already becoming pretty linear right now, Cappucci. Jack, is he ready? Are we ready to pull him in? Sweet. Let's bring him in. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, the road warrior, who has been all over the central United States here over the past couple of days. There he is. You can see him up on screen. We can't see him on TikTok, Jack, but Cappucci is here. The TikTok will be able to hear him. Cappucci, where... It's okay that people can hear him. Cappucci, where are you right now?
Hey, good to see you. I'm in San Angelo, Texas right now. So I think the next chance of severe weather out here won't be until probably Tuesday. So I'm kind of waiting and biding my time for a little while. I was going to stay, I'm sure you saw on Twitter, at a very sketchy, cheap budget motel last night, which I'd stayed at before. It was fine last time. And I walked in and the whole thing looked like a crime scene. Like the lights weren't working. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. So I take my flashlight and I go to the other corner and finally one light works. And the shower is just... Did you see the picture on Twitter?
I did. It looked absolutely wonderful. Jack, if you want to pull up the radar while we're talking here for TikTok.
Oh, it was nuts. And so I relocated down the street to a different hotel. And yeah, so I'm in a much better place right now, but gearing up to head west on Tuesday for potential dry line severe weather. But today, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It's all kind of going linear right now. But the concern is twofold. Number one, this sort of line of storms, something called a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system, will pose an increasing risk of tornadoes in the next couple hours, especially near the warm front in central and northern Missouri. That's where we have a little more low-level twist along the front itself. We call that helicity. And you ingest that twist into storms and get a better chance of spin. So I think the entire squall line will produce some strong to locally damaging straight line gusts, but there is that risk of a couple tornadoes in there as well. The entire risk area stretches all the way up near really to the southwestern side of Illinois. Now, the other concern too is for sort of what Jordan saw earlier today, rogue renegade supercells ahead of the main line. And there have been a couple, there haven't been a ton yet. I think early morning cloud cover sort of cut back on that a little bit. That said, there's still sort of enough concern there that we have to watch that closely. So what I'm doing right now in the Mac Mini is I'm going to throw on both the winds and the fronts to show us kind of what the winds are doing and where the fronts are right now. Now, the fronts might be a little bit outdated just because the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service update them every 3 hours. But we can see, if we zoom in a little bit, and Jack, we have this up, right?
Yep.
Awesome. So we can see the warm front stretches a little bit north of Interstate 44. By the way, there's a place in Rolla, Missouri for anyone who's never been called Uranus Fudge Factory. They have amazing candy, gifts, chocolate, fudge, everything you can imagine. You'll leave there needing to go to the gym, but it's a cool place. St. Louis obviously is fun too. But notice, so the warm front is lifting north. The warm front marks the northern edge of our warm, humid air. Now, the latest update from the National Weather Service has it just north of I-44. I'd say it's probably closer to like Columbia in the direction of Hannibal, maybe reaching Quincy. And I think that's evident just by the fact that our wind map, our data and MyRadar are showing it kind of right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but right here like this. So that marks the northern edge of something called the warm sector, where that juiced up air mass is. Storms are forming as our low pressure here drags this cold front east. So the cool air comes in and kicks up that warm humid air and generates storms. Now the issue, at the surface our winds are out of the south, but let's actually use the jet stream layer and we'll switch the level at which we're looking at the winds. So that way you'll be able to see the winds high aloft. And in just a moment when it loads, you'll see the jet stream screaming overhead. So we know we have warm, humid air. We know we have a trigger, the cold front, and then bam, I'm actually going to turn off the outlooks, the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, just so you can look at that. I mean, that incredible jet stream dip, if you will, that trough moving overhead, and something called a jet streak, or a really narrow pulse of jet stream winds. And we notice they're still just to the west of the main thunderstorm line, but they're moving east. So Mike, for that reason, I think we probably have another half hour to an hour before things really ramp into overdrive. But I think the peak of the event will start to begin in the next hour or so as that core of jet stream winds works overhead. It's moving west to east at about 40-ish, maybe a little less, well, probably closer to 31, 32 meters per second. So close to highway speeds. The other thing to note too, and this might be tough for users at home to see, but we can see my cursor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the trough is where those winds kind of dip southwards. If I were to trace it, it would go kind of like this. Kind of like this. the orientation, like the middle of that dip. We see like the core of the dip's right here, but it stretches this way too. Kind of goes like this. And what that means is that this trough is something called negatively tilted. I want you to imagine, let me get a handy prop here. I want you to imagine you're a soccer player and you're kicking a ball or you're golfing, whatever you want to do. That involves swinging either a club or your leg. And when you do the follow through like this, you get more kick. That's how the atmosphere is. When you have a trough that's sort of like this, it comes through like this, it doesn't do that much. A neutrally tilted trough is straight north to south, and it's kind of like a wall in the atmosphere. But when you have a negative tilt, you're kind of kicking up air, kicking up storms, and you get more kick, you get more punch. That's the case with the storms today. So right now, we're only seeing 2 active tornado warnings. It's not that the jet stream dynamics aren't there. It's more that the storms right now have formed a line, and lines are tougher to spin. I'm going to cut back on the jet stream layer real quick, just so I can show folks sort of a deeper dive into the specific storms we have right now. I'll turn on weather alerts. It may take a sec to pop up just because we have a lot of data coming in. And we're actually going to go to the per station radar too, so we'll give it just a moment to work. And as for weather alerts, let's make sure we have severe weather alerts ticked on. That's why thunderstorm and tornado alerts were not on. Okay. So with the per station radar, we obviously have this one a little bit east of Joplin, southwest of Springfield, right along Interstate 44, which is a little bit concerning. We'll use the Springfield radar, and we can kind of see what the deal is. I know this might look like a bucket of spilled paint at first, but I think we can all sort of agree that there's this big line-like feature here. That's the thunderstorms, and that's where the winds are shifting direction. Over here, on the right half of your screen, winds are out of the south. Over here, on the back side of the storms, they're more out of the west-northwest. Where those 2 air masses meet, i.e. the storms, the front itself, there's some chafing, if you will. And that chafing causes little vortices to spin up, and they get stretched by the storms. The concern was moments ago a little area of enhanced spin around here. That warning has been dropped. So that's a good sign. The warning for Interstate 44 east of Joplin has been dropped. However, I'm more concerned about what's going on farther north near El Dorado Springs, a little bit west of Stockton and northeast of Montevallo, where multiple tornadoes are possible. And this batch of storminess is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So I see 2 different potential tornadoes here. One, perhaps very close to El Dorado Springs. If you're in El Dorado or El Dorado Springs, you want to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, a vehicle, or outdoors, you want to be in a close, or rather a substantial shelter and protecting yourself from flying debris if you can. And this goes for areas along Highway 54, Cedar Springs 2, and then up Highway 82, because this one will keep going up Highway 82 towards Roscoe and Tiffin. My other concern too, so obviously we have this one tornado with the close couplet, the red against green, winds going in 2 different directions over a short distance near El Dorado Springs. And then we have another possible tornado right here to the southeast of El Dorado Springs. That's going to pass west of Collins, and it's going to pass right along Highway 54, I think, probably very close to Cedar Springs. That's where Highway 39 meets Highway 54. So if you live in Cedar Springs, it's a small town, not too many folks live there, but there's definitely a neighborhood there. Right off South 951 Road, you want to be in shelter now. Again, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. One possible tornado here, one possible tornado here. We can real quick switch products. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient, which would show us debris in the atmosphere. I'm not seeing anything glaring here. Anything red are kind of normal shapes. Any blue splotches would show irregular shapes that the radar was sensing in the atmosphere. And if we have irregular shapes in the sky, usually it's either tornado debris or an animal. And in this case, it would be tornado debris. I don't see that yet. We can take a look at something called spectrum width. And at first, this will look really messy. But what this does is show you the turbulence in the pixels. If there are any areas in the storm that have more turbulence, chaotic motions. And we see, obviously, in the storm, there are some chaotic motions. And I'm not seeing anything too compelling. This green line right here, west of Stockton, is actually the wind shift line. That's the leading edge of the storms. And so ahead of it, southerly winds, behind it, northwesterly winds. But notice these 2 sort of little areas of enhancement. One here, and the other one near El Dorado Springs. It's a rather messy signature. We're far from the radar, but that to me would be where if there was a tornado, it would likely be associated with those two areas of kind of turbulence, chaotic motions. And yeah, that overlaps with where our velocity is showing some possible couplets. The other thing too, if I zoom out a little bit, we can see very clearly what the deal is with this storm. We have this whole squall line, this whole QLCS, quasi-linear convective system, squall line with kinks. But if we take a look right here, this is the northern end. Doesn't really go much past El Dorado Springs, but it curls back on itself. That's a classic region in a storm for tornadoes to form. It's something called the northern bookend vortex. And basically, you have a squall line, you're pushing the squall line through, and the northern end starts to curl back a little bit. And it acquires some counterclockwise rotation. And that counterclockwise rotation becomes potentially tornadic. The other thing I'm worried about too, for the folks at home, you see, this is very close to the warm front. Warm fronts tend to have extra low-level helicity or twist along them. And so this potential northern bookend vortex circulation that's producing one or more tornadoes near El Dorado Springs also has low-level helicity or spin to ingest. And so as this moves northeast towards Roskin and Collins and Highway 13 in north-central Missouri, eventually in the direction of the Truman Reservoir, it could A, maintain tornado genesis, given that it has that extra low-level spin, that reservoir of increased storm relative helicity or near-surface spin. And the other concerning factor, too, is that it will keep gobbling up warm air. We're near the warm front. It's warm. Otherwise, I'm not really seeing any tornado warnings for the remainder of the line. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but right now this looks to be mainly a damaging straight-line wind event, which, you know, we don't want winds. We don't want winds on Easter, but if it's either winds or a tornado, we'll happily take the winds. The good news for folks like Joplin, Baxter Springs, you guys are all done. You're done with the tornado threat. You're done. You can, relax. Same thing a little bit west of Fayetteville in northwest Arkansas. For folks off to the east, Springfield, Mountain View, Mountain Home, all the way towards Salem and Osage Beach. It's funny, I didn't expect there to be a beach in central Missouri.
The Ozarks.
Okay, valid. But are we real? Wow, we have a lot of labels that say Lake of the Ozarks. Oh my gosh. We labeled the heck out of that. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
4.
that's a bug. That's a bug. It's fixed.
But I love it.
Yeah.
Can we keep that? Can we? I want to be in charge of labels. There's one stretch, and Mike, have you ever?
There is a change to a very, very let's just say popular map label that is coming into the app very, very soon. If you catch my drift.
I have no idea what you could be talking about.
I can't tell if you're being facetious or not, but that's coming this week.
Facetious is the third language I speak.
Cappucci, someone asked if your windshield got fixed.
Oh, yeah. We fix those like clockwork. At this point, I'm trying to get a Safe Flight sponsorship, and we've messaged back and forth on TikTok a couple times. I hope they do soon. But there's a very nice glass shop in Wichita, Kansas that took care of it in under 30 minutes. It's worked great. We put it to the test yesterday. And yeah, I'm loving the new windshield. The only thing is I forgot to take off, those, when you get, well, I guess a lot of folks probably haven't had their windshield replaced, but when you do, you get little tapes put on the top that you have to take off after about 6 hours. I forgot to take that off. So all day yesterday as I was driving, I kept hearing this like noise, and I realized afterwards it was just the tape flapping back and forth on the roof. But yeah, wow, this really is a beautiful example of storm dynamics at play. The circulation near El Dorado Springs. I mean, Mike, look on reflectivity, you can literally see the top curling back. In fact, if we put this in motion, it'll take a second.
It's been doing that now for that entire storm that's gone through Lamar and Milton.
Look right there.
It's looked like that for a minute now.
And the other cool thing I love too, and I know you've been covering this storm all afternoon, if I can pause it, watch that northern bookend vortex, which starts to appear near Lamar right here about 40 minutes ago. Watch it just follow the warm front. So I would suspect this feature, this northern bookend vortex feature, is going to continue all the way towards Lake of the Ozarks and maybe even farther northeast towards Jefferson City down the road. Because if the warm front is right here, We know there's going to be a reservoir of increased storm relative helicity or extra low level spin along this. And that northern bookend vortex is just going to keep trucking in and gobbling up that vorticity. And the other thing too, I mean, we know that the squall line has to sort of end somewhere. It can't just keep going north forever. It ends at the northern edge of the warm air. And so long as that warm front is the northern edge of the warm air, it's going to sort of end there. And that's where you get that sort of curl back. And so, yeah, I foresee Lake of the Ozarks, maybe even Jefferson City, dealing with that northern bookend vortex later on. But for the time being, I'm not really seeing much else, which, I mean, that's good news. We don't want to see much else. The concern was initially that we could see more supercells, more rogue, alone, discrete, isolated cells crop up ahead of the main line. If we switch out of per station radar and take a look at the broader picture with the high def radar, we'll be able to see if anything's cropping up. And Mike, the good news, I don't see any lone supercells ahead of this main line, which is exactly what we want. We don't want any supercells because supercells, for the folks at home, supercells are lone, singular, individual thunderstorms. They don't have to compete with neighbors, so they really tap into the full volatility of the atmosphere. If you have a line, it's tougher to spin. Imagine, for example, you want to spin something on the table, a spinning top or a bowling ball. It's easy to spin things that are kind of alone and round, like a single storm cell. It's much tougher to spin things like lines. I mean, let me think of an example. It's a shame I don't have a spinning top. Realistically, though, which do we think would be easier to spin? Something like this or something like this? So the atmosphere has a much easier job at spinning a supercell. And so we're just not seeing much in the way of discrete prefrontal developments. And that's always a wild card with these setups. So often, and Mike, I know you and I have covered, it seems like 18 million events this year that have featured a squall line with embedded kinks of spin, but the big wild card was always whether rotating supercells ahead of the main line. And sometimes we do, and sometimes we don't. May 6th last year, all the storms kind of merged into a line over Oklahoma, Kansas, didn't do much. And then one lone discrete supercell formed and produced an EF4 killer tornado in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. And it was the one cell,
That
only
was a
one.
crazy storm.
Oh, yeah. And it was the only one that day that took advantage of the full volatility of the environment. Back in, I think it was March 2nd, 2020. Yeah, March 2nd or March 3rd, 2020. Nashville, Tennessee. We had a squall line coming through, one or two lone supercells.
Late at night, too.
Yep. Produced an EF3 and then an EF4 in Cookeville, Tennessee, over in Middle Tennessee that killed 18 people. And 5 had died in the Nashville tornado, causing 23 fatalities. And so, it might seem like today's environment, for some folks, it might seem like today was sort of overhyped, given that we only have that one tornado warning so far. But it puts us as meteorologists in such a tough place when the parameter space or the assemblage of ingredients we have is so high end. We have a decent parameter space today. We have the spin, we have the juice, but it's a question of whether or not we get those lone, isolated, discrete storms to form. Thus far, I'm not seeing too much yet. Not too much. They could. I'm not seeing too much yet. So Mike, on days like today, it's always so tricky. So far, the trend is our friend. We're not seeing much discrete development. There could be some, so that's why we're still with folks. And of course, we have that obvious tornado warning that has been ongoing near El Dorado Springs. The good news for them, the tornado threat has moved out of El Dorado Springs. The bad news, it's shifting towards Roscoe and Osceola. So Roscoe and Osceola, and eventually even Lowry City and Vista in, I guess, west central Missouri. But otherwise, it's kind of the only game in town. The rest is just a squall line with damaging gusts.
Let's not forget, though, that, if I zoom things out here, Jack, if you switch to my radar here for a moment, and we may want to even do, we've got to wait for another tornado warning, I would say, Jack, for an app push here. But these yellow boxes, right? These are tornado warnings. Or tornado watches that go into effect for the next, or rather, let me start over. These tornado watches remain in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. So just because we're not seeing anything right now, and as Cappucci alluded to, the trend the trend kind of showing us that things are fairly linear right now, it still is way too early to effectively say, oh, this forecast is a bust, or like there's nothing that's going to happen beyond this. I mean, as we're already still seeing, look at all of these severe thunderstorm warnings along this line. All it's going to take is, if I look at this Little Rock radar here, all it's going to take are maybe one of these little guys down here, one of these little storms that as of, 20 minutes ago, we're not there, right? Out ahead of the line, that are not part of the linear setup, that are more discrete, semi-discrete storms, that are well within this favorable atmosphere to become something greater than it is right now. The potential is absolutely there. And that window of time is still absolutely open. I mean, it's 4:21 Eastern time in the Central time zone. Of course, it's 3:20. Again, looking at the tornado watch, there's still 3.5 hours to go here. I think as we get closer to maybe 6 o'clock Central time, we'll start to really have a good idea how things are looking, being that we've kind of crested the peak heating of the day. Beyond that, things are quieter, which is good. I mean, it's Easter. The amount of times that we've been on this live stream so far, while we've been streaming, where I've been calling out all of these smaller community churches, I would have to imagine that people are going to mass all throughout the day today. And Cappucci, one thing that I've been trying to emphasize to folks is that, in some of these smaller community churches, or really in any church or chapel, odds are that main chapel is one of the more unsafe places to be, where there's a lot of people gathering on a religious holiday like today. Some of these churches or chapel rooms have these, beautiful ornate stained glass windows and whatnot. That is not a safe place to be on a day like today. Of course, we tell you all the time that you want to be in a centrally located room, whether, that is your basement or a storm shelter. Those are going to be 1A and 1B. But, of course, it's the South. I get it. Not everyone has a basement. So you need to know where that safe place is. Unfortunately, for some of these churches, maybe for the central ministry's office, that might be one of the safest places away from those larger windows. But it's unfortunate that it's occurring on a day like today, where you have a large gathering of people, perhaps in a place that might not be equipped to move all of those people into the safe place. So Mother Nature is very fickle like that. Doesn't care what day it is, doesn't care what time it is. That's why we emphasize all the time knowing where your safe place is, having a plan, and being ready to act. Same thing goes for folks that live in mobile homes. That is just simply not a safe place to be. Mobile homes become mobile. So you need to know where to go and how far away that safe place is to you. For folks that are watching on all of our social media channels, feel free to get those questions into us. Cappucci?
Yeah, so great point about the churches. There have been some very famous anecdotes about churches. Obviously, churches tend to have high ceilings. Those ceilings are very susceptible to even high-end EF1, low-end EF2 tornadoes. And so often we see churches become hotspots for damage or injury. The other tricky thing, too, is that they tend to be used for triage after major tornadoes, because so often the church is like a community center for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Back on April 3rd, 1974, we remember that super outbreak. Up until 2011, that was like the benchmark tornado outbreak with 148 tornadoes, many of which were, I think like a dozen were F4s and F5s, if not more. No, I'm sorry, 30 of them were F4s and F5s. 6 were F5s back on April 3rd, 74. But anyway, Tanner Crossroads, Alabama that day. It's up in Limestone County, a little bit west of Huntsville, right along the river. And there was one tornado that came through. It was an F5 and destroyed much of downtown Tanner and Tanner Crossroads, and hit a place called Lawson's Trailer Park and killed a bunch of people there. But there were some survivors. And so they pulled the survivors out of the rubble, and they bring them to the place where they're doing triage, which was the nearby church. Well, here comes the second F5 tornado, goes through, levels the church, and kills one of the survivors of the first tornado less than 2 hours later. So it goes to show you, not only are churches dangerous in tornadoes, but also so often, when you have high-end tornado events, obviously today's not super high-end, but when you do have high-end tornado events with multiple tornadic storms possible, people really got to make sure that their, rescue recovery plans take account for that second tornado potential.
Cappucci,
Last
when
year,
we were streaming just a couple of weeks ago on that the high risk day, I'm trying to recall the community.
Taylorsville.
Thank you, Taylorsville, right? That had a strong tornado come through, and I'd imagine as people are out there picking up the pieces, thinking the worst has passed, yet another tornado comes training right on through the exact same path.
Yeah, and the paths crossed, which is wild.
Yeah.
That area.
We have a
believe it or not,
TikTok about it. Go check it out.
Yep, we do. That area is among the most tornado prone in the entire country, more so than Oklahoma. Oklahoma might have more strong to violent tornadoes by a very narrow margin, but southern and south central Mississippi has a slightly longer path length because more of their tornadoes occur in the cool season when the tornadoes tend to go a little farther because the jet stream is faster and tugging them along. And yeah, that day when I was chasing, I was in the same town and I got multiple back-to-back tornadoes. And the craziest part, while I was on that chase, I drove through multiple damage paths from tornadoes nearby in 2020 near Seminary and Bassfield and Laurel and Soso, Mississippi. That area is just so unbelievably tornado prone. But it's tough to get an F5 rating there because realistically, not many structures are built to handle it. You'll get EF4s, but you won't get EF5s there, even though you might have EF5 strength tornadoes. It's a very fascinating place. But yeah, it's wild seeing some tornadoes hit the same places time and time again. Now, Mike, earlier on, we were talking about storm mode and storm mode playing a role, whether or not we're getting lines or supercells. I think with regard to today's storms, we'd be more likely to see the southern target have supercells. It's kind of a weird thing where the best dynamics.
That's what I was talking about before over Arkansas, those little guys that are starting to pop up now closer to the coastline where the Cape is higher.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. The best dynamics reside farther north into Missouri, but we're seeing north of like Little Rock and near Hot Springs and in Arkadelphia, a few little pockets of air try to rise and form some showers. And on a day like today, you don't need a hulking giant thunderstorm to spawn a tornado. Anything that goes up ahead of the line will start to spin. And so you could even have, mini spinnies or smaller thunderstorms or even what we call super showers, downpours that are tall enough to become, thunderstorms, but they're not super strong, not otherwise severe thunderstorms that tap into the changing winds with height and rotate. And so it's an interesting environment. I don't see any of those yet that have reached that threshold, but we are definitely seeing some cells pop ahead of the line. But otherwise, we have no active tornado warnings right now, which is a good thing. I'm not seeing too many kinks in the line. There are, surging segments, but Mike, right now, we're in a pretty good position, or as good as we can be at this hour. Now, I do want to point out, I'm seeing a couple developing circulations in northwest Arkansas. So if we can take the Mac Mini real quick and show folks, it's for this area between, say, east of Fort Smith and like south of Springfield, Missouri. This little corridor, it's about 80, 90 miles long between, say, I-40 and I-44. Obviously in the Ozarks, the terrain's challenging to see. You're not going to see or hear anything. But if I switch on to the per station radar, I want to take a look in the storms and see if we can find any couplets or little pockets of spin. It'll take a sec. I think we're going to use the Little Rock radar. We might use the Springfield radar. Yeah, we're using Springfield's. Okay. So if I switch over to velocity, you can see there is this sort of developing area of circulation near Highway 412 in northern parts and northwestern parts of Arkansas. It's moving in the direction of Green Forest, west of Alpena, maybe Omaha, and eventually towards the state line, west of Diamond City. So this circulation right here, I think, bears watching. There's another weak circulation a little bit west of Crane in southwest Missouri. Not super strong right now. We call these kinks in the line. Most don't become anything, but they're things to watch. I'm seeing kind of a little wobble back and forth. A few curves in the line here, but just not curvy enough. Nothing really pinching off and curving backwards and becoming tornadic. And let's switch to actually the Fort Smith radar. and we'll probe northwest Arkansas a little more closely and see if we see any others. Yeah, so here's that circulation near Huntsville. Mike, I would imagine sometime soon, if this trend continues, they likely will slap a tornado warning on it for areas southeast of Berryville in northern Arkansas. Otherwise, I don't really see anything that is too concerning. There's one near Huntsville, yeah, like we said, Huntsville, and then a broader one near Berryville. The one near Berrysville is very broad and diffuse, but I think this one here is worth watching. And actually, let's treat this like a tornado warning, folks, just out of an abundance of caution. If you're northeast of Huntsville, I'd like you to shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows if you can. This right near Huntsville, just east of town, pushing along 412, is perhaps becoming tornadic if it's not already. I'm sure the Weather Service is either considering one or has considered one. And I'd say out of an abundance of caution, let's shelter. We do see the line kind of curls back a little bit. It's like a miniature kink in the line. And let's throw on spectrum width to see if there's any turbulence, any chaos in pixels. And yeah, we see this little area of red. So there's some more chaotic motions there. And those chaotic motions overlap with where that couplet is, the red against green. Obviously, it looks like a bucket of spilled paint. Just know green is wind towards the radar, which is down left in this shot. Red is away from the radar. And the fact that we have these two colors right next to each other tells me that there is some spin. And this is velocity. We'll show storm relative velocity. Oh my goodness, that is very messy. We're not going to show that. Oof. Let's see if we can find what I want. No debris lifted or anything.
That's kind of been the MO so far of today. Like I saw maybe 2 distinct correlation coefficient signatures to show a tornado on the ground, which I guess is good, right? Ultimately, we're here to keep people informed, but it's not like we want tornadoes to happen. We're here to report on them when they do. Cappucci, while you're looking for that, Jack, if you want to pull up the web browser real quick, I want to show folks. This is the tornado earlier today from storm chaser Jordan Hall over Fulton, Missouri. I mean, look at this. This is kind of the best shot of a tornado that we have had, period, today across all of the Midwest and the South. I liked how Cappucci alluded to it before, that Jordan seemingly teleported to Missouri. He's just always right on top of these, seemingly. And here's a look at it, fully condensed. You can see that wedge tornado touching down there. Of course, remember, tornadoes are not rated in the moment. They have to have survey meteorologists go out and take a look at them, or who the heck knows how that's going today with the current state of the National Weather Service. But either way, what we know here is that it's certainly large. We had the largest tornado in Iowa State history the other day that Cappucci was close to.
Actually, Mike, I hate to interrupt, but just a point on that. The Weather Service actually went back and revised that width down to 1.1 miles. So it was still
interesting.
It did not, however, set the record. They just issued
walked that one back, huh?
Which, yeah, I mean, to your point, that surprised me. I think what happened was that they looked at the rear flank downdraft, the cool air wraparound on the backside of the tornado, and counted some of that as the tornado itself.
Interesting.
And that poses a really interesting point. So often when we have large tornadoes, it's tough to draw the line as to what's tornado and what's not. Do you draw it based on the condensation funnel, the visible cloudiness? Because we know the tornado circulation oftentimes can and does extend beyond that. Do we draw it based on the speed of 74 plus mile per hour winds, which sometimes has been done? That's kind of tricky. Tornadoes are oftentimes wrapped up in inflow, warm, moist air ahead of them spiraling into the tornado. And those inflow winds can exceed 80, 90 miles per hour for the strongest tornadoes because they're sucking in air. Mm-hmm. We have cold air wraparound, the rear flank downdraft from the south side that punches through and can have 80 plus mile per hour winds. And sometimes when you have a tornado that's also shrouded in warm and cold winds from all sides, it's tough to look back and say, where did the tornado end and where did straight line winds begin? Especially if the straight line winds are curving into the tornado. So it seems like how could they botch that? But really, I've been in the edge of circulations before, and I'm like, was that inflow? Was that tornado? Was that, it's kind of tricky. We all know that May 31st, 2013, the El Reno, Oklahoma tornado, that one was 2.6 miles wide. But
still to this day, the widest ever.
Well, here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
Everybody forgets about May 3rd, 1999. Now,
How
more
could we?
Oklahoma that day, but it wasn't the Moore tornado. It was a later tornado in that same sequence. One of the storms produced over 20 tornadoes. I think it was like Storm B that day. They gave them letters because there were like 8 supercells. But one of the storms produced 20 tornadoes, and one of them spawned a high-end tornado after dark in Mulhall, Oklahoma, which is about 45 minutes an hour north of Oklahoma City, near the exit with the Brahms in Blackwell, Oklahoma. But anyway, they went back and radar indicated winds over 74 miles per hour, extending about 4 miles outward. Now, the tornado didn't hit much, so they couldn't really use damage to ascertain how wide it was, and it was at night, so no one really got a picture. But it's believed that tornado may have been close to 4 miles wide.
Woo!
So it's this weird, forgotten tornado. But I believe the Dow was out there that night. Like, they got high-res radar data.
So for those of you that are just joining us, welcome. It is 4:36 Eastern Time here on April 20th, 4:20 here on Easter Sunday. I'm meteorologist Mike Linden coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here in beautiful Orlando, Florida. I am also joined by meteorologist and resident road warrior Matthew Cappucci, who is, of course, out chasing severe weather this time of year, staying in regional hotels and motels and eating a variance of gas station foods, living his best life. He is joining us from Texas right now, gearing up for the next stream coming up later this week, or the next wave of severe weather, a dry line set up in Texas. But of course, we are tracking what is right now an underperforming severe weather risk here from the Storm Prediction Center. If I brighten this up here, it is the Evil Avocado Pit here that covers most of Missouri and parts of Arkansas. You can see that that's already started to get shaved on the western side of it here. You're kind of seeing parts of eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas beginning to get dropped from that a little bit. But this orange color there, that is the enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center's scale. And if I take this down, you can see these yellow boxes here. These are tornado watches that remain in effect until 7 o'clock Central Time. It's been maybe 15, 20 minutes now since we've had an active tornado warning. It's not like we're not going to see them again. It's certainly possible. Cappucci was talking about this storm maybe 10 minutes ago here that was pushing through the Huntsville, Arkansas area that you can see right there. Not tornado warned, but that is absolutely a signature of some rotation embedded within that general line. And if I go back to the per station mode and I zoom out a little bit here, you can see that this is effectively running north to south here. Just a big honkin' line of thunderstorms. We have gone full linear storm mode here. Now, interestingly enough, Cappucci, this entire line from where it is up north all the way to where it terminates here just to the north of Texarkana, all of it is severe warned. All of it. That's these yellowish orange boxes here, right? Indicative of very strong winds coming through very quickly. These are very narrow. It's a very narrow band, but it is going to pack a punch. They're struggling, though, to put down, to get any kind of spin, given a few factors at play here. But it's any of these storms, like right here, off ahead of the main line, like this one near Magnet Cove, this one west of Caddo Valley, Arkadelphia, that if they do develop further in this environment, that could become these more discrete storms, Cappucci. But largely speaking, we have gone full-on linear storm mode here.
Yeah, I mean, we really have.
And
interestingly,
I mean, a pretty narrow band too of interestingly enough, Cappucci, that area of circulation you called out not long ago over Huntsville has the biggest Ville signature on it right now, up and down the line.
Yeah, and
very narrow band of hail right here too through St. Paul and Huntsville.
Interestingly, the only wind reports we've had so far have been in southwest Missouri from actually from that northern bookend vortex. Otherwise, nothing is really producing much wind that reaches the surface. So even though a lot of this is severe warned, the warnings aren't really delivering much in the way of wind right now, which has been interesting to see. So maybe they're just not, maybe the storms are not mixing it down. Maybe there's some capping. And so warm air at the mid levels that's preventing surface air from rising and preventing high air from aloft from pulling down that momentum more efficiently. But yeah, really the only wind we've really seen so far has been with the northern bookend vortex, or the northern end of the squall line. Real quick, if we can, I'd like to zoom in on the Mac Mini and look at southern and I guess southwestern portions of Arkansas. And this is the area that Mike was calling out as having more semi-discrete development. And down there, we notice it's not so much a line. We're seeing more supercells begin to sort of take shape. So I think that in the next hour to 2 hours, we're going to see a number of warnings perhaps pop between like Hot Springs and Little Rock near Interstate 30 and along highways 70 and 270. Because these three cells, the one near Odin, Norman, and east of Dierks, west of Murfreesboro, are all spinning. They're semi-discrete. They're kind of alone, kind of self-contained. We're seeing some spin near Odin. We're seeing some spin south of Norman. And we're seeing broad diffuse spin southwest of Murfreesboro. So if something is going to become a supercell tornado, or a tornado in a self-contained lonely storm, it's going to be in southwest Arkansas. Otherwise, I mean, in the line farther north, it's tougher to pinch off an area of spin because an area of spin comes more easily when you have a lonely storm. And we just don't really have that right now. And so I think storm mode is going to be crucial this evening. So far, everything, to Mike's point, has been mostly a line. If we can squeak out a lone discrete supercell, perhaps across southwest Arkansas, there will be a better chance of us seeing a tornado. But for now, we're coming up on 5 o'clock Eastern time, and clock is ticking, like.
Some questions coming in on the chat, Cappucci. Is it possible from the Storm Prediction Center's perspective to pull back, or from the National Weather Service, I should say, to pull back the tornado watch and expire it early?
Yes, but realistically, they very rarely do that. The only reason they expire something early is if it moves out of an area, which has happened before. Like, you'll see if there's a big threat and there's a line pushing through.
Interestingly, Cappucci, I'm sorry to cut you off here. Of course, as soon as I say that, St. Louis, Springfield, Peoria, Illinois, so that's Springfield, Illinois, and Cape Girardeau are now all under a tornado watch. That has just come down. That is until 11 o'clock Central Time for all of the locations that I just called out. So, interestingly, Cappucci, as soon as I say that, they extend it considerably to the east and north. In fact, all the way up into, that looks like Davenport, Iowa as well.
Yeah, I'm not terribly surprised. If we can, here, I'll pull that up in the Mac Mini so we can show that. It may take a moment for it to populate, but I'm not terribly surprised because as the warm front lifts north, you're going to have a ribbon of spin or helicity along that warm front draped across portions of Illinois, northeast Missouri as well. So here, let's show weather alerts. Actually, I'll fill it in just so we can see where that new, come on, good. We'll fill the shape so we can see where that new watch has been issued. And yeah, so the tornado watch is anything in yellow. So it goes all the way from southeast Iowa now. Ottumwa got hit back on March 31st, 2023, all the way from Davenport, I've been there, or Davenport, Peoria, been there, Galesburg, been there. They have a Casey's gas station in Galesburg. I got a really good chicken sandwich there. Horrible coffee. But it wasn't that the coffee was bad, it's that I don't like coffee. And then we have the watch go all the way down, obviously, to near the Mississippi River. So a big area. And the expectation is that this warm front is lifting north and lifting north quickly. I'd be surprised to see the tornado threat get this far north. But if the warm front lurks nearby and we get temperatures warm enough, we could squeak out an isolated spinning storm. I mean, we're already seeing one near Kirksville, Missouri. We have to keep in mind this warm front, the position is likely outdated too. The warm front is likely farther north. And in fact, let's actually throw on the temperatures layer. So I'm going to turn off the fronts because they're a little bit outdated. these come from the National Weather Service, and they only update it every 3 hours. So let's find fronts. I have it toggled on. Where do I toggle it
You're
off?
in the warnings. You have to get out of that menu.
Thank
There
you.
you
That's what happens when you let a senior citizen use technology.
Up. Oh, so close. Temperatures.
Okay.
There it is.
When you get to be my age, your eyes get bad.
Yeah.
Hey, be nice to Grandpa. All right, so yeah, I mean the warm front right now is just north of Interstate 40 and Interstate 70. 44 becomes 70. It's weird. You drive 44 up to like Rolla, Missouri. You get to St. Louis, then it becomes 70 near Terre Haute, Indiana. But yeah, I mean, look, it's warm, upper 70s. And the north, we're in the 50s and 60s. So imagine what it's like now being in like, Burlington, Illinois, or Burlington, and actually that's on the Iowa side, but Burlington on the river, it's 55 degrees. It does not feel like tornado weather. I'm sure in Rolla, Missouri, it didn't feel like tornado weather earlier on, but now they're in a tornado watch. And the reason is pretty simple. Let me pull up some data real quick. So often in environments like this, we have what we call rapid air mass recovery, or when the warm front lifts north, you go from cool to suddenly very warm and very humid. So just a couple hours ago, for example, at 10 a.m., Rolla was 58 degrees. At 11, they were 63. And then they jumped, they jumped 11 degrees in 2 hours. So as that warm front came through, they just jumped temperature-wise, and suddenly it's now warm and humid. That's how it was, right here in Rolla. They're 76 now. They were in the 50s mid-morning. Rapid air mass recovery. So in Hannibal, it's only 64 right now. It will be in the 70s soon. It'll be humid too. Springfield, you just got to about 71. So the warm front is right along here. And so that's why, as we continue throughout this evening, we very well may see an increasing tornado threat farther north. I think we'll see two areas of increasing threat. I think central Arkansas over the next 2 hours will have an increased tornado threat. And then I think this evening, as the low-level jet stream ramps up, we'll see that southwest Illinois, northeast Missouri area sort of pick up markedly in activity. So two little sub-hot spots in a broader area that we have to watch. Let's take a look once again, and I'll unfill shapes in a second, but let's take a look once again at our supercells approaching Hot Springs, Arkansas. Weather alerts. I have to unfill shapes. Come on, menu. There we go. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 semi-supercells. I mean, they're not super clean. They're what we call semi-discrete. They're kind of by themselves, but kind of not. These two are the ones I'm really watching. The one northeast of Norman and this one near Odin. This one I would not be terribly surprised if it gets a tornado warning in the next 15-20 minutes. Fortunately, it passes over some very rural areas north of Lake Wichita as it heads towards Plainview. There's really not much of anything in here. Obviously, a few very small communities, but that area is very sparsely populated. I've storm chased there. There really aren't even many roads there northeast of Odin. So that's heading towards Plainview, and looks like Ola as well down the road. So I'd keep an eye out there just in case. Norman towards Mount Ida. We're watching that cell closely. And then down the road, if this one near Murfreesboro organizes, and it could, it's the southernmost in the line right now, it's so-called tail end Charlie, it might pose a threat in the next hour to 75 minutes for Hot Springs. But otherwise, Mike, I mean, it's mainly these supercells that we have to watch. And the line, obviously, we're keeping tabs on too, but all told, this environment has all the ingredients, but the storm mode isn't correct to favor significant tornadoes yet.
Yeah, just not seeing much of anything as it develops. Of course, it's a holiday today, a fairly major one, right? It is Easter, so I know a lot of folks are probably gathering with their families in some of these communities here. And if there is a tornado that comes through, well, things definitely could get tight in your safe place. You need to know where that area is, of course. Which is, again, a basement or a storm shelter. The lowest and centralmost part of your home. We are, of course, streaming in the MyRadar app and across all of our platforms. Be sure, wherever you are watching, to subscribe. We'd really appreciate it if you're watching on TikTok. Hey, we hit 115,000 followers recently. Help us reach 116. Hit that button. I think it's right above my head there, above Cappucci's head, somewhere up there. It's totally free to follow. We'd really, really appreciate it. Again, tap on the screen as well. Show your support that way, and share the live stream. It's always helpful to make sure that this gets in front of people dealing with critical weather information. Not to mention, if you're watching on YouTube, big shout out to the folks that are watching us over there. Be sure to click that like button. Really appreciate it. And subscribe to the channel as well. And hey, if you're watching in the MyRadar app, well, that's just awesome. Remember, folks, if you are watching in the MyRadar app, really awesome feature. And remember, you can download the app for free on all major mobile platforms: iOS, Android, Windows, Apple CarPlay. Well, of course, that's iOS. You can now download the iPad version of the app on Mac OS. We're on Amazon. You can download it on Xbox as well. We are everywhere. But Jack, take the iPad for here just a moment. I want to show folks this particular feature. This is where you have been able to see Matthew Cappucci's live stream. It's where you can see Jordan Hall's live stream as well. If you click on the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards there, and you toggle on the video storm chasers layer, you start to see all these little play buttons on the map. And those are all storm chasers, courtesy of our partners over at Severe Studios. So what's cool is you just tap on it. Like, for example, this is Freddie McKinney here. We can tap on Freddie, and then we can see, it looks like he's looking at the SPC there, right? We go out of here, and we go to Jordan Hall. There's Jordan Hall, right? And what's really neat, not only can you take it in full screen, all while still in the app, you can also click that little picture-in-picture button and play, and now you can track storms in real time while also having the live stream of your favorite storm chaser. So you were able to do this with Matthew Cappucci yesterday, or of course you could do this with Jordan right now, or any of the other chasers. I believe that Severe Studios has 1,500 storm chasers on their network. They're not all active at the same time, but there's some really great storm chasers out there. And again, here's Jordan's feed here. And you can move it all around the screen. Totally free to do. So it's a really awesome experience, totally free in the app to be able to watch your favorite storm chaser and follow along exactly what it is that they're chasing. Looks like Jordan is driving on County Road 13 there toward the Truman Reservoir, stuck behind that Mazda there, it looks like. But anywho, just a neat little feature, totally free in the app to download that you can toggle on. But the night rolls on here. I think we could get cooking here within the next couple of hours. In fact, we have a brand new tornado warning. Just as soon as I was saying that, let's check it out, Cappucci. Here it is.
Yep, it's that cell we were talking about earlier on, that one that was near Huntsville in northwest Arkansas earlier on. Now it's near, looks like Hugh and south of Omaha.
Northwestern Marion County and Boone County for the next 49 minutes. Let's see what we got going on there. It's still, you can still see the spin in there. I gotta switch to radar here. What? Not yet, Jack.
Yeah, and in terms of the push today, I don't even know if it's worth doing a push.
We need one more, Jack. This is a weird one. It's between a couple of radar sites here. I mean, Paducah is a little too far away, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm using Fort Smith right now if we want to pull that up.
Yeah, all right, let's do that.
I'll use Springfield.
Springfield? Yeah, that was the one I was looking at.
Yeah, it's tricky for the folks at home. This area has very poor radar coverage. Near and south of Table Rock Lake, the radar beam is so high that you can't necessarily see what's going on very close to the ground. And that's the case right now. And so as this storm moves east of Green Forest, it could produce a tornado near Alpena, and that looks like it'll pass near Highway 65 and Highway 62. Temperatures in the mid-70s. It's warm, it's humid, the atmosphere is juiced up, and we have this little kind of kink in the line, if you will, where we have a little bit of red against a little bit of light blue. So two areas of opposing winds over a short distance. The inference is, of course, rotation. That's pushing northeast towards Highway 65. So if you're in that area, you want to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. You can almost see, actually, let me get off composite. Let me just show base reflectivity. Oh, see, I don't see it as well there.
It's heading to Coyne, Arkansas. Splitting the difference there between Alpena and Green Forest. A little closer to Green Forest than Alpena, though.
Yeah, it's another one of those kink in the line spins. And the tricky thing is, these kinks in the line don't last super long as individual circulations. So you issue a warning, it might touch down for 2 or 3 scans, then lift. Sometimes they touch down in between scans. And that's a tricky thing. So in this case, you know, we're hoping nothing touches down. The circulation looks broad and diffuse, but also keep in mind, we're looking a mile plus up in the sky. We're not seeing what's happening at those lowest levels, because when the beam exits the radar, it leaves at a little bit of an angle between 1 and 3-ish degrees. And so as you go farther away, that beam goes higher, especially because the Earth's surface curves away. And so for that reason, the beam is...
I'm being facetious.
Sorry, took me a sec. Flat earthers. That's a video I should do at some point. You really want to trigger folks. Then we'll get some. But yeah, interestingly, the Earth's surface curves on average about 8 inches per mile. The equator bulges outwards like 30-ish miles, give or take, because the Earth is spinning. So that's actually over time sort of forced the Earth.
The rotation is tightening,
yeah.
By the way.
You have a new scan.
East of Green Forest here. And like I alluded to before, Cappucci, this is crossing over right now, Interstate 62 there. The Bethel Baptist Church and the Forerunner House of Prayer, they're like basically right next to each other. There's so many of these smaller community churches, and on a day like today, where people are gathering for Easter Mass, that it's critically important that for people that are going to, you know, their churches, right, to know where the safe place is. The chapel not going to be a safe place. With those larger windows. It looks like they've extended that tornado watch as well, Cappucci, to include Harrison, Bergman, Lead Hill, and Diamond City. Although the core of that circulation is lifting far to the north, east of Green Forest there, almost on its way toward Omaha. So I guess they're taking into account if the line starts to chug a little faster to the east, including Diamond City, Lead Hill, and Bergman. But for folks here along I-65 near Omaha, you need to be in your safe place next. 45 minutes to go on that tornado warning, mind you. Still just radar indicated. We're seeing it right here, right? This is it. Embedded within that line, but nothing to suggest that there's anything on the ground as of yet.
Let's see. I'm trying to pull up some machine learning models and just see if we have any insight
from the machines.
Yeah, I've been using machine learning models in my chasing lately too, and it's been a game changer. Interestingly, the machine learning models are placing the bullseye of tornado potential in central Missouri these next 3 hours. And I think it's in association with this couplet working into southern and central Missouri. So they're saying like near Rolla, east of Springfield, that area is at greatest risk of an isolated tornado. And the machine learning models are not nearly as bullish on the Arkansas threat, which I find interesting. So I wonder if there's some limiting factor that the machine learning models are keying into that we're not. But yeah, over the next hour, it places a shot of isolated tornado activity over southwest Missouri, but really the machine learning models aren't super bullish.
John just asked on Twitch, what's the best chart for seeing the most conversations? What do you mean by conversations? If you can allude on your comment there. We got someone here on TikTok asking about rotation for Fairgrove, Missouri. Fairgrove, right up here near Springfield. You are under a severe thunderstorm, but as of right now, no tornado warning there. This is kind of the only area of embedded rotation that we're seeing. Cappucci, what machine learning models were you using?
One called StormNet. It requires a subscription, but there's a free version that goes out to an hour. I also use Warn On Forecast, and Warn On Forecast is not super bullish today either. Sometimes NOAA releases Warn On Forecast, sometimes they don't. Today, they've had it going out a couple hours, but it's cool. Warn On Forecast is part of what helped me bag the tornado in Nebraska the other day. A lot of other folks went south, and I played with the northern storm, partly because I figured moisture would pool in the valley just west of the hills in southwest Iowa, east of the Omaha Metro. But I also knew that the machine learning models were really keying into like the northern end of that moisture nose as being the most prime for a tornado within 2 hours. That also helped me quite a bit on April 2nd, near Clarksville in Texas when I got that tornado. So machine learning models are things that are useful to everyone. I've been trying to integrate them more into my forecasts too. It's also about knowing the biases and knowing when to use them, when not to use them. Obviously, nothing replaces a human forecaster, but the machine learning models are honestly better than most human forecasters. However, we need to supplement them with our knowledge. So that's why I like when I'm storm chasing. I'll look at the machine learning models. I'll also do what my gut tells me, which usually nets results. But they're definitely a really useful tool.
We still have many more hours to go on this tornado threat. I still think that things are going to wind down here in the next 2 hours. But we will see. And when I say wind down, I mean the tornadic threat. We'll see though. It's right now just this one tornado. Although to be fair, starting to see some embedded spin up here just east of Branson West and west of Merriam Woods. It's broad, right? And it looks like there's two kind of areas here. One south of Highlandville, one northeast of Kimberling City and east of Branson West. Right here. You guys can see my mouse cursor? Oh, you guys are using Cappucci's you're seeing Cappucci's screen there, Jack. Perfect. One area of rotation right here, and then another one right here. This is just a severe thunderstorm. We'll see what happens. But being that this one down here is the tornado warned storm, heading for Omaha, rather. And if we go to the reflectivity, you can see this is kind of part of that kink, that little bump in the line there. This one looks very similar to that, north of it. That is not tornado warned right now. But perhaps that will change here. Let me go back a couple radar scans. I mean, Cappucci, are you seeing this here? I'm back, this was 10 minutes ago. Nothing. Jog it out 5 more minutes, starting to see that embedded spin. And then again, and it really starts to stand out east of Branson West, just to the north of the storm we're looking at right now near Omaha. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that to me looks like it's a pretty solid kink in the line. I think that one will likely continue onwards for a decent amount of time. If we actually throw on mine real quick, we can see I've thrown on spectrum width, and this will be a little tricky for the folks at home to see, but can we make out this little green line right here?
Yep.
This little green line is the wind shift line. So this is the actual surface front and where the storms are. Behind here, it's cooler, it's drier, head of it warm and moist. And so this is where the winds change direction, out of the south-southeast, out of the north-northwest. And right along this line, we're getting those little kinks of spin. One little kink is right here, just west of the Boone County Airport. Another little kink is closing in on Omaha. And so that's a really good way for meteorologists to tell where the air masses are changing. And indeed, like we said, 2 little kinks of spin west of Boone County Airport, 1 southwest of Omaha. So that's why I love using spectrum width. Spectrum width shows us the chaos in the individual pixels, how much the winds are changing direction over a short area. I still don't see anything terribly tight. I mean, the circulation is now approaching, if not over Omaha. I don't see anything super tight, but out of an abundance of caution, it's important people seek shelter, lowest floor of whatever building they're in. There are a couple additional kinks in the line trying to get going on the Missouri side to the north, near like Branson, Hollister, a little bit east of Table Rock Lake, heading towards Taneyville and southeast of Highlandville. Those ones are all Still broad, still diffuse, so nothing really tight right now, but we are watching that rather closely. I'm more intrigued, actually, and let's shift gears a little bit. I'm more intrigued by what's happening in southwest Arkansas with one of those more lonely, semi-discrete supercells. I'm going to show the Fort Smith radar if I can. And Mike, look at this. We have two couplets that are just begging for
Oh
tornado
yeah.
warning. This one near Mount Ida along Highway 270 west of Hot Springs, which is again moving over a very rural area. First, it'll pass over Lake Wachita. My guess, as this spin passes over Lake Wachita, green towards the radar, red away, so obviously spin right here. As it passes over Lake Wachita, it will encounter lesser friction over the waters, and so you'll have better inflow, more moist air rushing in to fuel the storm, unimpeded by the surface roughness of trees and stuff like that. And I think its circulation will tighten up and we'll have a waterspout drop in the lake. That would be my guess. But that area right there is, it's lonely, it's discrete, it's isolated. Why is this updated?
Meanwhile, John on Facebook, who lives, looks like he lives in Table Rock Lake, near Branson West, said that there were several gusts there up near about 70 miles per hour. So those were those, that was a severe thunderstorm we were just talking about where there was some embedded rotation up there.
Yeah, I got to think they're about to warn this one east of Mount Ida. It's going to happen soon.
It seems like the whole line there south of Springfield is all seeing the little kinks in the line. Again, still now north of Merriam Woods and Branson. Not tornado warned, but there is embedded spin there. You've got your tornado warned storm that's passing just west of Omaha right now. And then to your point, the storms in far southern Arkansas are also starting to kind of come together. We're about halfway through the tornado watch area. They've already peeled it back on the western side. But we'll see how this continues to develop. We got Grace and TikTok watching in Flippin, Arkansas. Tucker, what about Omaha, Arkansas? That's what we're talking about. So there's that embedded rotation right here, just west of Omaha. Nothing suggests on any of the products that we would look at to suggest that there's anything on the ground south of the Branson Airport, west of Omaha. Correlation coefficient, which, you know, the red colors there that you're seeing, that's just rain, right? That's what the product is trained to be able to show you. But if you were seeing some like blue splotches, you know, like a big area of it, that would indicate that there's something on the ground. Nothing. Now, the velocity scan, again, that's showing us winds. Green showing us wind going toward the radar, red's away. And in this sense, right here, you have this kind of stretched out broad area of rotation. It's not the greatest couplet in the world that's showing you, you know, whether or not you're seeing what you need to have a tornado, but it's something, right? And here over the past, I don't know, 3 hours, there hasn't been much, which is good, right? It looks like that's now passing just south of Branson Airport. I would have to imagine that they are going to shave the eastern side of this off, Bergman, Lead Hill, Diamond City, being that this thing's now lifting north up toward the Branson Airport here. It's still radar indicated, Cappucci. There's nothing to suggest that there's anything on the ground here. What about your storms down south in Arkansas? Wait, new tornado warning just north of Springfield. Do you see this one?
Yeah, the kink in the line heading towards Buffalo. So folks in your highway and Buffalo, you guys are in line for a potential tornado. We'll take. Do you want to take it on your radar, or do you want me to take it on mine?
I got it right here. I'm using the Springfield radar, but I think I got to switch. I'm trying to find the spin here. If I use St. Louis, I mean, I guess there it is, right? Yeah, boy, we are splitting hairs here on these tornado warned storms. 33 minutes to go on this.
Springfield shows it a little better. It's closing in on Buffalo right now. It looks decent on... Is that storm relative or is that regular?
That's velocity.
And that's how we're showing it? Let's see.
Take a screen grab if you could, Cappucci. We can share it. during a meeting this week with the map folks and the data folks. But again, it's another kink in the line there.
I'm still very surprised the ones in Arkansas don't have a tornado warning, but because I see two that are getting close to it. In fact, I see one that I think is producing a tornado, but just in the middle of nowhere. And I'm not calling rural areas the middle of nowhere. I mean literally the middle of nowhere. No one lives there. It's a forest. West of Mountain Pine, there's a lake and then just a forest. I've been there. It's a nice area, beautiful area, but it's tough to chase there because, you know, you're in the Ouachita Mountains. There aren't really even any roads there. Some of those mountains are close to 2,000 feet tall.
Okay, I have screen grabs here. I'm gonna post this. If you want to drive here for a second, Cappucci, while I post this here.
Yeah. Let me we'll hop on over to MyRadar. No pun intended, Jack. And yeah, let's do a tour from south to north. First, we're going to show a whole broad view as to what's going on. I'm going to do that with the high-def radar. High-def radar takes all the different radar sites and kind of blends them together into one smooth product. And we can kind of see what the deal is. All right, so we broaden out. We see it'll take a sec to load, but in northern areas, we're dealing with more of a squall line. You can see the tiles loading right here. So it's more squall line with embedded kinks of spin, one northeast of Springfield, the other in far northern Arkansas. But along the southern side, west of Little Rock, we see how there's kind of more a scalloped appearance. The storms aren't really fully continuous. These have a better propensity to become lone, discrete, isolated supercells, and supercells have an easier time spinning. Now, if we switch to the per station radar, we'll be able to do a deep dive dissecting each storm based on its velocity or the spin inside it. Anything green is towards the radar. The radar is, of course, over here in Little Rock to the east. Anything red is away from the radar. When we see those two colors over a short distance, the inference is, of course, rotation. Now, near the town of Glenwood, I'm seeing pretty tight rotation here. Right over highway, it looks like, I can't tell what highway that is. That's not 70. Well, anyway, northeast of Lake Greason near Glenwood and northwest of Amity in west central Arkansas, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado right on the roadway. We have blue and darker green, and they're touching. They're pretty strong couplet right there, showing opposing winds over a very short distance. The inference would be rotation. And we also see a donut hole on radar. This donut hole is something called a bounded weak echo region. This is just east of Glenwood in Arkansas. And anytime you have that, it's a sign that you have air that's rising so quickly from a possible tornadic circulation that rain is not able to fall. It's suspending the rain in midair. So obviously areas northeast of Glenwood should watch out, but there really aren't many roadways there. We're talking Old Caddo Gap Road, County Road 120, and Cutoff Road. Cutoff Road, I'm assuming, is a dead end, but really there aren't many communities immediately northeast of Glenwood. Welsh is east-northeast. There are a couple roadways out there, but most are extremely sparsely populated. Still, if you live off Wilson Road, Kennedy Road, or Eden Road, you want to be in shelter now, and we do now have a tornado warning that includes Hot Springs. So now we do have some action. If you're in Hot Springs, Lake Hamilton, Lake Ouachita, be in your shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle, outdoors, you want to get to a site-built location and protect yourself from flying debris. We were covering this before the tornado warning was issued. We discussed this about 20 minutes ago, and now we have a tight circulation that is just northeast of Glenwood. Green is towards the radar, red is away. We obviously have the whole storm moving towards the radar, but this area where the two colors are right next to each other shows opposing changing winds over short distance. This tornado very now likely on the ground, just based on the signatures I'm seeing with regards to velocity. It is just north of Highway 70, just north of Highway 70, about 4 miles east-northeast of Glenwood. It is just north of the town of Welsh. Right now, any possible tornado would be moving over Old Caddo Gap Road. We can take a look at reflectivity once again, and we can see there is a bit of a hook, and this area right here, inside the hook, is where that tornado may be. If we take a look at correlation coefficient, we can look to see if there's any debris, no indication yet. Anything red is normal. Any blue splotches would be irregular shapes. We're not seeing that yet. Right now, so far, everything is good, but we're seeing strong rotation, no confirmation of anything on the ground. If we take a look at spectrum width, we can look and we see a very clear spectrum width signature. What this does is show us the chaos, the motion in the pixels, and how much turbulence there is in individual pixels. And we can see right here, this splotch of yellow, northeast of Glenwood. This is where that possible tornado would be. We're also seeing that obviously the spectrum width signature, indicative of chaotic motions in the pixels, is co-located with the couplet. So again, the couplet is right here northeast of Glenwood. Couplet meaning opposing winds over short distance. Blue and green, winds at different speeds, different velocities. They're right next to each other, they're touching. So obviously there's some circulation with wind going in one direction, wind going in another direction, and in the middle you get very strong spin. That's what we're seeing right now northeast of Glenwood, north of Highway 70. That is north, just north of Welsh. I'm optimistic that Welsh on the highway is okay. But northern areas, for example, just north of Mr. Egg Road, that is really a real name, Bumblebee Road and Mr. Egg Road. All right, just north of Mr. Egg Road and Bumblebee Road is where that possible tornado is. It's heading the direction of Old Caddo Gap Road and County Road 120, likely now over County Road 120. This may fringe the western side of Hot Springs. It's heading towards Lake Hamilton. So Lake Hamilton being your shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and like we said, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as we can. If we take a look once again at correlation coefficient to see if there's any indication of debris, not seeing that right now. If we take a look at spectrum width again, spectrum width showing us the chaos in the pixels, and it's showing us some chaotic pixels northeast of Glenwood over a very sparsely populated area. If you know folks driving west of Hot Springs on Highway 270, west of Lake Hamilton, give them a call. Tell them to get off the highway, either stay near or east of Lake Hamilton, or if they're coming in from the west, they got to get off the highway in Mount Ida and shelter there.
Cappucci, we just got another one, another tornado warning for another pretty tight circulation just north of it. You see it? It's going to pop up perhaps on your end here momentarily. Yep, zoom out. There it is. See it?
Okay, yeah, and this is the one we were talking about moments ago. I talked about how the circulation would likely tighten over Lake Wachita. That's exactly what happened. It encountered lesser friction thanks to the waters. It is now a tight circulation just north of Lake Wachita, coming onto land right now, over a very sparsely populated area. But again, that is an obvious rotation, obvious tight circulation. And if folks are there, the good news is that that area doesn't really have too many people because obviously it's a lake and you're not going to have anyone living on the lake. But nonetheless, you want to be in shelter. This is for Perry County, Garland County, Saline County, and Montgomery County. This includes Avant, the town of Nimrod. If you live in Nimrod, be in shelter now. Otherwise, you're in Nimrod. Mount Tabor, Hollis, DeBerry, Lena Landing, and the recreation area there as well. Again, sparsely populated communities, but still nonetheless, folks are there. And it is a decently strong circulation right now. Any indication of debris? It's tough to tell. There's a bit of a messy signature, a couple little pixels of blue. There might be stuff beginning to be lofted. We're not sure yet. The velocity obviously very strong. We'll take a look at reflectivity and see just what the rain is doing. And we see this little area right here in the green. All this red around, that's heavy rain, maybe some small hail. Anything in the green right here, that's a BWER, bounded weak ecoregion. So basically a donut hole.
First one of the day that we found.
Yeah, basically a donut hole where you have the precipitation being lofted by strong upward motion that could be associated with that possible tornado. And then again, farther south, we have that pretty prominent hook echo that's moving towards Lake Hamilton. So two tornado-warned circulations, both on the west side of Hot Springs. The northern one, north of Lake Wachita, obviously stronger right now. That one is heading for areas, well, I guess west-northwest of Hot Springs, but it is a very sparsely populated area, which is the good news. I mean, folks near the Wachita Pinnacle, which is a mountain there, Very small community of Avant, a couple hundred people live there. But otherwise, now that will cross Route 298, State Route 298, very soon, northeast of Avant. But otherwise, there's not too much for it to encounter until it gets to Hollis. So still, if you live in Hollis, if you live in Nimrod down the road, you want to be in shelter, you have another probably 10 to 15 minutes, but out of an abundance of caution, shelter now. I want to focus on this one off to the south. Both are, again, over sparsely populated areas, but they're moving into a more populous stretch. This one could come precariously close to the airport on the west side of Hot Springs. We're taking a look at reflectivity, and we see a couple things. Number one, this obvious hook. Number two, there's nothing to the due south, which to me says it has an uninterrupted supply of inflow, warm, moist air rushing in to fuel the circulation. If we can take a look at the winds, I don't want to see jet stream winds. We're going to put on surface winds just so we can see the way the winds are going and fueling this storm. So again, you're about to see in just a sec the wind kind of funneling into the storm out of the southeast. There we go. Winds due out of the south. It is gobbling up warm, humid air, and that's why, with temperatures in the mid-70s and plenty of moisture, this thing can continue going. So I don't expect it to weaken anytime soon as it crosses Highway 270 in the next 20 minutes. So Highway 270. It'll be near you guys soon on the west side of Hot Springs. Let's call out some specific communities if we can. It's going to pass east of Mount Ida. It's going to pass near or just west of Lake Hamilton. The town of Royal, the town of Bear. Be in your shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Albert Pike Road. If you're on Albert Pike Road near the town of Royal, you have to be in shelter. If you're near the Safe Harbor Brady Mountain Marina, you want to be in shelter now. That includes the campground there on the shores of Lake Wachita. Mountain Pain down the road, you want to be in shelter now. And eventually, folks, it's a little more busy of an area, but folks near the Hendry Oil Company. Saddlebags Bar and Grill, they're a good place. Sunset Cove Marina and Resort. If you're at the resort, you want to be in shelter now. Folks along, looks like Treasure Isle Road, Travoy Streets, Pirate Drive and Bend Street, Diamond Road, River Mill Place, Crystal Hills Road. If we called out your road, you have to be in shelter now. That's, again, near Lake Wachita and near and just north of Highway 270. But this circulation is coming in. You'll see it from the west side of Hot Springs. If you're in Hot Springs, you want to be in shelter. But I'm hoping, let's take a look at the motion on this thing. I'm hoping it'll pass just west of downtown Hot Springs. Let's see. There's the first one, second one. Yeah, so I'm confident it'll pass closer to closer to Lake Hamilton. I think Memorial Field will be fine. I think Hot Springs downtown will be fine. If it jogs right, be prepared to shelter anyway, so have 1 foot in the basement if you can. Hot Springs, we'll try to pull up a local traffic camera here soon because we very well may be able to see this thing in the west side of Hot Springs in the next 20-ish minutes, maybe less, maybe 15 minutes, so we'll take a look at that. But again, classic circulation. Farther north, that one we talked about that passed over Lake Wachita and is now heading towards Avant and eventually Nimrod. Very prominent, BWER, very prominent donut hole. This donut of doom we call it, is where the air is moving upwards so quickly thanks to that potential tornadic circulation that rain is unable to fall. Rain is unable to fall, causing a little void, causing that green right there. That's what we're seeing. That's, again, coincident and co-located with the rotation, which is right there. So again, that's moving northeast as well. But for the time being, the main game in town and the one that's moving towards more populous areas is this one. So folks in Lake Hamilton, you got to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in. We'll take a look once again at spectrum width to show us the specific location of the tornado. And this is a very clear-cut signature. Spectrum width showing us the amount of chaos, the amount of turbulence in different pixels. And when you see that much chaos, that much movement, chaotic motion, that's a sign that something is stirring all that up. And in this case, a possible tornado or mesocyclone, the column of rotation in the storm that oftentimes precedes tornadoes. Fortunately, right now, it is north of Highway 70. It is north of Highway 70. It is moving towards 270. Folks also along Sunshine Road, that includes the Sunshine Store and Cafe. Y'all are next in line. Sunshine Road is this one that kind of drops south right here. It'll pass very close to where Sunshine Road hits Highway 227 and 270. The Dollar General there's a Dollar General, there's a Patty's, the Family Dollar, Shell, and the First Baptist Church of Royal, as well as folks along Propstill Place, Buckheit Street, Rainwater Street, ironically, in line for a potential tornado. These are all folks right here, just south of Lake Ouachita. Going to take a look at the velocity once again, and we see the circulation is getting a lot closer. You're only about probably 5 to 8 minutes away from that circulation reaching 270 and being under immediate tornado concern. So folks in that area, if we've called you out, you have to be in shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Otherwise, we don't really have too much in the way of tornado activity elsewhere with this line of storms. We have a couple warnings in northern Missouri. We'll take a look at that right now real quick. We have this one actually in southwestern Missouri, a little bit northeast of Branson, northeast of Table Rock Lake. This is for a kink in the line circulation that is southeast of Sparta. This is one possible tornado. Another circulation is near and just east of Sparta. The good news, again, it's a rather sparsely populated area still. This is a tornado warning for northwestern Douglas and eastern Christian counties. Folks in Oldfield, Garrison, Elkhead, Good Hope, Bruner, Keltner, Dogwood, and Ava. You have to be in shelter. They're very small communities, but nonetheless, they're in here, so you got to be in shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in. Eventually, a busier stretch near like Mansfield and Norwood, Diggins, Seymour, and Highway 60 are going to be in line. And then farther north, we had one additional tornado warning. I'm unsure if it's still in effect. Let me take a look. Yeah, the tornado warning farther north has been dropped. So 3 tornado warnings, and we're going to go farther south towards Hot Springs and look at those ones again. 2 tornado warning storms on the west side of Hot Springs and Little Rock. This southern one is definitely a tight circulation. Well, both are tight circulations. The northern one is over sparsely populated real estate, still going to impact areas near Avant and eventually, I'd say, Nimrod. But this southern one is closing in on the Dollar General, closing in the First Baptist Church near Lake Hamilton. And folks along Sunshine Road. Sunshine Road is right here, where Sunshine Road meets 270. That's exactly where this possible tornado is coming. There's heavy rain. Yeah, awesome. Heavy rain ahead of it. And once again, folks along Sunshine, 270. Here's that possible tornado. We're seeing it with the spectrum width signature. Spectrum width shows us the amount of chaos in different pixels, the amount of turbulent motions. And so anytime you see a lot of chaos in the atmosphere, something's stirring up that chaos. And in this case, we know the chaos, the turbulence, is co-located with our couplet, showing us opposing winds over a short distance. That red against light blue, winds in 2 different directions over a short distance. The inference, strong rotation, that coupled with the amount of turbulence tells me there may be a tornado there. We can take a look for debris. We don't see anything yet, which is good news. But nonetheless, this tornado warning is in effect, remains in effect. Lake Hamilton, you should be in your shelter now. Mountain Pine, areas in the southeast side of Lake Ouachita. Folks should not be driving on 270 right now. I can tell you, first you're going to get the heavy rain, then you're going to get a low-hanging cloud that you're not going to be able to see above the tree line, and suddenly there's going to be a tornado somewhere in there. That's how it goes. I've chased that part of the world before. It is difficult chasing. And anyone on the west side of Hot Springs needs to be in shelter. Hot Springs proper, y'all will be okay. Not going to impact downtown Hot Springs. I would bet my bottom dollar on it. But still, nonetheless, be in shelter out of an abundance of caution in case I'm wrong and in case it right turns. It's going to come close. It's going to pass near Fountain Lake, going to pass eventually near Hot Springs Village. Downtown Hot Springs is good, where the highway interchanges are, but on the northwest side, it's going to be iffy. I mean, Memorial Field, it's going to be a little close. All these roads, though, I mean, let's keep this zoom level. I'll throw in velocity, and we can see here's a possible tornado. But, I mean, look at all these roads. It's a somewhat busy area. Timberlake Drive, Sunshine Road. Looks like, yeah, Albert Pike Road. All these little streets right here. It looks like whatever circulation there is over Old Dallas Road. Old Dallas Road, the possible tornado is right over you right now. It's moving northeast. And once again, we'll put on spectrum width and show us the turbulence. Here's a tornado. Doesn't get clearer than this on spectrum width. Spectrum width is a super useful product that very few meteorologists know about or use, but it shows us how much chaotic motion there is. Super useful in tornado environments. And again, it's moving northeast towards 270. So again, folks in that area, it's what I'm watching really closely right now, but I'd be very concerned for folks in Lake Hamilton. And it's only about probably 3 or 4 minutes away from reaching the highway. So immediate tornado concern right now on the west side of Lake Hamilton. Looking at the other circulation, the one farther north is weakening a little bit. This really is the main game in town. It's what I'm most concerned about. And there are additional supercells trying to form behind it. There's one farther south near Amity. I'm going to zoom out actually a little bit real quick to show the Amity cell. It's not tornado warned yet. This one would be making a beeline towards Hot Springs. So down the road, Hot Springs proper, I think you're going to have a possible tornadic storm move through in about an hour, 10 minutes with this cell that right now is southwest of Amity. You see the red against green right here, just southeast of Lake Greeson. And we're going to throw in reflectivity real quick. Yep, this one's curving too. This one's curling. So Hot Springs, if you're in Hot Springs, you're under one tornado warning right now. That one's going to pass to your west. This next one is not going to. There's no tornado warning yet. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, but and speak of the devil, here we go. New tornado warning now. Yeah. Farther south near Amity. If you're in Amity, you got to seek shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in. We called it out moments ago. We pointed it out, and sure enough, obvious hook echo. We'll throw in the velocity. Obvious green against blue. Winds over 2 different directions and speeds over a short distance. We'll throw on spectrum width. Here's spectrum width showing a red pixel right there, showing chaotic motions. And Mike, I mean, like we said, right around 4:30 Central Time is when things were expected to get busy, and certainly they are now. So this northern one is passing very close to Sunshine Road, about to cross over 270, staying west of Hot Springs, and the one southwest of Amity could roll directly into Amity, and then down the road, Lake Hamilton, and then, oh wait, you're in downtown Hot Springs. So I'm growing increasingly concerned about this one near Amity. This one, okay, they've updated the tornado warning. Let's see. It is now a confirmed tornado near Myers. All right, tornado on the ground, about to cross Highway 270. Confirmed tornado near Myers. We'll see if we have any folks tracking that one. That one's heading towards Mountain Pine. We're going to take a look at the MyRadar app real quick and just see, at least on my end, if anyone is streaming that one.
No, the only chaser is Rhett Sourwind, who's east of it. So we might have his shot here maybe in the next, I don't know how far the crow flies there, maybe 30 minutes. Cappucci, we're about to send out a push, by the way, to the area here. So Jack's going to let us know when that goes out. We'll do a quick little, I guess, just re-rack from the top there, talk about the threat at large, and then we'll just jump in. But yeah, it looks like someone in the TikTok chat said, Arkansas, here we go again. I mean, it's been the state of the season so far, one would say, when it comes to all of the severe weather. So Jack, just let me know when that push notification goes out, and we will take it from there. We've got great. Just let me know when people start to roll in here. We've got another tornado warning, Cappucci, by the way. I don't know if you spoke about this yet, just to the west of Jefferson City. So it looks like the northern region is not done with the tornado threat as well. What a weird shaped polygon that is as well. Another 38 minutes to go on that kink in the line there. All right. What's going on, everybody? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. It is just after 5:34 Eastern Time. I am joined by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, coming to us from Texas. We are tracking severe weather today, where we have numerous tornado warnings. There are 5 of them right now, but perhaps these 3 here in Arkansas are of the most immediate concern. We have one of which that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is this one here near Lake Wachita and Mountain Pine, just to the west of Hot Springs. There's yet another tornado warned storm. You can see the circulation right here on Cappucci's screen near Amity. He's using the spectrum width product, which is showing us jagged objects, jagged polygons there showing up. That's the tornado signature right there southwest of Amity, and that one looks to be on a beeline for Hot Springs, Arkansas. And then the one above Lake Wachita, at least on my screen here, is yet another area of another tornado warning storm. Cappucci, it went from being kind of quiet to rather active, right? Real quick, Jack, before we take Cappucci's screen, just take mine real quick. I want to show folks, we have numerous tornado watches that remain in effect through the rest of the evening here. That's the web browser there, Jack. Take the PC, there it is. Perfect. All these yellow boxes, these are tornado watches that remain in effect through the rest of the evening. Down here for Arkansas, this goes until 7 o'clock Central Time. That extends up into Springfield, Missouri, Rolla, Jefferson City, Columbia. But look how far northward this extends, all the way into Burlington and even Davenport, Iowa, that are all under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock Central. So for our northern zones, that does include Springfield, Illinois, again, not to be confused with Springfield, Missouri, that is also in a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. St. Louis, Cape Girardeau, also under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock this evening. But Cappucci, if you want to jump in, we'll talk about the Spectrum With product there for our 3 tornado warned storms here over Arkansas. Again, for folks here near Mountain Pine, north of that, this is much more rural here. This rotation here, north of the, this one here rather, is for Garland and Saline counties. But then we have this guy here that's seemingly on a beeline for Amity and Hot Springs, Arkansas at the moment.
Yeah, we have 3 tornado warned storms on the west side of Hot Springs and Little Rock. My concern is that the southernmost is the one that is A, primed to access the most warm, humid air out of the south, and B, it's the one that is on a beeline for Hot Springs. So let's go north to south. This one on the northern side of the line of storms is mostly over rural areas, but it's heading northeast towards Nimrod. This middle one tightened up over Lake Wachita, and we now see on reflectivity this donut hole in the middle. That's where the possible tornado is, having just crossed 270. In fact, it is now a confirmed tornado, and it just crossed 270, or is crossing 270 right now, heading for Lake Wachita. It looks to have a strong circulation, red against green, wind in 2 different directions over a short distance, i.e. strong rotation. And if we throw in something called spectrum width, it shows us how much chaotic motion there is in the atmosphere. We see with that rotation, we have a lot of chaotic pixels right here. And so to me, that says there's still a tornado on the ground. This was recently confirmed by broadcast media, so they have storm spotters out there who have seen the tornado. We know this tornado is about to cross near Lake Wachita. So it's heading right over Brady Mountain Road right now. It's about to head towards Blakely Dam Road and eventually Lake Wachita, and then kind of skim around and maybe hit West Strawberry Road on the northwest side of Lake Hamilton. That's tornado number 2. Now, the most concerning one at this point to me, from a population standpoint, is this one near Amity. No confirmation yet that it is on the ground. If we throw on reflectivity, we can see, obviously, there's hail in Amity right now, hail to about quarter size, maybe a little larger. But then this donut hole is something called a bounded weak echo region. It just basically means there's so much upward motion from this possible tornado that rain is not able to fall. It is now directly over Amity. That donut hole is the tornado itself. No confirmation of a tornado yet. There likely is one either forming or having touched down, at least intermittently. Again, dark green against blue shows us changing winds over short distance, i.e. strong rotation. If we look for debris, nothing conclusive yet. This product shows us the shape of whatever's in the atmosphere. And once again, if we take a look at spectrum width, we see a lot of chaotic motion directly over Amity. So whatever there is, if there's a tornado, it's over Amity right now. Now, my concern, it's going to follow the roadway from Amity directly into Hot Springs. The northern cell, Hot Springs kind of escaped. This one, I don't think that's going to happen. It's going to stay near or just south of Highway 70. But it's going to impact areas along Route 84. Point Cedar, you folks are next. Anyone in Point Cedar? Tiffany's Bed and Breakfast, Elkhart Lane, Elk Lane, Bonanza Trail, Birch Road. You have to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. This thing is moving towards Lake Hamilton, and it's moving towards Hot Springs. If you're near the airport in Hot Springs, Memorial Field, got to be in shelter right now. I know airports take a little longer to move folks to shelter, and they're not under tornado warning yet. So that's why folks who have mobility issues, they need to get to shelter. They take a little longer. Now's the time if you live in Hot Springs. Hot Springs, downtown proper, not under tornado warning. The north cell that has a confirmed tornado near Lake Hamilton, that's passing northwest of you. But this one near Amity is going to move into town in the next 30 minutes, maybe a little longer, 30, 35 minutes. And here's my concern. 1, 2, 3... Now 4 supercells all lined up. They're more discrete, they're more alone and isolated, and that's the thing. We're now seeing three tight circulations. Here's the northernmost. Here's the middle one over Lake Wachita with that tornado moving towards Mountain Pine. Mountain Pine, I hope you're in shelter because that's moving towards you. And then, of course, we have this one that is producing the possible tornado over downtown Amity. Again, no confirmation yet.
These are all the most potent looking ones of the day, too, Cappucci. I mean, earlier today over Fulton, Missouri, we had a confirmed large tornado, but then there was quite a bit of a lull, and now business has really picked up. Not to mention today's Easter, Cappucci, right? I mean, it's 5:41 Eastern time, so for folks Central Time Zone short of 5 o'clock, they very well could be sitting down to dinner with their families, or at least gathering with a large number of people. So this is a day where, you know, if you were normally going to your safe place in your home with maybe you and your immediate family, now you got the in-laws over, you got your friends over. It's a larger group of people, or people gathering at a church in a chapel where there could be large windows. There's a lot more to consider here in terms of the sheer number of people gathering in these places, let alone in a mobile home. Cappucci, it looks like behind that Mountain Pine storm as well, it looks like there's another area of rotation coming in right behind it. Do you see that? East of Glenwood here, I'm looking at it on my screen on velocity. But if you switch to velocity, check it out. Just to the east of Glenwood, southwest of Lake Wachita and Mountain Pine. Do you see it on your end? I'm using the Fort Smith radar to see it.
I don't. I'm using, let me switch to Fort Smith just to see. Okay, yeah. So you're referencing this northeast of Glenwood, north of Amity. So for the folks at home, he's referencing this. Let's diagnose real quick if that's a real signal. Yeah, that's a spurious signal caused by something called side lobe contamination. And so the way we can tell that that's not a real couplet, so to speak, if we throw on velocity, we can see that the tightest is right here. If we throw on reflectivity, we can see in those same areas, it's mostly dry. Right. So I would venture to say that might be a little bit of contamination from the radar, especially because it's not quite as pronounced from Little Rock. But it's important to keep that in mind. The reason being, anytime we see side lobe contamination like that, it's usually when the radar is mistakenly mapping things from high in the sky lower to the ground. And so it's showing us velocities higher up as if they were closer to the surface. So what Mike spotted is actually a sign of rotation probably higher up in the storm that shouldn't be mapped at the low levels. It's a radar issue. It's not a MyRadar thing. It's just a radar algorithm thing that the National Weather Service radars do. But it shows us there is rotation higher in the sky. And so what Mike found is actually a really good early indicator of something to watch. But
do you see the Fort Smith correlation coefficient signature for the Amity storm?
Let's take a look at that.
It's not like super pronounced, but it's showing up versus the other ones. Well, I guess the Lake Wachita Mountain Pine one a little bit as well, too.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at correlation coefficient, and
lines up with the spectrum width too.
So from Fort Smith, we can't use any of these as correlation coefficient just because what they're showing is likely. Yeah, from the distance, you're seeing so high up in the storm that you're likely getting large hail or even snowflakes high up there in the upper levels of the thunderstorm. And so I'd venture to say what the yellowish we're seeing is not debris. It's more just a mix of ice crystals, maybe some graupel up there. If we use we've
got a new tornado warning as well, west of Jefferson City, Tipton, Bunston, Prairie Home, Windsor Place. This is up in Missouri here. A pair of them here. This one 13 minutes, but it's the one out ahead of it that's new. 13 minutes, so they just extended it.
We are, however, so Mike, to your point, we are able to see the tornado now on correlation coefficient radar from the Little Rock radar. This is the one that crossed 270. We know it's been on the ground for at least 10 to 15 minutes. It's now impacting Mountain Pine. So that middle storm does have what appears to be a tornado on the ground. And I know for the folks at home, this looks like a bucket of spilled paint. What we're seeing is correlation coefficient. It shows us the shape of whatever's in the atmosphere. Red is a normal shape. Blue is something that is weird, spiky, jagged. And what that does right here is indicate a probable tornado. And so we know there's a tornado on the ground. It's passing right over Wachita River. It's passing right over Mountain Pine Road, all these communities right here, right near the mouth of the Wachita River. Unfortunately, just southeast of the Blakely Dam Road area, there's a tornado on the ground. This blue is debris being lofted into the atmosphere. The radar saying, hey, there's something spiky, jagged, irregular. That's a tornado. If we throw on spectrum width, it shows us chaotic motions. Here it is. So like we said, near or just south of Blakely Dam Road. If we throw on reflectivity, this donut hole on radar, something called a BWER, or a bounded weak echo region. That bounded weak echo region shows us there's no rain falling there. Why? The tornado, the winds have suspended that rain, sucked up all the rain. So this little void is actually where the tornado is. It's crossing the Wachita River right now. So again, down to street level, folks in this area, Blakely Dam Road, Mountain Pine Road, you're going to be in shelter right now. There's no time to delay. A tornado is on the ground. And again, there we see the change in velocity, red against green, winds in two different directions over a short distance, showing you that obvious concern for rotation. Opposing winds over a short distance is rotation. And once again, spectrum width, a very clear-cut signature. Spectrum width shows us the amount of chaos in the pixels. If we have a narrow area where we know there's rotation and we're seeing a lot of chaotic motions, bam, those chaotic motions are the tornado. And we're seeing that just southeast of Lake Wachita. And so in this area, heading towards West Strawberry Road, Mountain Pine Road, eventually Highway 7, you really have to be in shelter now. All these streets right here, Royal Oak, West Glazy Pow Mountain Road, Splinter Lane, Half Moon Court, Galen Ridge Trail, Eloise Trail, Coffee Pot Place. All y'all really do need to be in shelter. This is an immediate tornado concern. This tornado is on the ground. It has produced damage. We're able to see the damage on correlation coefficient by stuff being lofted. Unclear now if it's still on the ground. The signature is a little bit less clear than it was earlier, but still nonetheless, we have to take that seriously. Now, another possible area of debris, and again, the radar is a little tricky to read out here. Northeast of Amity, this is with the cell that will eventually come into Little Rock in the next, into Hot Springs in the next hour. Here's where the rotation is, northeast of Amity. It is likely very close to, and let me pull up my second map right here. It is very close to Point Cedar, very close to Point Cedar. Green against blue, winds in two different directions and speeds over a short distance. That's the rotation. If we take a look, here's our little void. That notch is where the tornado is. There's not much rain falling because the tornado is sucking up and suspending the precipitation. And if we take a look at spectrum width once again, do we have a signature? Yes, obvious spectrum width signature right here. That again shows us chaotic motions in the pixels. So whatever it is, if it's a tornado, it probably is so incredibly close to Point Cedar. It's right near Point Cedar right now, passing over 84 and 386. You have to be in shelter now. You have no time to delay. Lodge Road, Chris Lane, Nigel Road. You have to be in shelter now. I'm sorry, Angel Road, my mistake. Angel Road. Bonanza Trail, again, Tiffany's Bed and Breakfast. We called you out earlier on, still have to be in shelter. Elkhart Lane and Elk Lane. And Lonesome Road, Birch Drive, please be in shelter. This is the tornado on the ground moving towards Point Cedar. Again, it might come and go in terms of the spectrum width signature, but nonetheless, we know velocity has a tight circulation right here. And my concern, look where it's heading, Lake Hamilton and Hot Springs. Mike, this thing is primed to move directly into Hot Springs. If you are at Memorial Field right now, if you're at the airport in Hot Springs, you need to immediately be sheltering. You're not in the tornado warning yet, but Hot Springs, I know you have folks there with airplanes, folks in the airplanes. It takes a while to load and unload passengers. Believe me, I know we don't want to do it. Now is the time you have to do it. Those with mobility challenges who need extra time to shelter, here's your early warning. Before your phones buzz, before the polygon comes out, before the panic starts happening, you have a little more time now. Go grab the bike helmets, grab the pillows, get to your basement or interior room on the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. Cover yourself with your bike helmet and the pillows, and whatever you do, protect your head from flying debris. 80% of tornado casualties are head injuries. Blunt force trauma is a big deal when it comes to head injuries. That's how most people perish in tornadoes. And we do have a possible tornado that is moving towards, Hot Springs is red line and center line with this one. And we have those 3 tornado warnings all in a row right now. Not as much farther north, which is good. There are a couple ones up in Missouri. These ones in Missouri, we'll take a look real quick and we'll get back to the ones near Hot Springs. But these ones are more kink in the line circulations. So these two, I mean, look at this obvious kink in the line situation. This is something called a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system, a squall line with kinks of spin. We're seeing one south of Seymour. I mean, this obvious spin. You don't even need to be meteorologist to see it. The whole storm is swirling into itself. There's a possible tornado right here, just west of Mansfield, about to cross over Highway 60, and eventually pass near or just west of Hartville in central Missouri. Look at that spin. And look at this other spin. This is undoubtedly a tornado on the ground. I have no doubt in my mind that this northern one is a tornado on the ground, heading for the intersection of 70 and 44, so just southeast of the highway. It's a big deal. If you're driving near Phillipsburg and I-44, you do not want to be in the highway. This thing is moving north, and I do say that there's a chance this will have some deviant motion, maybe even curve a little west towards Phillipsburg. So even though Phillipsburg is not technically in the warning, this environment does tend to produce deviant motions. It could curve left. And again, obvious tornado on the ground right here southeast of Niangua. I'm sorry, not Niangua. Again, forgive me in advance if and when I botch your town name. It's nothing personal. I've been to a lot of towns, believe me, and I'm getting better. I know that Miami, Oklahoma is actually Miami, Oklahoma.
No, they corrected me on that one earlier today. But there's a million. I mean, listen, I live in Florida. When I see Miami, that's how I'm pronouncing it, you know?
Oklahoma's tough. Ocmulgee's a fun one, but my favorite, Chickasha and Chickasaw. There's Chickasha and Chickasaw. Chickasaw, and one's also a nation. It's confusing too. And then there's a casino, and they're all spelled very similarly. Anyway,
Cappucci, one thing worth mentioning too, as we touched on again, it's Easter, it's a holiday. People, you know, the plan that you might have for your safe place, there may not be room for your entire extended family visiting, you know, for Easter. You need to know where that safe place is. We've talked about this website before, findyourtornadoshelter.com, courtesy of our buddy, Dr. Craig Cece. Real quick, Jack, I have it pulled up on the web browser just to show folks. I'm looking at Hot Springs here. There are several tornado shelters in and around the Hot Springs area, even this one on the far eastern side of town here. This website is great in the sense where it gives you the address, tells you where it is, if there's any particular details about it. Look at this one here on the east side of town at the Lakeside School District, the Malvern Building number 13. Dr. Cece included that it's pet friendly here as well when they're on their leash or in a carrier, right? This one downtown proper at the Oaklawn STEM School. So there's no excuse. If you live in a mobile home and you have the time to be able to get to a storm shelter with you and your extended family, you have options here. Again, this website, findyourtornadoshelter.com, an invaluable resource, particularly if you live in a mobile home, or if, again, you're at church where you're in the chapel where there's huge windows, right? You do not want to be there when these things come rolling through town here. And there's still time to go. Hot Springs is not in the tornado warning, but as Cappucci alluded to, it is so much better to err on the side of caution here, particularly if you're awaiting to board an airplane. Airplanes are designed to stay in the air and will lift. You do not want to be inside an airplane when a tornado or even a circulation comes through town.
Mike, I want to point out real quick, if we can jump back over to the Mac Mini and show folks, we now have a confirmed tornado. The Weather Service has not confirmed it yet, but we'll go ahead and do that. I know they're juggling a lot, but this is east of Springfield, Missouri, just north of Highway 60, moving towards Hartville. We can take a look at the debris tracker, correlation coefficient. We see that little blotch of blue. Everything in red is normal, regular shapes, rain, maybe some hail. Anything blue is where the radar is saying, hey, there's something spiky in the atmosphere. That is debris. That is co-located with our velocity couplet, where the winds change speed direction over short distance. We can see on spectrum width right here, a lot of chaotic motions. And then when I throw on the correlation coefficient showing us where our possible debris is, right here. So debris is being lofted. This thing is moving near and just west of Hartville. Near and just west of Hartville. It's one of two kink in the line circulations now in south central Missouri. The one is near Highway 60, and the other is east of 44 near Niangua and is right here. So again, folks on the east side of Marshfield, Niangua, and again, once again, my apologies for pronunciation. These two kink in the line circulations are posing immediate tornado threats, and there may be more later on as well, but for now, those are the two biggies. I want to jump back and analyze the ones near Hot Springs, because folks in Hot Springs, Again, you're getting close to the time when we'll see a downwind tornado warning issued. And, you know, the good news, if there is any good news, yes, the northern tornado warning is still concerning. The one that did produce the tornado near Lake Ouachita has, in my mind, weakened and broadened to the point where there's no longer a tornado on the ground. There may be one that will redevelop, but I don't see one now. And this one, southwest of Hot Springs, appears to be cycling or reorganizing. It, to me, yeah, so this one near Hot Springs is no longer tornadic at the moment. There's not a tornado on the ground at the moment. However, my caution is this. There's still a hook echo. It's still hooking. The velocity is a little broader, a little more diffuse. What I think is happening is that it's perhaps ingesting, this storm is ingesting the updraft or the upward moving air from the other cell, kind of the backside. And I think what may happen is in the next 20 minutes, these coalesce into a broader supercell that may have time to cycle and produce a new tornado as it bears down on Hot Springs. So if you're in Hot Springs, you're in kind of a weird boat right now where you don't have to take action yet, but you're likely going to have to. So you might as well gather up the kiddos, start moving stuff down the basement, your safe place. You know, if you have a little extra time, grab the bike helmets, just in case. It's never going to hurt you. It's only going to help you. Knowledge is power. And in situations like this, the more tools you have at your disposal to increase your chances of a good tornado experience, or as good a tornado experience as you can have, if there is one, is going to help you. I know tornadoes are very scary. And look, a lot of folks have storm anxiety. It's been a hell of a year in Arkansas. You folks have not been dealt a break at all. Between March 14th, April 2nd, the multiple tornadoes in between then, the multiple tornadoes since then, the flooding, and now this. You're tired. I get it. I'm tired too as a meteorologist of forecasting for Arkansas. It's nothing personal. I would love to come on and say, hey, it's going to be sunny and 75 for the next month. You all deserve it. Arkansas deserves it. I love Arkansas. I've been there many times. But unfortunately now we have to take our tornado precautions. And I promise you, after the next hour, 2 hours, we'll see market improvement. But until then, we have to remain vigilant in a heightened state of awareness and know that there is a rotating storm coming into Hot Springs. It's not a tornado warning for downtown Hot Springs yet, but one may be issued. So in the event that that happens, we have to be ready to take action. This includes if we have plans this evening. Now's not a great time to go to Chili's. Now's not a great time to go to the Family Dollar. Now's not a great time to get your shopping done. If you're with loved ones, I mean, it's Easter Sunday. If you're sitting down for Easter Sunday dinner and Mima made her casserole, even if it has to get a little cold, it might be a time of shelter. We now have an update on the tornado warning. They've trimmed it back a little bit. It's still moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. And honestly, 25 miles an hour is not that fast for a storm. And what that means is we have a little extra time. So use this extra time to your advantage. It's like a small blessing. We don't want a tornado warning storm. We certainly don't want a tornado, but it's a small blessing that we have a little extra time to prepare for whatever's coming our way. It's still a broad circulation, still a little diffuse, but still, if you're in Hot Springs, you know, we got this thing coming at you. Whatever is there, I'll tell you, it's going to be rain wrapped. It's this little donut, if you will, of yellow surrounded by red. That red is all heavy rain and some hail. Right here, though, this little donut is where there's upward moving air, i.e. that possible tornado. We now have a downwind warning issued for the northernmost storm in Arkansas. This is the one that looked pretty strong earlier on. It still has a strong rotation, but not tight rotation. What I mean by that is it's broad and diffuse. I don't see a super tight red against green. I see a couple areas of possible spin. The whole thing is definitely spinning intensely. So if you're at Adona, Perryville, you have to be in shelter now. Let's see. This is for Perry County and Conway County. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, Perry, Adona, and Perryville, you have to be in shelter. Let's also take a look, and we'll come back to those Hot Springs area storms. Let's just take a look at our two kink in the line circulations in Missouri.
We've got people in the TikTok chat talking about sirens going off there for those storms in Missouri.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Look at these two kinks in the line. It doesn't get clearer than this. We have one that is east of Conway, east of Phillipsburg, and the other is near Hartville. If we throw in velocity, okay, so the northern one that likely produced a tornado 5 or 10 minutes ago is cycling. So the old tornado would have been right here where my cursor is. A new one will form closer to the roadway. A new one will form closer to, well, south of Lebanon. Let me see very quickly what road this is. I just want to make sure I can give folks a bearing. So
Donovan in the chat here saying, should I be worried if I'm in Salem, Missouri? You just need to know where your safe place is. Being worried, being anxious is just not a good state of mind. You need to be clear-minded when it's time to act. So just know where your safe place is. If you're in a mobile home, not a safe place to be. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that is the safest place to be. But if you don't have one, that's cool. Central located room in your house or wherever you happen to live. Second story, not a good place to be. Go ahead, Cappucci.
The good news, this is Route 5. It's rather sparsely populated still. There are people who live off Highway 5. So this former tornado was right here. I think a new one will form very close to Route 5, south of Lebanon. This is also near the very small community of Evergreen. So if you live near or just south of Evergreen, time to be in shelter. Now, the bigger deal, tornado on the ground, south of Hartville. Here it is. Now, see how the tornado is pinched off from the green? That means it doesn't have much life left. This will be dead under 5 minutes from now, but until then, it's a furiously spinning tornado. It is just north of Mansfield. It did loft debris earlier on. Let's see if it still is. See, now this is intriguing. There appears to be, is there an error here? That's 6. So hang on one sec. We have a small discrepancy. So we notice the debris here is not aligned with where the possible tornado is. So I think what happened is that maybe we had the tornado hit something, lift the debris, and the debris is now over Hartville, even though the tornado itself is not over Hartville. Yeah, so like here you see when the tornado touched down northwest of Mansfield, the debris spreads northeast and kind of grows in size. See how it sort of, we call that debris fallout, whereas the actual tornado itself, I believe, is still south and southwest of Hartville.
Cappucci, new tornado warning for Columbia, Missouri. This one in effect for the next 40 minutes. It's a continuation of the two previous, the one over Prairie Home and Jamestown, or to the east of Prairie Home, I should say. But this does now include Jamestown proper, Columbia, Missouri. This is for the next 40 minutes here. It's just radar indicated rotation, so nothing to suggest that there's anything on the ground. But
it's a very broad circulation. I mean, we see a lot of green, a lot of red. Radar coverage in this part of Missouri is horrible. Columbia desperately needs its own weather radar.
Right? I mean, it's caught between two radars. It's for Jefferson City and Columbia, you know, you're talking about pretty densely populated compared to the surrounding communities there. You got Mizzou there.
Yeah.
And Jefferson City, a fairly decent TV market too.
Yeah, they desperately need a radar. It's so frustrating that Congress hasn't granted one. It's like, you know,
don't know if that's changing anytime soon for what's worth.
Yeah. Well, it's like Charlotte. There have been bills trying to be passed for years for Charlotte. Charlotte doesn't have its own weather radar. Their nearest one's like 90 miles away. And there was an F2 tornado that was missed once because of it that impacted areas just east of Charlotte in Mecklenburg County. And Charlotte doesn't have its own weather radar. And it's a big issue. Now, let's go back to the Hot Springs area storms and see what's going on there. And again, we have 3 rotating supercells. Notice how these don't look like the line to the north. Up there, it's all liney. These are all individual lone discrete rotating supercells. The northernmost one is producing a possible tornado that will soon impact Perry, Perrysville, Apello, areas west of Houston, and near Adona. And we'll take a look at velocity there. And we see strong rotation right here. Big red against green. Would not be surprised if something was either on the ground or about to develop. We see spectrum width showing chaotic motions right here where my cursor is. That shows us that because that's overlapping where the rotation is, there's probably something there. And if we take a look at correlation coefficient looking for debris, nothing obvious yet. Correlation coefficient has been kind of murky today. Now, there's another circulation near Hot Springs Village. That's moving northeast as well. That's going to pass over, looks like, areas in Perry, Garland, and Saline counties. That includes Jesseville, Reform, Mountain Valley, Long Mountain, Perrin, and Hot Springs Village. But the most concerning one, that which is primed to move into Hot Springs, is this rotation right here, southwest of 70. It's still not super tight. It's getting closer to Hot Springs, and I know they're probably at the office debating whether or not to extend that warning to downtown Hot Springs. I can imagine anytime there's a circulation that is moving into a downtown area, imagine pulling a trigger and knowing you're going to send 500,000 phones buzzing. It's an eerie feeling.
We do that. We do that quite often with the push notifications.
We do in English, Spanish, or sometimes a mix of both. And I can imagine for the folks in Lake Hamilton, sending an emergency alerts or rather folks in Little Rock, sending an emergency alert for Hot Springs and notifying the entire community is going to be a tricky call. And I can tell right now they're biding their time. We still see the hook echo. There it is, the curve like this, and see how it's kind of reorganizing? How it looked a little messy, now it's reorganizing. We still see the velocity couplet right here within that hook.
That storm in the middle is considerably more potent looking over Hot Springs Village. And you got the BWER in the latest scan. You see it?
Yeah, my worry is it's because of that. It's rain wrapped. To your point, when something's bounded weak ecoregion, we say oh yeah, exactly what you said, Mike. So Mike used the phrase BWER, bounded weak ecoregion. What that is a little area of lesser precipitation surrounded by heavier rain. And so we see right here this little green donut hole. That's basically the eye of the circulation, if you will, where the tornado's motion or tornadic circulation is lifting air upwards so quickly that it's suspending rain. So you get a few pixels where rain's not falling. And that's what's happening right there. It's surrounded by rain, so it may very well be rain wrapped, but the actual tornado itself, you're not having rain in that possible tornado. Okay, so again, that rotation, this is a nail biter on the southwest side of Hot Springs. Will they extend to Hot Springs? It's a little broader than it was. I'm not sure they're going to expand to Hot Springs, so Mike, we're going to have to see. And also, we notice a new supercell forming on the southwest side. It is not tornado worn, and I don't see tight rotation within it. But in this environment, it could become something to watch. So a lot is going on here. But Mike, notice when we brought it out, and I know you and I talked about this, 2 hours ago. These are all supercells in Arkansas. They don't need this. They really don't. But everything is kind of alone, discrete, and isolated. See, I mean, these thunderstorms are all separate and not interacting a ton with each other. Whereas farther north in Missouri, it's a squall line with embedded kinks of spin.
Meanwhile, you got this storm just forming over Texarkana right now that is severe warned.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at that one.
It's nothing right now. I say nothing, comparatively, of course.
Oh, and the interesting thing, you can even see it's attached. Let's see if we can see this on reflectivity. I know you can't, so so this one, you're right, the one in Texarkana looks very wimpy, doesn't it? What I think might be of concern is that if you look right here on velocity, you see this green line? The marking with the cursor, it's tough to see. That's the actual front itself, the boundary. And maybe they're a little worried it'll latch onto the boundary and gobble up some extra spin. That could be my only thought, but otherwise, yeah, I'm surprised it's severe warned already, but it wouldn't take much on a day like today for these things to grow, coalesce, and become a stronger supercell capable of possible tornado activity. But for now, all eyes on this area southwest of Little Rock near Hot Springs. So watching that very closely.
Meanwhile, we got a lot of folks that are asking about Missouri. We've got 3 tornado warnings there as well. We've got 2 east of Springfield. We touched on these already, but this is exactly the kink in the line kind of that we've seen over the past hour or so up this part of the way. It's nothing new, but notice how
new one.
As I say that, brand new one. Gosh, it's like Mother Nature is just listening to our live stream here.
Let's talk
about it here. So this brand new one here, 33 minutes to go on this one here. This is for Wright, Douglas, Howell, and Texas counties until 5:45 Central Time. It's radar indicated right now, but looking at reflectivity, it's right in here, right where you have the, again, this normally would be bowing out, like pulling back on a bow, and you see the top and the bottom curl in. But what's happening here is, again, we've got these winds that are wrapping or trying to put something down right here, this kink in the line before it heads up on its merry way here. So let's take a look at the velocity scan. And again, I'm using the Springfield radar for this. It's so weird because we're caught between Springfield, St. Louis, and Paducah here south of Jefferson City. But you can see what it is that they're keying in on here. Right here, right? Along State Highway 76, and then down here. Almost two little notches in it. But to me, at least, the good news is that on the correlation coefficient, it's not like it looks like there's anything on the ground, right? As of right now, this is just radar indicated. We'll use the spectrum width product that Cappucci keeps talking about. And to me, it just seems like, let me switch to Vil. Let's see what we're dealing with hail. Yeah, I mean, this is coming in behind the tornado warning, but if I zoom out a little bit, that's the most potent hail core that we've seen. Of course, the Vil, or vertically integrated liquid product, is taking into account objects, or rather the moisture that's being lofted really high up in the tops of the cloud, which, of course, this is one of Cappucci's favorite things to chase, seemingly, because this could mean larger hailstones reaching the ground. Right now, this is the biggest hail core that I'm seeing on this radar scan that's stretching both up to Columbia and then kind of not so great down toward Little Rock. We can look at that again. But this is just indicative of a really powerful updraft, right? Of course, that's the inflow into the thunderstorm that we're seeing here on the Vil product. But all told, when it comes to the velocity, Cappucci, the one up north here, east of Hartville, that's the one that, like, holy cow, just look at the, you talked about deviant motion before, right? That one is really interesting compared to any of the other ones. And then the one here to the east of Phillipsburg.
Gone.
Yeah, I mean, it looks
that's
like...
That's what happens. These circulations tend to form in the leading edge of the line, and they get kind of flung up the line, and they get flung past the warm front into the cooler air. So usually the northernmost one is the one that's near the front, latches onto the spin.
Just totally, like, overrun.
Forms, drops a tornado, and then gets flung to the cool air, and they pull up the next circulation and do the same thing. And so we'll keep seeing a circulation build to the south and build to the south, and keep producing more and more of these quick-hitting tornadoes.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is this one over the Mountain Grove Sargent area, at least as of right now, outside of the hail, I mean, it's again, this is more linear up here. We're dealing with two very different storm modes, right? Missouri is very linear. You can really see it bowing out here. Like, and in fact, this new tornado warning for Sargent and whatnot is kind of the leading edge of the bowing. But then if we go down here into Arkansas, where it's just been a relentless season for them, you can see kind of the bowing kind of coming together. Has there been a new mesoscale discussion? Oh, here we go. This one is for... Okay, this one just came in 15 minutes ago. A new tornado watch likely coming in for central and eastern Arkansas, which that kind of makes sense. They're going to extend it beyond Little Rock. That makes sense. Let's see. Thunderstorms will continue east across Arkansas this afternoon and evening. Low-level environment will remain supportive of tornadoes. A new tornado watch will likely be needed across eastern Arkansas to east of the existing watch within the hour. Bless you. A mixed mode, linear segments and discrete cells. I mean, literally, it's what we're saying. The environment along the head of these lines is characterized by CAPE above 1,000 joules per kilowatt, joules per kilogram. Additionally, Little Rock depicts strong low-level curvature, yada, 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 yada. Discrete thunderstorms moving from southwest Arkansas towards central Arkansas are showing increasing organization and mid-level rotation, with broadcast media reporting tornado in Garland County. Yeah, so we talked about all this. So that basically what it boils down to is here, it looks like that tornado watch is going to be expanded east of Little Rock here. Right now, it's set to expire in the next an hour and 43 minutes. So we'll see how far they extend that. Right now, you can see that Cape Girardeau has a tornado watch until, 11 o'clock Eastern, or Central. So likely going to see that expanded eastward there. And in fact, if we go and we look at the original enhanced risk area, you can see that we're kind of past the midway point of it. But that slight risk area Still extends eastward toward Jonesboro, Pine Bluff. We'll see if those are included in that tornado watch, Cappucci. Let me shrink this back down. But it's just two totally different storm modes. Arkansas just discrete to semi-discrete, where these storms are just off on their own, right? This one here, man, just will refuse to go away. The spin here, the one near Mountaintop, right? 27 minutes to go on that one. It looks like the Hot Springs one is tightening up again, Cappucci, coming really close to the Memorial Field Airport there. People there need to be in their safe place.
Oh, well, Hot Springs is now under a tornado warning.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so really tightening up here. Now, interestingly
Uh-huh.
enough, this is not confirmed yet, at least in the warning. They just extended that to 42 minutes. But that rotation really tightening up where, I mean, gosh, maybe in the previous radar scans, I mean, look at this. This was 13 minutes ago. There's the center of circulation on the far western side of the warning. But if we go out just 10 more minutes, look how much tighter it is. Again, green showing winds going toward the radar, red away from it, Cappucci. This is just west of the airport right now. And I guess just based on its previous motion, looks like it could pass really, really close to the airport. We'll know in the next scan here. But at the very least, it looks like it could also come very, very close to Hot Springs proper too, or at least kind of go right along the northwestern edge of downtown.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that cycling motion, or cycling activity about 20 minutes ago, and how even though it was briefly weakening, it was primed to get going again, and now we're seeing exactly that. So if you're in Hot Springs, you need to be in your shelter. This is for everybody in the Hot Springs Metro. Hot Springs National Park, Black Snake Road, Park Avenue. I mean, the circulation is almost directly over, if not just a little west of Memorial Field Airport.
Right over the top of Hot Springs Baptist Church, right now.
Yeah, right at the intersection of 270 and it looks like 70 and 70B, so that big highway interchange. And yeah, I mean, that's where the possible tornado is. If we take a look at spectrum width on my side, we see chaotic motions or chaotic movements in the pixels on the west side of the airport. If we take a look at, let's see, correlation coefficient, no evidence of debris quite yet, which is good news, but nonetheless, I mean, Hot Springs, it's interesting. If you're in Hot Springs, it's pouring on the west side of town. Downtown, the rain's about to stop. That doesn't mean that the storm's over. It means you're getting to the updraft region where the air's moving upwards, and that's where you get the tornado. So if the rain stops, that's not a good sign. That's a bad sign. So please don't take that as a whole, oh, I can go to Chili's now type thing. So
that's the second plug for Chili's, not a sponsor. Someone on that end is hungry.
I'm starving. But yeah, folks in downtown Hot Springs need to take immediate tornado precautions. This circulation has tightened very quickly. It is now passing directly over 270. Albert Pike Road, Airport Road, Greenwood Avenue, West Grand Avenue. Please be in your tornado safe places. The tornado is either on the ground or expected to form very soon. Central Avenue looks like Park Avenue to, we've said that, George Road or Gorge Road, it's tough to read. And then eventually the National Park on the north side of town. This is going to skim right along the downtown area in Hot Springs. So if you're in that area, if you're in the city limits of Hot Springs, you need to be in shelter now. There's no time to wait, no time to delay. Again, spectrum width showing us some very chaotic motions just northwest of the airport.
New scan just came in.
Okay, let's take a look. Whatever circulation there is or was passed directly over.
It's better for downtown, but it's still, I mean, it looks like it's kind of on a beeline there for Park Avenue and Highway 7, just north of downtown. Yeah,
I mean, now it's just so incredibly close to the airport, and it's going to pass maybe a mile or two north of downtown, if that. It's going to pass right over, Park Avenue, Whittington Ave, Black Snake Road. Y'all are next in line. Folks along Highway 7, anyone on Highway 7. And then anyone on my screen right now, if you can see your street, we're zoomed in as far in as we can zoom. If you see your street, you got to be in shelter. St. George, Woodfin, Elk, Kate, Vivian, Maple Terrace, Linden Park, Walnut Street, Short Robin Terrace, Lily Ruth, Muscadine, Robin, Roseland, Johnson, Agate, Magnet, Cedar Grade, Russell, Earhart, Sheridan, and Mahogany. If we read out your name, Craig Terrace, Arbor Street, Alumni Lake, Whittington Avenue, anybody there along those streets or Highway 7, you're next in line for this possible tornado. And look, this thing's moving at 25, 30 miles an hour. It does not have to sit in traffic. It does not have to stop at traffic lights. It is zooming right through. We see this little pixel of green. This is where rain is not able to fall. That's likely where the tornado or possible tornado is. Again, no confirmation yet, but we'd rather you shelter and there not be a tornado than not shelter and there indeed be a tornado. So that's why we say this thing is moving through the west side of Hot Springs right now and has a possible tornado with it. Again, that circulation is pretty tight. It's now a little more diffuse. That's good news. Let's hope it keeps spreading out. But for now, Hot Springs has an immediate tornado concern. And Mike, remember how we talked earlier on about there being a new supercell forming to the south? Here it is, nearing DeGray Lake. We're seeing green against blue. There's a new circulation forming near DeGray Lake, going to impact areas north of Caddo Valley, right along Highway 7. And already this new supercell is going to pass near and just southeast of Hot Springs. So Hot Springs is in the zone right now. Now, wow, okay, that tornado warning circulation off to the north near Lake Winona looks pretty nasty as well. This one may have multiple tornadoes with it. I could see there being a tornado near Lake Winona. I could see this also being a tornado just south of Lake Winona. So again, this...
Yeah, that one in the middle is continuing to look like that.
Yeah. So that one may have one or two tornadoes. I think there's probably a main tornado near the tip of the hook, and then it may be trying to cycle or produce a quick, satellite tornado to the north. But the one over Hot Springs right now, I mean, that's
the densest population area for sure.
Yeah, it's about to move up Highway 7. I mean, whatever it is northeast of the airport is just, I mean, it's right over downtown. It's skimming the northwest side of downtown. And then soon it's going to continue along Highway 7.
Folks, I want to remind you, for those of you that are watching on TikTok or watching on any of our social media platforms, if you are enjoying the coverage so far, we'd really appreciate your support. Be sure to follow us on TikTok. It's totally free to do so. Help us on our goal to reach 120,000 followers. It's completely free. Be sure to share the live stream as well. I cannot emphasize that enough. I know it's a holiday, but gosh, this is hitting a city center in Arkansas here in Hot Springs. We want to make sure that folks are aware of what is going on. If, of course, they are going to church mass or they're gathering with their families. Right now, it looks like this center of circulation is just lifting past, just barely past Hot Springs proper, but heading towards the national park, kind of running parallel to Highway 7 there, just west of Middle Branch Gulfa Creek. But that's just one storm. This one to the north here, just to the west and southwest of Lake Maumelle, is really potent looking. The one just to the north of that near Perryville, Perry, and Adona, a little less so, more of that kink in the line. But it's these two here on the southern side of Arkansas that really, really, really stand out. So again, be sure to get that live stream out there. We want to make sure that folks are aware of what's going on. And remember, if you want to follow along with us, download the MyRadar app. It's completely free to download. There's so many awesome features in there to follow storm chasers, to get Cappucci's video forecasts sent to you. And if you want to follow along with us in using some of these level 3 pro radar features, all you have to do is go into the settings menu. It looks like the little gear on the toolbar, and look for premium subscription. It is a premium feature, but you can unlock a 3-day free trial to take the features for a whirl yourself. So I highly suggest that you do so. We're in that time of year, right? And in the premium features also is the hurricane tracker. You can take it in the car with Apple CarPlay and Google built in. Cappucci, there's just so many great things that we're always adding to the premium features in the app. And coming very soon, some additional professional radar stuff that I've been banging the drum about for a while now, and it's coming very, very soon. I'm very excited about. By the way, one of those features, Jack, to take the iPad here for a moment, this is totally free. It's to follow along with your favorite storm chasers. In the layers menu, looks like the stack of cards, the video storm chasers layer. You just toggle it on. You see all these play buttons on the map. Let's check this guy out right here. This is Rhett Sourwin, courtesy of our partners at Severe Studios, where you can follow Cappucci or Jordan Hall, but we tap on a feed, and this is a live look at Rhett's storm chaser shot here. So you can take it in full screen here, or we can take it picture in picture. We'll hit play to make sure that it's running, and we'll hit done. And then check this out. You can be tracking the storms and put that in picture in picture and follow along with your favorite storm chaser, whether that's Cappucci, Jordan, Rhett here, Freddie McKinney. There's tons of them. But anyway, Cappucci, back to the chasing here. It looks like that supercell south of Hot Springs is now tornado warned. You were talking about this, what seemingly was like an hour ago here, just to the west of DeGray Lake. But you want to cover it?
Yeah, real quick, and then I'm going to have to bounce at the bottom of the hour. But we got this new tornado warning. Obviously, the one passing through Hot Springs, but this new tornado warning looks pretty spicy. It's on the south side of all the others, so it has uninterrupted warm, moist air from the south inflow. It's going to pass north of Arkadelphia, which is good news, but it's closing in on Highway 7, a pretty busy highway on the south side of Hot Springs. I've driven there many times before. And my concern, it's already tight. We see the green against blue right here. So tight spin. As it passes over DeGray Lake, it's going to encounter no trees because you don't have trees floating on water. And because of that, the surface is a little less rough. It's smoother. So the air, the warm, moist air, can flow into the storm a little faster and boost that low-level spin. And that's going to help it tighten even more. We see an obvious hook right here like this. The tip of the hook right in here is where that possible tornado would be. It's about 7 or 8 minutes away from passing over Highway 7, and then it continues farther northeast. And the good news, it hits a somewhat rural area. We never want anyone to be impacted, but if there has to be a location, it's better there are fewer people involved. But then down the road, it passes near or east of Hot Springs, and we're talking folks along Highway 70. And then look at all these areas impacted. Carpenter Dam Road, the Wachita River, Malvern Road. If we zoom in a little more, we see obviously more streets, Catherine Park. So all these places, about a half hour from now, are going to get a possible tornado. It's going to pass very near or just east of downtown Hot Springs. So Hot Springs, y'all just dealt with one. Maybe worth remaining in your shelter because you're under this second tornado warning. And like we said, bam, it's now over DeGray Lake, and it has now tightened. We see that, the red against blue, it's a stronger circulation. A new scan has come in. Just like we said, it is a strengthening storm. It's stronger than it was. And this is the most primed of any storm right now to produce a significant tornado. So ultimately, Hot Springs, you're going to have to live in a heightened state of awareness for a while. I do want to real quick zoom in to another storm farther north with the most prominent hook echo right now. This is
got
the one.
Another BWER on that one too.
Yeah. This is the one over Perry, Faulkner, Saline, and Pulaski counties that's going to pass west of Lake Maumelle or over Lake Maumelle. Obvious hook. Let's throw on velocity. Obvious spin. Here's where that possible tornado is right there. And it's going to pass very near. What road is that? Very near Highway 10. State Highway 9 is next. And then obviously a lot of smaller roads over here. But whatever it is near Lake Winona, passing northeast. Spectrum width does show right here is where that possible tornado is. Chaotic motions in the pixels. Likely a possible tornado there. And yeah, so, I mean, Mike, it's a very busy stretch. It's going to be a busy evening. Right now, Arkansas is the one dealing with the supercells, and farther north, more kink in the line circulations across Missouri. So 8 tornado warnings right now. It's going to be a busy couple hours, but I think things should wind down, hopefully a little bit after sunset. So fingers crossed there. Yeah. For now, I'm going to have to hop off just because I obviously have a lot to do to prep for tomorrow. So the editors, Mauricio, I know is working tomorrow, have a long form video to work on that's time sensitive. And then also I have to prep to begin moving west tomorrow to target dry line activity. So a busy stretch, but Mike, it's never a dull moment in the weather world.
No, definitely not. Thank you for joining, Cappucci. Be safe. Are you heading out tonight or are you heading out early tomorrow morning?
I'm staying here tonight. I just haven't had a chance yet to work on that piece from Mauricio, which I'm hoping to have in by start of business tomorrow. And
Cool.
then, yeah, tomorrow evening I'll likely relocate farther west to, I'd say, Midland, Texas, and that will prime me to go either north towards Lubbock or south towards Fort Stockton on Tuesday.
Cool. All right.
So,
Well, that's been meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. Be sure to follow him across all of the MyRadar platforms. You can find him everywhere. He's on TikTok. He's on Instagram, Facebook, X. He's everywhere. And of course, you'll see plenty more of him on the MyRadar platform. So thank you, Cappucci, for joining us. We continue on with severe weather coverage here on Easter Sunday. It is, quick time check, 6:30 Eastern time. Again, 5:30 local time. We are right now in the thick of it for Arkansas. We are going to stay with you as these storms rather, get through the Little Rock area. Earlier this evening, it was seemingly a whole line of severe thunderstorm warnings as part of this line of storms. But now we've got multiple tornado warnings here set to impact major population centers in Arkansas. I know Arkansas. It has been a very, very busy severe weather season. But we are looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warned storms. This one here on the southern side here, just to the northwest of Caddo Valley and west of Donaldson, these are potentially threatening Little Rock. We'll keep a very close eye on that. There's still plenty of time to go. The yellow box, mind you, the tornado watch, still in effect for another hour and a half. The Storm Prediction Center already talking about expanding that to include the rest of eastern Arkansas through the rest of the evening. We shall see if they follow through with that. That was something they discussed in their mesoscale discussion 26 minutes ago. Meanwhile, down here on the southern side, there's another supercell thunderstorm firing up near Fulton Hope, Washington. This is kind of the storm mode that we're in here. I know folks are asking about what's going on up here in Missouri. So Columbia and east of Columbia are under tornado warnings right now. This one here for Audrain. I'm trying my best with the names here. Audrain, Boone, and Callaway counties in effect for the next 40 minutes. And then we have this tornado warning that the bulk of which has now passed by has passed north and east of Columbia proper, has 10 more minutes to go. This is more linear here in terms of the storm mode. It's one big line. You got things wrapped up in rain. Unlikely to produce anything significant on the ground for a long period of time. Whereas once we get past kind of the Rolla area here and we start to work our way toward Arkansas, even here too, you have these two tornado warnings. This one, 10 more minutes to go for northwestern Texas County, just radar indicated rotation. And the same thing goes for this one, 10 more minutes to go. Again, radar indicated rotation east of Mountain Grove. This is all part of this larger line. You kind of have two bulges. One here kind of centered over Jefferson City, and the next one south of it, south of Rolla, north of Mountain Home. Again, it's like pulling back on a bow, and the tops and bottom of the bow bend in. This, if anything, just indicative of some really strong winds rushing out ahead of the main line. So that's kind of our linear storm mode, or what we would call a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. Okay? Down here, okay, over the Arkansas area, rather than being linear, I know that they generally look like they're part of a larger line, but these storms are more what's called discrete storms. They are by themselves, and you can really see that if I go back several radar scans. You can see that these storms are not part of a larger line. Like right here, look at this crazy hook echo here. These are part of, or rather, these are in the semi-discrete storm mode, meaning that they are by themselves. They don't necessarily have neighbors nearby to share. That is changing, I will say, over these more recent radar scans. You are starting to see these storms. It's like being on the highway and you've been flying down the highway, you're making great time, and then all of a sudden you're here in Orlando near I Drive and you're passing the Kia Center, and you're starting to get the Disney traffic, right? Around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon every day. All those cars come in. and you have to slow down. That's kind of what's happening right here a little bit, where it's good news for these storms that are just pushing through the hot springs area, just north of it. They're starting to kind of slam into each other here, which will kind of sap its upper bound limits a little bit. I mean, just look at this velocity scan for the storm that was just west of Lake Maumelle, right here. Again, green representative of winds going toward the radar, red representative of winds going away from it, right? But this was 13 minutes ago. I advance it out, and while we do still see the rotation signature there, I mean, if I go back here, just look at that hook echo. That might be the most picturesque one of the day, right? And by hook echo, I mean you've got the overshooting top here, the V-notch, as it's called. You have the drier air getting sucked into the storm right here, wrapping around. This is likely our tornado right down here in the base of it, right? Jordan, something in Lewistown. So if you just take him, put him in the corner, Jack, we'll follow up. Jordan is chasing the rain-wrapped storms up north. We'll take a look at those momentarily here. But this guy right in here, over Lake Maumelle, you can see that it's losing kind of its overall supercellular structure here. We continue to work our way farther to the south. Now, Hot Springs is still under a tornado warning here. This one here, you got 21 minutes to go. Let's take a look at the velocity scan here. It's tough. We're in between a couple of radar sites here. I've got to switch to Shreveport's going to be too far away. Let's go to Fort Smith. Okay. So better here. It's messy. It's very broad in terms, like there you got an area spin right here over Hot Springs, another one near the airport, and then another one near the base of the storm. But it's all wrapped up in rain, right? You just need to be in your safe place, at least for the next, 25 minutes. Get past that, and then on the backside, things do look to improve a little bit for Hot Springs. But when Cappucci was here, we were talking about this supercell that was really blowing up on behind DeGray Lake. But now this thing looks to be threatening Little Rock down the line here. So if we look at the velocity right down here, just crossing Highway 7, is your radar indicated rotation. The good news is if I look on correlation coefficient for largely any of these, okay, good news, Hot Springs, they've canceled the tornado warning early. That's great. Again, what's happening here is we're kind of on the back nine of the prime heating of the day, right? That heating of the surface of the Earth when you have sunny skies out ahead of severe weather just leads to increased instability, right? Because with warming at the surface, that increases your buoyancy. It increases the vertical convection of the air. Warm air rises. You ever been on top in the upper bunk bed? You know what I'm talking about, right? But we're losing that now, right? It is 5:30 Central Time. So prime heating of the day this time of year, between 4 or 5 o'clock-ish, if not a little bit later on some days. So we are now starting to see things kind of coming down. Not to mention that out ahead of it, it hasn't been super sunny. It has been a bit more cloudy. So that is working against some of these storms getting real nice and tall. That being said, this supercell here on the back end is on the southern side, right? It doesn't really have much behind it. Maybe these guys developing. I mean, there's that one there that came from nothing over Texarkana and are entering a favorable environment. So we'll have to keep a close eye on those southern storms. But it's this one here, just north of DeGray Lake, southwest of Magnet Cove and Rockport. Interstate 270, 70, Interstate 30 and then Highway 270 and 70. You need to be in your safe place just southwest of Rockport, Malvern, and Magnet Cove. Let's take a look at that velocity signature again. It's a bit more broad, but it's there. It's right here. Okay? So just a lot going on. We've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. He is in Lewiston, you said, Jack? Okay. Lewis, yeah. So Jordan is all the way up here. I'm trying to, near Quincy. It just looks a little different here. Just take the, Jack, just take the iPad here for a moment. It's going to be easier. Because the Storm Chasers are not in the Windows app here just yet. Let's see, need to brighten it up. So here's Jordan, right? And to see the storm chasers on iOS and Android, you go into the layers menu, looks like the stack of cards, and you just toggle on video/storm chasers. And this little guy is Jordan Hall. So you tap on live stream, and there he is. So we've got him pulled up in the live broadcast, but if you want to do it this way, this is an option too. You got a few options here. We can hit full screen, and boom, there's Jordan Hall's live stream. Look how socked in it is up there in northern Missouri. But let's just say you want to follow along and track the storms along with us. Well, you take him picture-in-picture, and we can make it whatever size you want. That's the largest it will go in the picture-in-picture, but we can shrink it down, put it in the corner, and then look at that. You can be driving the radar, looking at storms, and have your favorite storm chaser up as well. So there's Jordan. He is, if I had to guess, he's driving south toward those storms, like this one here near Mexico. Missouri, that is. But notice there's even more storm chasers down here. Who is that? So there's Freddie McKinney. Let's see what Freddie's up to. Well, we're not going to look at Freddie there. And we're going to take a look at Scott Peak there, right? You can have multiple chasers up at one time. So really cool. That is a free feature there. Ah. All right, Jack. Take the Windows PC again, if you could, please. All right. Let me know where you are watching from. We've got a lot of people joining us across various platforms here. Just want to know what's up with you guys here, where you are watching. All right, let me know where you're watching from. I got a lot of folks joining. Oh, we got someone from Hot Springs, St. Louis, Missouri, Jonesboro, Arkansas. So a lot of folks from Missouri and Arkansas watching here across social media. Let me pull up the chat here. Yeah, I mean, it's Easter, folks, right? It's a big holiday. People are either gathering at this time. I mean, it's 5:42 Central Time, so like people probably sitting down to have dinner. This is the last thing you want to be dealing with, right, on a holiday. But you need to know where your safe place is. I mean, if you had to, if you have to shelter in place with your family, right? I know folks in the South don't necessarily have basements. I live here in Orlando, right? I don't have a basement. So for me, the safe place in my house is on the first floor underneath our stairs. There's enough room for my wife and I, our 2 kids, and our 2 dogs. But lo and behold, I mean, gosh, if we were celebrating Easter and we had my mom and my dad, you know, maybe my in-laws are in town too, all of a sudden our safe place getting a bit cramped. But you need to be ready to act if you're under a tornado warning, right? There is no time to waste in some circumstances, right? So it's unfortunate, but Mother Nature just simply does not care about what day it is, right? It's a bummer, but hey, it is what it is, right? A lot of folks on TikTok joining us from Arkansas. What's up, everybody? What a darn season it's been for you guys. There's 100 of you watching on TikTok. By the way, we'd invite you to, if you're enjoying the coverage so far, we've been live streaming for about 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the coverage, hey, be so kind as to follow us. The button is somewhere above my screen. It's totally free to do so. That way you know whenever we drop a new TikTok, whenever we go live. And we're almost at 10,000 likes as well. Hey, if you could please tap on the screen. We'd really appreciate your support. To everybody that's given us gifts, Courtney, Jenna, Summer, Dawn, Astro, Daisy, thank you very, very much. I mean, your support is too kind. And be sure to share the live stream as well. We want to be sure that everyone is in the loop and is aware of what's going on. As I say that, Jack, right here over Hot Springs Village, another tornado warning down. They are dropping like flies. This is good, right? We're starting to see the storm mode go from more semi-discrete to more linear. Now, that does not mean we are out of the woods when it comes to supercellular development and tornadic development. It just means that that upper bound limit is kind of coming down a little bit. Storms, supercells, are very selfish. They want to be by themselves. They do not want to share with neighbors. So we still have this area of rotation southwest of Magnet Cove. Hot Springs in the clear now, which is great. But we are still looking at this pair of storms. This one for 28 minutes to go that is just radar indicated for spots like Bigelow, Mayflower. I'm not seeing much there. I got to switch to this radar here. I mean, you've got some rotation up here near Bigelow, but I mean, likely at this point wrapped up in rain, right? Yeah, it's messy. And then this is the one down here, okay. So we're looking at this storm here, southwest of Magnet Cove. I'm going to show you a couple of things that jump out to me, right? So you've kind of got the hook right here on the backside. You guys can see my mouse cursor, right? You got the hook right here, right? Let me know if you guys can see it, right? You've got the hook right here, but then right in here, you've got this little gap. And then if we go to the latest scan, you can see that it kind of closes in a little bit, and then we have this splotch of green surrounded by the yellow. This is what we call a bounded weak echo region. It's a little donut hole on radar. And what that means is that the updraft in this storm, because in every thunderstorm, whether it's a supercell or just your garden variety thunderstorm, you have an updraft and a downdraft. The updraft is what is, of course, fueling the development of the storm. The downdraft is where we find the precipitation, the hail, everything that's fallen out of the storm, right? When you have an updraft, right, and not much of a downdraft just yet, we have a developing storm. When you have the, look at that BWER, I mean, that sticks out, huh? Right there, that little green square. Can't even think about what I'm trying to say. When you have the updraft and the downdraft kind of equal, we have a fairly potent thunderstorm at that point. But eventually that updraft does begin to cease and the downdraft takes over and the storm kind of dies out from there and is more mature at that point. But what's happening here with this BWER is that updraft is so strong that it is suspending rain that is trying to fall in the updraft, but it's keeping it stalled out in the upper limits of the storm. And I would imagine if we switch over from reflectivity to VIL, the vertically integrated liquid, that we are going to find a hail core right there. Wouldn't you know it, right? Because, of course, as we have all of that moisture being locked into the upper portion of the storm, of course, if we go higher in the atmosphere down here at the Earth, right? You go higher, elevation-wise, what do you find on the top of mountains? Snow, right? So the higher up we go in the air, the colder it gets. So as we get the water that's being trapped up in the air, we have more of that updraft fueling more of the rain that's not allowing it to fall in the downdraft. It can accrete and kind of layer upon itself and then eventually come crashing down in the form of hailstorms, or hailstones, I should say, right? So anyway, all right. Real quick, I see a question here on the TikTok chat. Where do I go in a second-story apartment? Well, you should certainly not be on in your second story. I would imagine your apartment complex has somewhere to go on the lower levels, whether it's a laundry room or, I mean, if your building has like a fitness center or what have you, you don't want windows, right? But you got to go somewhere on the first floor. I would say make friends with somebody down there on the first floor, but you want to be away from windows. If you're in a room with windows, you're in the wrong room. If you're on the second story, you are in the wrong place. If you're in a mobile home, you are definitely in the wrong place. The key word there in mobile home is the word mobile, right? All right. Missouri, we still have, gosh, these just refuse to go away. West of St. Louis, man. This kink here in the line here near Mexico, 24 minutes to go here. Let's look at the velocity scan, see if we see any spin. Again, this is just your kink in the line where you've got winds that are rushing in faster on the southern side than the northern side. And what you're going to see here from eventually is on the northern side here, you're going to see this begin to give way and see the kind of the southernmost storms start to become kind of the drivers. It's like, I mean, like a good example, like when I'm doing yard work here in Florida and you reach in and you grab some of those the longer grass, right? Or you're weeding, right? There's still more to the weed than what is above ground, right? That's what's happening here on the southern side. It's just an extension of the line as a whole. That was a cruddy example. I'm trying my best here, folks. It's been like 6 hours. Someone said, how about Columbia, Missouri? Are we not talking about Columbia, Missouri? I mean, Columbia not under anything right now. It's raining heavily, but everything is east of you right now. The tornado watches are being peeled away on the west side of you as well. But right now, it's these two guys down here near Arkansas. In Arkansas, I should say, that are more discreet. I mean, we got another, again, that BWER right here on the radar. That bounded weak echo region. Wouldn't you guess it? Wouldn't you guess it? Again, that rotation is still pretty potent there. How many minutes to go on this? 23. I'd imagine you're going to see Magnet Cove get included, maybe even Rockport and Malvern. Still kind of down the line of Little Rock. I don't think Little Rock is out of the woods just yet. So we got to continue to watch that. Sorry. I'm going to clean off my glasses here. I hope that you're all having a fantastic Easter as best you can. I know there's so much going on. It's, of course, a major holiday. It's night 2 of WrestleMania. Whether you're gathering with your family and friends for Easter or you're watching Cody Rhodes and John Cena tonight, a lot going on. All right, so let's look at the new mesoscale discussion that just came in from the Storm Prediction Center here. This was 12 minutes ago. Let's read it here. So a QLCS tornado and damaging gust threat should persist into the evening. We kind of just talked about that. That's for Missouri. Let's see what they're talking about here. Pronounced QLCS has matured over the last several hours, given increased deep layer ascent with the strengthening surface cyclone. Strong low-level shear remains in place, so a QLCS tornado threat remains with any mesovortices that develop. Currently, 2 predominant segments of the QLCS present a higher locally damaging wind gust given the prevalent ongoing vortices. Those are those 2 tornado warned storms that we're looking at in Missouri. These 2 guys is what they're talking about here. Wind speeds potentially between 65 and 80 miles per hour. And then we've got Arkansas. So now this is talking about the eastern side of Arkansas. So there you go. They did just add it here. So the tornado watch has been extended. So we've got the eastern side of Arkansas that is now under a tornado watch until midnight Central Time. That does include Pine Bluff and Searcy. Jonesboro and Paragould are now also under a tornado watch until midnight Central Time. Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour with hail between up to 1.5 inches in diameter. But what I will say is, despite the tornado watch being present there, I think that you should start to see conditions for the upper end of the spectrum begin to kind of peel away as things become a bit more linear. So we're still seeing more semi-discrete, like there's gaps, right? You got this here and then a gap, this storm and then a gap, this storm and a gap, this storm, and so on and so forth, right? So we are still more semi-discrete. You just lost another tornado warning that just expired there. This one here near Bigelow and Conway, so that's good. So we only have the one right here. So this is good, right? You're starting to see things become more linear before our very eyes. I still am concerned about these storms to the south. It's just they're entering into a very favorable environment, hence why you're seeing the tornado watch expanded through Pine Bluff, Fordyce, Warren, Monticello, Dumas, McGehee, and all the way here to Helena, Forest City, Wynn, Harrisburg. I mean, those are more south and east, right? But we've got to get through Little Rock here, in the sense where I've got to get this line through Little Rock before we start to talk about what lies the rest of the night. Let me go on to the full high def here. I want to see what it looks like as a whole. So again, thicker up here from Burlington to Quincy to Jefferson City. You know, these 2 tornado warned storms, as the Storm Prediction Center spoke about, are our short-term threats. At this point, mainly just from super strong winds. They are tornado warned, but I'd be kind of surprised to see anything super tornadic come out of this. That's not a technical term, but I'm more concerned about these guys down here, being that they're a little more discreet. They're less so than they were, but a little more discreet. I'm going to look at the spectrum width. So again, this is looking at, the chaotic movement in the atmosphere, spectrum width, and you're still seeing that here. How much more do we have on this one again? 18 minutes. So let's see if this gets extended. The good news is that the velocity, look right there. Gosh, that really stands out. The velocity couplet. Jog it out a little bit. Still there. That was 6 minutes ago. Jog it out again. And it's less so, but literally as we're looking at it here, they just expanded the tornado warning as we expected that to happen. 47 minutes to go on this. So now Magnet Cove, Lonsdale, Benton, Haskell, Traskwood, Rockport, you are now all under a tornado warning. It's just radar indicated as it stands right now. Getting closer to Little Rock. But Little Rock's still not in this just yet. A lot of people in the chat asking about Conway. We'll look at that momentarily. And this is another product called Storm Relative Mean Velocity. It's just another velocity product here. Again, this is our area of circulation. It is still present, despite not showing up in the velocity proper. Switch to Fort Smith. You can see it a little bit better, right? So if you live in Magnet Cove and Lonsdale, you need to be in your safe place. Okay, Magnet Cove here. 692 people as of the 2020 census. So it is again, a more rural community here in Arkansas. And you've got this area of circulation coming just to your southwest. This is jumping Smoke Ridge Road, Harver Hills Road. You need to be in your safe place. Are we done yet with these? Gosh, these two up in Missouri just do not want to go away. 16 minutes, and then this one, 31 minutes. Looks like they're going to go north of St. Louis, which is good. But when it comes to threatening a large population center, we're looking at these guys down here in Arkansas. Folks were asking about Conway. Let me just get my bearings straight. Stand by. Conway. Huh. Come on. Oh, right. Right here. So Conway, well, this is what's left over from that previous storm in Conway. Yeah, you got sirens in Conway where you live. Understood. There's no tornado warning, right? Which is why sirens can be a little deceiving sometimes. I mean, it's certainly something to pay attention to, right? Don't get it twisted. But there is some rotation here, just to the southwest of Conway. Correlation, that's kind of like a false positive there. But, yeah, I mean, you definitely want to be very vigilant here in Conway. It's not tornado warned, but there is some spin in there, right? That green in the middle of all the red is representative of winds acting on in opposite directions at differing intensity. As I say that, the latest scan just comes in and it looks like it's weakening a little bit, but it is still there. This is going to be our storm here that we really need to keep a close eye on here, being that it is kind of running right along Interstate 30 there en route to Little Rock, right? So if you live in Little Rock, you need to start being prepared to act well ahead of time here, right? Of course, I don't need to tell you that Little Rock has quite a few people that live there, right? It's the capital of Arkansas. So we'll continue to monitor things. Oh, I missed some folks here. Francis on YouTube watching from California. What's up, Francis? Justin on Facebook asking about Elysian Fields, Texas. Texas is good, man. You got a dry line setup developing over Texas here in the coming days, but nothing going on there right now. And then Jim on X, how's the track for Carlisle, Illinois, east of St. Louis, Missouri? Again, there's that tornado watch in effect through the late night hours up to midnight tonight. I would expect things to begin to diminish, but you certainly don't want to let your guard down. Just looking at these chasers here in the app. Nothing to show. And then Jordan is kind of playing the waiting game up there near Quincy. We got someone here in Memphis. Who is that? I mean, they're well ahead. That's Hunter Hurley. And then let's see what we got going on chaser-wise. There's no one down there in Arkansas. But again, we'll keep a close eye here. Someone said we definitely have a warning in Conway. You do not have a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm, not a tornado warning. Very different. Okay, so we kind of have two areas of circulation here. The one worth watching here that's most immediate, we have a tornado warning in Missouri. You do. There are two of them, yes. We talked about them before. I'll talk about them again. These are part of that kink in the lineup here, right? If we look at the reflectivity scan, you can see that this is part of that larger kind of bowing line here. You're starting to see this one up here in Mexico get left behind a little bit, right? This has 11 minutes to go. This is all but kind of close to meeting its end here. And then this is such a broad area of rotation. The kink is right here, northwest of Montgomery City, right? I would expect there to be some really strong winds blowing through town here. And you've got a hail core up here north of Mexico. But in terms of your tornado potential, it, despite being tornado warned, is considerably lower than what we are seeing in Arkansas. Not trying to, compare the two, right? Or, we're not trying to argue qualitatively here, but when it comes to where we could see a tornado touch down, there's certainly a better chance for these storms that are a bit more discreet in Arkansas, okay? All right, so let's pop the velocity back on. I gotta switch radar sites. So the circulation is there near Magnet Cove. Oops. We're gonna have to switch to spectrum width and get a closer look here. Yeah, so if we're seeing any of the spin, it's right here, southwest of Magnet Cove, and that does align with the velocity. It's still radar indicated, so there's nothing confirmed on the ground yet. Well, so the one, okay, so this is confirmed, radar confirmed, this tornado here. Okay, I see what's going on. They just haven't updated the warning. Okay, so this is a tornado on the ground, right? As expected, I mean, it meets all the criteria, right? Highway 270, Magnet Cove, County Road 51, you need to be in your safe place. Again, that is going to be a basement storm shelter or a central room in your home with as much of the inside protecting you from the outside as possible. Time is running out for Magnet Cove. It's about to jump Highway 270 there. Get you some landmarks here. So coming up on Magnet Cove, so on the southwest side of Magnet Cove is the high school. Trying to see. That's the thing too. Like I usually look at all these landmarks and there's so many churches, right? Today's Easter. People are at mass. And again, chapels, with these beautiful stained glass windows, right? Not where you want to be, right? Are we seeing anything on correlation coefficient? Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. I mean, we have it radar confirmed, right? And that is what that means. By the way, as I've been doing this, right, I told you that the one in Mexico up here was going to expire, right? Being the northern part of the line. I mean, it's gone, right? So up in Missouri, it's just this one from Montgomery City and Bellflower. You're going to see this one go soon, too. How much more do we have left on this? 22 minutes, but I mean, it's this kink right here that they're keying in on, the National Weather Service. But, yeah. Down here, we got to get through Little Rock here. Or see what happens here. Because again, we have a confirmed tornado from the smaller tornado warning here. Where did they confirm it? Southeast of Hot Springs Memorial, the airport. So let's switch back to correlation coefficient, see if we can find it. I mean, this is kind of seemingly what they're talking about. Right here. Right there. Small. See, and then you have all the mess. Hang on. Okay. But you kind of have two little spots of circulation right here. One, and then two. So we're going to keep an eye on these storms here. Looks like they just expanded this one up here. Yep. Let's see what's going on there. Oops, wrong radar. So again, they're still concerned about this kink here, but it's just going to keep getting pulled down here, but I'll read it off to you nonetheless. 36 minutes to go on this one, northwestern Lincoln County and Pike County. This is until 6:45 Central Time. Radar indicated rotation, right? This is in Missouri, mind you. So this line right now passing through Middletown, Bellflower, New Florence. That's Truxton, Silex. And if I go to velocity, again, it's... Yeah, I mean, this is the advancing line, right? I don't know what's going on, why they expanded that, but it is what it is. Jump it down here, where again, this is where the discrete ones have been, so they continue to stand out. Again, it's threatening Little Rock right now. It's kind of making a beeline for it. We'll see if it makes it all the way there. There's still plenty more time to go here. But if you do live in Magnet Cove or you do live down the line at Benton or Haskell, you need to be in your safe place. Someone on YouTube asked, what is your prediction for Little Rock? I mean, we're kind of talking about that right now. This is developing on its way to Little Rock, much like how we saw the storms go through Hot Springs earlier. I'd say if there's any saving grace here, it's the fact that it is 6 o'clock Central Time. So the later it gets, this particular environment should start to really lose its oomph. We are starting to see overall things get a little more linear down here. You know, where if I go back, it was still a little more discrete, like all these little guys. This was 2 hours ago. But then as I advance it out, you're starting to see like moving through the Hot Springs area there earlier where we had our tornado warned storms start to really kind of, it's still semi-discrete, right? It's not fully linear like what we're seeing up here, right? I mean, look at how straight that is, right? That QLCS. I mean, I'm still worried. Yeah, this is more linear down here all the way into Texas. Nothing going on there, but there is a severe thunderstorm here for Shreveport, Louisiana. Yeah, but southwest of Little Rock here are the 2 tornado warnings that demand your attention, particularly this one, again, south of Lonsdale, southwest of Haskell at this moment. We've got Jordan up in Missouri as well. You can see, if you're watching the live stream on YouTube, youtube.com/MyRadar, you can see Jordan pretty socked in by the rain there, Jack. Which is good, especially with these stronger storms advancing from his south and west. It's likely to be very windy for Jordan, and wet. We could use the rain here in Florida. It feels like it hasn't rained in forever. Excuse me. Whew. All right, so we'll stay with you here through these storms as they work their way toward Little Rock. Looks like a new tornado warning up there in Missouri. Yep. Let's go take a look. Again, it's part of that Boeing line. This is the new one. Kinderhook, New Canton, Barry, Hadley, Bayless. 46 minutes to go. That's until 7 o'clock Central. I think what the concern is here, and you'll see the motion, right? If I bring it back. Do you see how, look right up here near Perry. You've got this kind of looping in on itself a little bit. Rather than advancing eastward, it's kind of turning back into the left, right? It's exhibiting deviant storm motion, meaning it's just different from how storms would normally operate. And that's just due to, you've got this line up here that it's kind of running into. They're kind of linking up a little bit, kind of like reaching out and grabbing each other right here near Perry and east of Paris. It's so interesting. We've got 2 super distinct storm modes here. Super linear. And then down here, the semi-discrete. And again, this is threatening the capital city here. So we will stay on it. I continue to look at various radar products here. Spectrum width. Still, yeah, this is the rotation here. But there it's radar indicated. So it likely, when it was on the ground here, southwest of Magna Cove, it is seemingly lifted back up, not confirmed by spotters or emergency management or what have you. That could change. We'll see. I drink some water. I feel like I've had water all day today. All right. So it's still there, south of Lonsdale. Let me know where in the chat you are watching from. We've got a bunch of people watching on TikTok that haven't followed us yet. Hey, if you're enjoying the coverage so far, it's right above my head somewhere. Be sure to follow us here on TikTok. We always want to drop exciting stuff that you guys may like. tell us what it is that you want us to cover weather-wise, and we will create the content for you. We are here to serve you. It is completely free, of course, to follow us. That we always know whenever we drop a new video, of course, whenever we go live. Someone asking, can you show how to use different radar products on the mobile app? I upgraded to the paid one. All right, that's great. We've kind of been doing that here. We're looking at various different radar products. Right now, you're looking at Velocity, which is, again, a level 3 radar product. With the per station radar functionality, you're able to choose from reflectivity to velocity, correlation coefficient. There's so much to look at here. Now, of course, there's so much in the app that's free, that's great, right? But if you want to take things a step further and you want to really do a deep dive on these storms, well, then it requires you to be able to switch between different, what's called level 3 radar products here. So we'll start here. We'll start actually here with reflectivity. So we're starting to see a hook happening here, and kind of on this one on the background too. But either way, right now we are using the Little Rock radar, KLZK, right? So you tap on the per station, the radar that you want to use, the site, and we're looking at reflectivity, which of course is showing us rain. The beam is sending out its signal. It's bouncing against the, it's bouncing off of the molecules in the air and heading back to the radar, right? It is reflecting it back to the radar site, hence reflectivity. This is effectively showing us the rain here. But then if we want to switch, or rather if we look here, you can see your inflow notch, you can see your kind of overshooting top here. You can kind of see a little something out ahead of it here. But right here is your hook, just to the south, or just to the east, northeast of Magnet Cove. This is your hook echo right here. This is a supercell with rotation in it. And we know that if we go look at velocity product here, this is showing us a few things. Green is showing you winds going toward the radar. In this case, it's this one up here in Little Rock. And red is representative of winds going away from the radar, right? So when you start to see this couplet, as it's called, the tightening right here, that effectively is showing you that we have spin. That's another sign that there again is rotation within this storm. Then if we look at this product, the correlation coefficient, the good news is nothing is standing out here just yet. And I know you're looking at this going, what the hell are we looking at here? This product shows you objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. So if we did have a tornado on the ground, you would see a big blue splotch there in the middle of the red. The good news is that rain has a very consistent shape, right? So the product is trained to show that as the red. But when you start to see the abnormalities show up, it gives you an indication that there's objects being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. We see this sometimes in the eye of a hurricane. You'll see big blue in the middle of the eye. Those are birds, more than likely, trapped in the eye of a hurricane. And the correlation coefficient product will show that. I'll show you something else here, the vertically integrated liquid product. So this is showing us moisture that's being pulled super high into the cloud top, right? So VIL, or vertically integrated liquid, this is showing us hail, right? And this is one of our stronger hail cores out there. So again, let alone having to look at this other product, enhanced echo tops, this is showing us cloud height, right? We know that, as we go higher into the atmosphere, it gets colder, right? So the colder the storm means the taller it is in this instance. So we know that this is a big booming storm. It's got a real powerful updraft. We know that it's got a real potent hail core in here. So if you live here south of Lonsdale, west of Haskell, southwest of Benton, there's some big hail coming your way here. In fact, if we look at the tornado warning here, they probably are talking about the hail. Flying debris, nope. Quarter-size hail, there it is. I'd imagine it's even larger than that. Larger than quarter, probably up toward golf ball size if this thing continues to progress its way. And then we can look at this product called Spectrum Width that is showing us chaotic motion in the atmosphere. And this isn't giving us a super distinct signature, but it's a great product to use to give you another way to look at, kind of do some forensic meteorology within the storm. But I mean, gosh, look at that hook echo here. You know, it's really tightening up here. It's very possible here in our next radar scan that you're going to see this kind of fill in right here, and then we're going to have this little hole punch, or this little donut hole. That's what we call a BWER, or a bounded weak echo region. And that means that the updraft of the storm is so strong, what's feeding the storm is so strong, that it is suspending water, precipitation from falling in the downdraft, right? And that, again, speaks to how significant that hail core is right now. So we'll keep an eye on this thing here. As of right now, it's still just radar indicated. It's tightening up for sure. Core size hail, radar indicated rotation, 23 minutes to go. But again, this is down the line of Little Rock. You got a few storms coming in on the backside of it here. The good news is that it doesn't seem like there's anything in terms of any kind of significant tightening coming in behind it. Everything fairly broad. But we do know right here is our rotation, southeast of Lonsdale. This was a tornado earlier in the day, just west of Malvern and north of Midway, but it has since lifted back up. But it is absolutely trying to tighten up a little bit. I think in our next radar scan here, you might again see that hole punch kind of getting filled out. But it is running, this storm on the backside is kind of catching up to it a little bit, which could have helped it or hurt it with its hooking happening right here. We'll come back to that. I want to go look at what's going on up in Missouri with our storms there. Nothing north of that, right? Yeah. All right. So again, we've got our kink in the line up here. There is some embedded rotation within this line here, just southwest of Bowling Green and southeast of Curryville. But again, look at this. I mean, look how different this looks from our supercells down south, right? This is just one big line, that QLCS, those little embedded spins that kind of happen really quickly, but kind of as quickly as they come, they not dissipate, but they, you know, if it were to put down a funnel, it would go down and come up rather quickly comparative to what's going on in Arkansas. But this is kind of like what Cappucci talked about earlier, where you have the front and it's kind of like it's like a soccer player, like winding up to kick the ball, right? This is where the most momentum is coming, where the foot connects with the ball, right? So you're starting to see kind of up near Quincy, everything to the north of that, it's kind of losing its motion. Whereas you're kind of seeing that foot kind of come through and connecting with the ball south of it from Hannibal all the way down here near Bellflower there. But as for any kind of embedded rotation, this is really all we got southwest of Bowling Green. You certainly need to take it seriously, but compared to, again, what we got going on down here, it's a little different. Now, all right, so this is new, right? Yep, 35 minutes. So this is just north of Little Rock. More Maumelle and Mayflower. The Little Rock Air Force Base is included in this. So here's our rotation right here. This is close to the radar, boy. Look at that. So this is just radar indicated. It's until 7 o'clock Central. This is right here near Lake Maumelle. And this is a discrete storm. It's off on its own here. There's not much out ahead of it here. I mean, that's another one too. But we got this guy here, the one behind it, on its way to Little Rock. Okay. What do we have coming up behind that? All right, so let's stay on this. You can definitely see it tightening up here. Just north of downtown Little Rock. Here's Maumelle. Okay. Just looking for it on a map over here. I mean, it's again, it's a fairly populated suburb of Little Rock. 19,251 people as of the 2020 census. That's the most recent data I've got. But yeah, that's pretty densely populated, right? I'm still looking at this one here that went through Magnet Cove that is still on a path for Little Rock. Liam says, I'm in Maumelle, Arkansas. What do I do? You need to be in your safe place, right? So it's a basement or a storm shelter. That's going to be your best bet. If you don't have those, you need to be in the first floor of the home, centrally located. Okay. The thing is, it's going to cross the river here, and you're right on the other side of it, right? Saying, I'm surprised the one just southwest of Bryant, Arkansas isn't on the ground. Listen, it's tornado warned. You can see it. It's in there. 17 minutes to go. I think it's extended. You got the hook there? Two of them. Two supercells here. Yep. Rotation 1. Rotation 2. Someone asked, what state? This is Arkansas that we're looking at right now, but there are storms going on up in Missouri as well. Again, those ones up in Missouri, guys, those are kink in the line. Oops. In a more linear storm mode. And again, you keep seeing the northernmost storms kind of falling by the wayside. You got spin up in two of them right here, Bowling Green and south and west of Frankfurt. But both just probably bringing with it some pretty potent winds here. I want to see if I can get you some cameras here. Stand by. I'm looking for a good shot here. A lot of people on the road in Arkansas. Before you take my browser, Jack, I'm just looking for yeah, not seeing much there. Let's go to the I'm looking at a bunch of cameras here from the Arkansas Department of Transportation. Just heavily just obscured by lots of rain. Seeing what we got. I want to see if I can show you the storm, if it's catching it on any of these cameras. Not quite. This one. I mean, Jack, you can take the web browser, I guess, and so people can see what I'm doing here. And you can show this on TikTok as well. Someone said, so Georgia is good. Yeah, Georgia. So again, these are our 2 tornado warned storms. I'm trying to find, like, here's Maumelle. It's just hard to tell what direction we're looking in here. Our camera view is east, so that's not going to help. Here's west. All right, so this is westbound. Where are we again? Sorry, this is exit 142 in Morgan, Arkansas. So here's our lowering right here. We'll see what comes of this here. Liam said, I'm still above ground. Should I be entering my shelter? It depends where you are. All right. So that tornado warning, it now includes Little Rock. I see folks in the chat saying that, hang on, I have to, you know what? We're just going to report for spam. Great. All right. All right. Little Rock is now in a tornado warning here. Okay. Jack, go back to the radar. We'll come back to this camera view in a second. So let's talk about it here. So Little Rock, as we feared, is now under a tornado warning, right? 42 minutes to go on this one. This is our most populated area thus far. Radar indicated rotation from this tornado coming in. Here on the backside for Benton. Hang on. Radar indicated still, but as I continue to show you, all the signs are there that there is rotation. It could put down a tornado really at any minute. The good news is that the circulation up near Maumelle is lifting, not a threat to Maumelle much. There is rotation. It's broad. Up here near Mayflower, you need to be in your safe place. But now we are really acutely keying in here on Little Rock. This is now becoming... You're running out of time, right? I'm looking at spectrum width. Again, there's something there, right? This is where our center of circulation is. I'm waiting to see if we can see this thing on the tower camera. Jack, if you want to, if there's a way you can drop Jordan for now, being that he's up in Missouri, and then we can take the web browser computer and you can put it there in the corner. We'll keep looking. And I guess we want to have the radar up in the corner as well. So if you can organize that. I mean, there's another one coming in behind Magnet Cove there. The Windows PC. Okay, that's fine. I just figured the tower camera might be a little more exciting for people. Yeah. Sorry, I misspoke. So these storms are moving to the east, right? Or not to the east. They're moving to the right side of your screen here. We'll see if we see anything. Thank you, Jack. So again, Little Rock is in this tornado warning. It's possible that it takes a more northern track, but this is the first time we've had the state capitol under threat today. For what it's worth, real quick, you're starting to lose the tornado warnings up north in Missouri. As I told you, you would, right? There's still embedded spin up there, but yeah, it's considerably more linear up there. Let's go back to Little Rock. Okay, just let me know if it's anything of significance. All right, we're going to keep an eye here. It's very likely that, again, this is, if you guys can see my mouse cursor here, that right here is kind of where we're keying in on here. It looks like the winds are picking up. And the rain, of course. A lot of folks out on the I guess not much. It is Easter, right? This is very quickly moving out of view here. That's looking east. And west. No, our circulation is like right here near Bryant. Oh man, if only that was facing east or west. What about here? You guys see back here? This is the storm that we're looking at. You guys can see this on TikTok, right? Yeah. So that's the storm we're looking at. TikTok, I guess, doesn't have the radar up as well. It is behind me, though. Shout out to the Arkansas Department of Transportation. This camera network is great. What was that? Oh, Jack, can you send Jordan Hall the Zoom info, please? So there's the base of it, right there, passing just west of this camera. Let's see if we can get another shot at it here. It's windy. See, another shot of it right here. Do we have a chaser there? We do not. And in fact, there is a chaser down there. It's Rhett Sourwind, but he doesn't have a great shot, and he is, yeah, doesn't have a great shot of it. But back here is that rotation. Okay. It's tightening up here, northwest of Salem. Let's look at the latest reflectivity scan. I hear someone talking. Jordan, you there? How you doing, man? We're doing all right. My daughter is watching night 2 of WrestleMania right now, and was asking when I'm going to be home. But we've got weather here. How are things up in Missouri? That wedge you captured earlier up in Fulton was wild. Yeah, you're up near that embedded spin up there. All right, we're looking at some tower cameras here in Arkansas. We've got Little Rock here under the gun. Now, is that it? Right here? Hard to say. I know I keep jumping around, folks, but Jordan, just bear with me here. So the stream's not hearing Jordan? Maybe he just needs to rejoin. So like right here, folks, you can see the base of the cloud. The supercell, I should say. It's over here. It's west of Salem. The circulation is right here, folks. Wait, they don't even hear me? Oh, yeah, I do have a microphone. Hello. Yes. Long day. Sorry. All right, so someone on TikTok just asked, "What about Little Rock, Arkansas?" We're looking at it. You know, you should see the tower camera here. We're watching the base of the supercell here. Little Rock is under threat here. There's some tightening up there up near Conway as well, and Valonia. But we are keeping a close eye here on okay. I'm just keeping an eye on Little Rock. The rotation's right here, right? So I'm trying to give you guys a good shot of it as best I can. So like you see my mouse cursor, there's Salem. The rotation is right here between Avila and Salem. I'm trying to see if we can grab it. That may be the best shot of it we get. I'm like trying to figure out, that could very well be the base of it there. Rotation in Missouri. There's 2 tornado warnings up there, but it's embedded spin as part of the QLCS. Confirmed tornado in Illinois. No, there's no tornadoes up in Illinois. I hear Jordan. I hear you, Jordan. We're just kind of playing the waiting game here. I mean, it's definitely wrapping around. You guys can see the rotation clear as day here, just north of Salem, west of Alexander. Need to be in your safe place, particularly if you, again, live in Little Rock. That's not a great shot. Man, Arkansas's got cameras all over the state. Jack, are we good? Can they hear Jordan? Yeah, we can blame him. He wasn't chasing. He's getting ready for the dry line in Texas. Can you look at the correlation coefficient in Salem? Sure. Nothing. It's good. I mean, we don't want to, if we see a correlation coefficient signature for this storm southwest of Little Rock, we got big problems, right? That would mean there's tornado on the ground, right? Is it tornado on the ground yet? No. It's still just radar indicated rotation. Southwest of Little Rock's getting closer. I mean, we've been looking at tower cameras as this thing's approaching here. This is Alexander. This is it, right? I know it doesn't look great, but like that's it in the distance. I don't see anything. It's good. We're going to keep jumping around here to as many of these views as I can. That's looking north. That's not helpful. That's looking south. That's not helpful. North, not helpful. West. This may be actually a pretty good shot here for us. It's going to be coming in here on the toward you. It's certainly looking a little more broad.
Got some tree debris here. Major tree debris.
I'm looking at Jordan's shot. Jordan, where are you?
I am northwest of New Canton in Illinois right now.
You're in Illinois?
Yeah.
Man, you are.
More tree debris down here. Lots of tree debris.
Can you guys in the chat hear Jordan? Let me know if you guys can hear Jordan talking.
What? Oh.
I hear Jordan. Jack
yeah,
says
lots of tree debris down on our roadways.
Yes, they can hear Jordan. Fantastic.
Yeah,
so Jordan captured a tornado earlier today in Fulton, Missouri. He's up in Illinois right now. Jordan, you said you're working your way south?
I'm working my way back over to Hannibal. I'm eyeing my new target area of Texas Roadhouse near Columbia, Missouri.
And what's on the menu for you tonight, Jordan?
I'm just gonna do a ribeye. It's been a long chase day. We overnighted it all the way to Miami, Oklahoma from Southwest Texas, and then slept for about 3 hours and got up, and we're on a tornado warning. First tornado of the day. We droned it near about 11:30 this morning, north of Lebanon, Missouri. So we've been chasing all day.
Oh man, the Arkansas DOT keeps moving the camera here. We're trying to get a good look at it. Again, it is just outside of Little Rock downtown. The good news is it still has yet to put anything down, right? It is still just radar indicated. Looks like there's only one tornado warning left up there, the storm that you're talking about, Jordan, in Hannibal.
Yeah, that's where I am on that. I'm in the middle of that tornado box right now.
It's just, that's just so linear now that, yeah, I mean, you judging by what we're seeing in your feed, that checks out, Gusty rain for sure. Oh, there's another tornado warning here, actually. This is new. West of Poplar Bluff, east of West Plains, and Alton. So this one's new. 25 minutes, radar indicated rotation. It's messy. But we'll come back to it. We gotta keep an eye on this Little Rock one. It's so close. You got something hooking on the backside too.
Stand by.
You're good.
How do I go north? Keep on this road and turn right when it seems copy. I have a tornado to my north here. I'm gonna have to reposition on it.
Okay. All right. So it is on 4:30.
I'm gonna mute this Zoom for right now.
You're good. You're good. Let us know if you need us to take your camera. That may be the best shot that we can get. That one's east, south. Yeah, that may be the best shot we got. I think we have a new tornado warning. No, 9 minutes. That's the Conway one. Okay. Getting closer to Little Rock. It is so close to 4:30. Yeah, we don't see anything. Oops. I closed the full screen over here. Sorry, Jack. So here's the rotation. You guys can see it. I mean, it's gotten way... I mean, this was it earlier in its life. And then as we advance it out, there it is passing Salem. And it's starting to kind of fall apart a little bit. Right on final approach to Little Rock. And if we look at the reflectivity... I mean, look at how it looked earlier. I mean, that is a hook echo, right? I mean, you got this guy on the backside. And starting to see that show up a little bit near Benton. Boy, this is so close to the radar, too. Yeah, I mean, now you're seeing that spot in Benton that I just pointed out there. It's like a new hook. Right here. Losing. I mean, this is broadening here near Little Rock. This is good, but it's not great, but it's certainly better. Let me see if I can get closer here because we're like really approaching downtown here. It's west, south. I need. Got it there? No. I'm looking. Stand by, folks. It's pushing west of downtown right now. There it is. I mean, you can see the rotation. I'm pretty zoomed in here. West of Interstate 430 and 630. West of Highway 70. It is 7:52 Eastern Time. Someone asked, where's the tornado at? I mean, it's not a tornado right now. It's just radar indicated rotation. This is the area of rotation right here. So many coming in behind it. I mean, look at this guy down here near Malvern. That could be our next spot to watch here. And again, even down here near Benton. $20 to go on this one. West of Little Rock. So the storm that Jordan is on, man, just refuses to die, man. Up here in Missouri. Again, that kink in the line. Right? There's just spin all up and down the line. So they're going to be quick little spin ups. I mean, you even have a teeny little BWR in there. The bounded weak echo region. It's just wrapped up in rain, and it's going to be so quick. There's that one in Alton. That's not much of anything. But boy, this one in Little Rock is so darn close. It's good. It's good for Little Rock. Rhett has some crazy clouds. Let's see. We're kind of losing it. It's good compared to what we were looking at. We'll see what the next scan looks like here. Oh, they dropped it. It's gone. All right, Little Rock. All right. Little Rock is in the clear from that tornado warned storm. Look at that. I mean, it just completely died out. We're still looking at the rotation that's all the way up here near Valonia. But all told, just a bullet dodged for sure for Little Rock. Where for a second there, it wasn't looking too hot. Let's see if I can catch this new rotation. Oh, hang on. Jack, can you hear me? Uh-oh. My AirPods are dying. Okay, I got to take this out. Hang on. All right, I'm going to have to not use AirPods here, Jack. I don't know why they didn't charge. That's on me. Another tornado warning up north. Man, that kink in the line, it just does not want to leave us. Jordan's up there too. Jack, you can drop the wait. Yeah. You can drop the Arkansas DOT for now. And take Jordan's shot. Please. It's just that it's the time of day where it's getting later in the day. So that prime heating, I mean, you saw all these shots from Arkansas where it's just socked in, right? There's Jordan's shot. Let's take him in full for a moment. He is on this storm here near Liberty and Burton, just wrapped up in rain. That's Jordan's shot. He's in Illinois, Jack? Crap, I don't hear you. Oh. Hang on. Say again, Jack? Yes. Okay. Tori, you're welcome. We're here to serve you. Okay. Yeah, Jordan's on that one up in Quincy. I mean, you can see it's just, he's totally socked in by the rain. Sorry, TikTok, I can't show you driving footage. It makes me very concerned. Amazing, Little Rock is in the clear after, for a while there, it was looking pretty dicey. It looks like they extended that tornado warning here. So, like, we're likely going to see the Maumelle one hand off to this one here that is in effect for Beebe, Ward, Garner. 44 minutes to go on that one. Radar indicated rotation. This one's off on its own here. Okay, so there's that handoff. It's now over. So they're handing it off to this one. Now, Let's see if we can find anything in here. Radar indicated it's very possible. It's very possible that this is our tornado right here. There could be a tornado on the ground. Because when I go to correlation coefficient, I see this right here. It's possible that that is our tornado here. Very possible. South of Ballard Road. So if that is indeed a tornado, I got to double check. Hard to say. But we know that there's tightening right here, just north of Little Rock Air Force Base, west of Warden, west of Austin. Jack, take the app in full. We don't need to look at Jordan right now. Please. It's real possible that this right here on the correlation coefficient, which again is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically, it's very possible that this is indeed a tornado signature right here. Yeah, so there's a tornado on the ground here, southwest of State Highway 319. It's right there, east of Lake Conway. West of Ward. You need to be in your safe place. There is a tornado on the ground. And unfortunately, this is part of a supercell that is fairly discrete. It is off on its own here. So that is Oh, is that Jordan?
Yeah, I'm here.
I had to take my AirPods out for a minute. Jordan, I got a tornado on the ground here in Arkansas.
All right. Where's that at?
It is west of Ward. Yep, it is now confirmed by weather spotters here. So you can see it on correlation coefficient. This is a big old honking.
100%.
That's a big correlation coefficient signature here. This is south and west of Highway 64. So again, folks, I implore you, if you are watching this on social media, to please share this live stream. We want to make sure that people that live in this part of the world are aware that there is indeed a tornado on the ground. And this is a biggie on the ground right here near Camelot Acres. I mean, look at the way that thing is moving. This is a tornado on the ground. East of Lake Conway. It's big, too. It's west of Ward. I'm trying to get you. So it's right near the Indian Lakes Resort, the Greystone Country Club, C&C by the Lake, Twisted Nightmares Haunted House. If any of these locations are familiar to you, this is effectively where this tornado is right now. Heading for an RV park. Oh boy. And a church. Let me make sure I'm... That's 319. Oh man, the Bow Chapel Baptist Church. I mean, it's Easter, folks. It's hopefully they're not doing mass at 7:00 at night Central Time, but you need to be in a safe place. This is our most potent correlation coefficient signature we've seen tonight. Right? We'll see what the next scan entails, but our tornado is right there. You can see it right here. You've got a bounded weak echo region, that little dot right there of green, which is effectively showing you that the updraft in this storm is so strong that it is suspending rain in it and not allowing it to fall through the downdraft of the storm, right? Which tells me as well that we probably have pretty decent hail core in there. It's close to the radar, but it is present. Let's get out of here. Go back to correlation coefficient. Oh man, it's gonna get too far away. Yeah, this is our tornado right here. Right over Lewisburg Road, State Highway 319, Arthur Kirk Road. You need to be in your safe place. Again, a basement or storm shelter is ideal. Otherwise, it is going to be the lowest floor of your home, putting most of the inside between you and the outside as possible. But this is our tornado right here. Gillum Road, you're next. You need to be in your safe place. It is running right alongside Lewisburg Road right now. Nessie, yes, this is Arkansas. Just east of Lake Conway, north of Little Rock. Here we go again. Mother Nature just loves bringing tornadoes on Easter. This is our tornado right here. I know it's messy. One thing to understand, what you're seeing out ahead of this, all of that blue, it's possible that this tornado is on the ground. It is damaging, right? And it is lofting debris into the air, and it is being pushed eastward here. That is likely what you're seeing here, called a debris fall. I wonder if we could see this thing on the tower cams. Let's see. Nope. Oh, looking north. Darn it. South. That camera's down. That camera's down. None of them present a helpful view. Perhaps when it passes. So I'll keep looking. That may be our... It's too far south. That may be our best bet. I'll keep an eye on it. We'll see. Yep, confirmed tornado near Austin, moving at 35 miles per hour. Flying debris, dangerous. Yep. There it is, right? This is the tornado. Right there. Man, Jordan's talk of ribeye steak has got me very hungry. Raphael says, dude, where's it at? It's in Arkansas, north of Ward, or west of Ward, right? This is the tornado right here. Again, this product is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, right? You can see it here. This is a supercell, right? It's got nothing out ahead of it other than another supercell up there. But it's this guy here. Here's Ward, Beebe, and McCrae, Garner, Higginson. This is the tornado right here. So we're tracking it right here as it moves. I'm trying to see if I can get you a shot on the The heck am I trying to say? On the tower cameras. I don't see it yet. Did they extend this? Yes. Garner, Higginson, and the Searcy Municipal Airport now part of that. Searcy proper is not, but the airport is. So this tornado is still on the ground. Odds are there's not going to be much to prevent this thing from. It should have no problem being on the ground. All right, that's my best shot right there. Where is this again? This is that Highway 31. Yeah, right? Keep clicking around too much. I gotta stay on one. It's that one. All right, Jack, so you can take the browser as well and put it up in a picture-in-picture. Yeah. It's going to be back there if we see it. They extend it out even more? No. Oh, we got this one still that won't go away. Let's see if Paducah can see it. This is one up in Missouri. This is new. Van Buren, 31. Oh, that's another one. That's more QLCSy, 46 minutes. All right, let's go back down here. Because this is a big tornado on the ground. "30 minutes to go. Yeah, it's right here. They just shaved the backside of it off. It's right here. Just trying to see if we can get a look at it here. Trying to see if I can catch it on a tower camera. Oh man, starting to get a little muddy there on the correlation coefficient. I mean, there's the, I mean, you can see it there, right? How is this not PDS? And now it's not, now it's just radar indicated. So it lifted? Okay. I guess so. I mean, there, here, I'll jog it back for you guys so you can see it. So like this is it. The debris ball, right? Not a true debris ball, but it's there, right? Then you see it kind of broadening out a little bit, and then it kind of gets messy in there. But if we go here to reflectivity, all right, so it lifted. Radar indicated rotation. Okay. So that's the National Weather Service confirming that it's not on the ground. I mean, that had a pretty potent debris ball there. How was that not a PDS? PDS meaning particularly dangerous situation. How would... Okay. Yeah. Surprising. That's all. To me. We got 28 minutes to go on this. It looks like it's not going toward Beebe, McRae, and Garner. It's running kind of parallel to Interstate to Highway 64. With the Searcy Municipal Airport and Higginson kind of down line of it-ish. We'll see where it goes next, whether or not it lifts more northward. I mean, again, you still have a BWER in there. Again, the bounded weak echo region that's showing you that the updraft is so potent that it's suspending rain. Which, what's the hail looking like? Let's see. It's close to the radar, but it's not. It's a confusing storm. I am befuddled a little bit. Good news is that everything south and west of it, more linear, right? I know folks keep wanting to hear what's going on with these guys, so we'll do a quick little storm tour here. I'm going to use Paducah. We're in a weird spot where you are between 4 different radars: St. Louis, Springfield, Missouri, and then Paducah, Kentucky. I've got these 2 storms right here. One west of Fredericktown here. That's got 41 minutes to go. This is part of that line, right? So you got the QLCSL kinks, the quick little spin-ups. And then we've got this one here that I don't know what they're seeing here. Well, okay, looking at that radar, I see it there. We have one little area of rotation up here near Winona, and then another one southwest of Van Buren. Seeing if I can find anything for you guys. And they just issued this one. Pleasant Plains oil trough. We're in another weird spot where we're like going away from radar here. This one here for oil trough, Newark, Tuckerman. We got 40 minutes to go on this one. This is until 8 o'clock Central. Radar indicated rotation. But like this one down here still is the one, again, that it's not on the ground anymore. You can totally see the rotation in there, right? Someone says, could you zoom out more? I'm trying to cover as best I can a lot of these, and if we go a little too broad, not getting a good shot of it either on the tower cameras. It's pretty wrapped up. Got my tower camera bouncing in the breeze. You guys can see that in the corner there. But I just want to make sure that we are seeing conditions improving before we think about rounding this thing out. We're going to do a little tour here. We're going to start up here. We've got, again, the QLCS here. How is that not 7 minutes to go? That's not long for this world. Then we're looking at this one here near Cooperstown. Oops. This is 22 minutes to go, quarter size. Again, the quick little spin-ups there, west of Springfield, Illinois. Then south of St. Louis here in, I mean, we're caught between so many radars. Fredericktown here. I'm trying to give you guys a good shot here of this one. That's another QLCS spin up there. You can see it west of Iron Mountain Lake and Ironton, east of Centerville. You've got that until 8 o'clock, so 37 minutes to go. Then this one down here near Van Buren. That's becoming more linear. And then we've got these two down here in Arkansas. Oil Trough and Pleasant Plains. So like right here north of Pleasant Plains, southwest of Oil Trough, we're seeing the radar indicated rotation. We're really losing it on this one in Arkansas. I'm surprised, man. I mean, it's still there. But this one did have a tornado on the ground. 20 minutes to go. And then we're not seeing it on the over here. All right. Yeah, we've lost that one. All right. So here's what we're going to do, folks. Would encourage you, of course, I haven't said this in a while here, to download the MyRadar app. That's what I've been using all night long to follow these storms. You can download it on iOS, Android. I'm even using it on Windows. It's on Amazon as well. You can download it for your Xbox as well. It's now on Mac OS. You can download the iPad version of the app, which is really great. And hey, if you've been following along on TikTok, we are so close to 116,000 followers. That is so amazing. We really appreciate your continued support. Again, it's totally free to follow us here on TikTok. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. If you're watching on YouTube, again, that like would be hugely appreciated. Jack, you can drop the web browser here. A like and then to subscribe to the channel. It's free to do that as well. We'd really appreciate it. Your continued support is hugely awesome. We continue to be here to serve you and produce all sorts of great content. Got to thank, of course, Jack behind the scenes for rocking with me here and making sure that everything is looking as good as it has. But again, remember that these tornado watches continue through the rest of the evening. We're kind of on the backside of things now. These tornado watches going until basically midnight, if not all the way up here for until 11 o'clock. I mean, yeah, so pretty much 11 o'clock midnight Central Time for a lot of these spots. Okay? So make sure that you've got the app downloaded, you got your notifications turned on to give you alerts as they come in through the rest of this evening. And that is largely going to do it for us tonight. All right. Just making sure of something. All right. Folks, I hope you have a safe rest of Easter. Okay? Be sure, of course, to follow us on all of our social media platforms. Someone actually asked a great question. What does this week have coming up? That's a great question. So, we have got tomorrow calmer conditions, but then day 3, so that would be Tuesday. There's a dry line setup coming to the western portion of Kansas, or from Texas rather, which we're talking Lubbock, Amarillo, Midland, Odessa, that part of Texas. There will be a dry line setup developing there. Could truck its way eastward as we get into the middle of the work week. But that's going to do it for our stream tonight. Again, remember to download the app. Make sure you've got all your updates to stay informed of things as they develop. Of course, you can see continued coverage from MyRadar Storm Chasers. MyRadar Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, in addition to meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, is going to continue to be out in the field. But that's going to do it for our stream this evening. Stay safe and stay dry. Happy Easter, everybody. We'll catch you back here for the next one. See ya.
Stop it right here! Stop right here! We gotta back up! Back it up! Back it up!